This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The mystery of violent death is securely cloaked in a great many curious and unpredictable phenomena. Your local police chief, if he would, could sit before you and unravel such harrowing tales as would congeal your blood. Tales of the living dead. Tales of mental and physical baseness that even he does not like to think of. Experiences he speaks of with others of his profession in awe and wonderment. The weird, unhealthy pranks the human body on occasion plays on its owner are facts that every law enforcement officer anticipates with horror. He knows that sometime in his career he will meet with one of those mysterious, unholy circumstances. He knows this and awaits it with inward trepidation. Dead men who live. Living substance that seemingly is dead. All the unpleasantness that a man of the law keeps to himself. With this preface, we come to Captain Bart Friday and a certain Dr. Croft walking on the sands of an isolated beach late at night on a sparsely inhabited portion of the coastline across the bay from San Francisco. Captain Friday has a beach shack in the village of Holman, and he has brought Dr. Croft across for a restful weekend.
About a mile to the village, did you say, Captain Friday?
Yeah, rotten walking, too, on a foggy night. Can't see your hand in front of you.
Beautiful moon out tonight. Harvest moon, eh, Captain?
Yeah.
Queer there should be a village on the beach so far from communication. 2 miles from a railway. Not even a road in.
Sort of a summer resort. Only a couple of dozen families stick it out the year around. Regular old mossbacks. They never leave.
Yes, but no road.
Well, they come in from San Francisco by boat.
Do they have phone service?
Yes, after a fashion. That is, the mayor's got a phone, and the rest of the town folk go over to his place if they have to call outside.
So the village of Holman has a mayor, too, eh?
Oh, very important personage. He's the village doctor, judge, and coroner, as well as mayor.
Bravo. Now, look here, tell me, Captain Friday, how in the world did you ever discover such a place?
I have property over here.
A detective with property.
Well, it's not my fault. It was left to me by a great aunt or something.
Can't I carry the bag for a while?
Oh, no, it's not heavy, Doctor. Besides, you have enough with your medical kit. So why did you bring that along? Nobody ever gets sick over here. Even if they did, old Doc Sims would probably shoot you if you invaded his territory.
Doc Sims? Oh, that's the mayor, eh?
And doctor and coroner. Got a sign out over his gate.
Hello. We don't seem to be the only pebbles on the beach. Villagers?
Don't seem to recognize them.
Probably a couple from the resort.
No. The resort's closed a week ago. Last of the vacation crowd cleared out then. Huh. Girl and a boy.
Yes, they caught sight of us.
Seems to want to join us.
Unless the moonlight's awfully deceptive. That's a mighty pretty girl, Captain.
Yes, isn't she?
Why, she's just a child.
Hey! What are you two doing out here on the beach this time of night?
Queer. Act as though they didn't know whether to answer or run away.
I smell trouble. Come on.
Always the detective.
Hey, just a minute, you two. Why don't you answer when you... Uh-oh. Say, Johnny, supposing you point that gun somewhere else.
Please, Andres.
Do you think this time I miss again, maybe?
Andres, don't. These people are different.
I don't know whether you'll miss or not, but I'll tell you this much. I'm covering your heart. One crazy move out of you, and you'll never have the opportunity to miss again.
If you think maybe you can frighten Andres Ruiz away from this place...
Oh, nothing could have been further from our thoughts.
Well, then why you sneak behind us, in front of us, all around us, huh?
Oh, did we?
Someone did. When we saw you in the moonlight.
Somebody's been trailing you?
Well, something, yes. Andres shot at it twice, but...
Missed, huh?
Or else.
Yes?
There isn't anything that bullets can't hurt, is there?
Oh, who are you anyway? It seems to me you're pretty much of a youngster to be prowling about this lonesome place at night.
Sure thing maybe I'm not good protection for my cousin.
I'm Carmel Ruiz. Andres is taking me to my uncle at Holman.
Uncle? What's his name?
Mr. Andrew Walters.
Walters? Is that old codger your uncle?
What's the matter with him, I'd like to know?
Say, I know you, Ruiz. You're the boy who arrived at Walters' place last week, aren't you?
See, that is correct.
Kept pretty much to yourself, haven't you? Never down in the village?
I have no business in the village.
You say, Carmel, that Ruiz is your cousin and he's taking you to Walters. Is Mr. Walters also his uncle?
Of course. You see, I haven't any people. I've been in a convent in the south.
Well, it's funny. You're cousins, and yet one of you speaks good English and the other talks with a distinct accent.
Is it not possible that one branch of the family should live in Mexico and the other branch live in California?
I suppose so. Why the sudden family reunion?
Well, Uncle Andrew's getting old. Andres and I are both all alone in the world, so he asked us to come and live with him. He's lonesome and he needs someone to look after him.
You came by train?
Yes, the 9 o'clock. Andres met me.
Well, as long as we're headed in the same direction, let's continue together. How about it, Captain?
Okay.
Perhaps if we know who you are, we should accept your invitation without so much misgiving.
Oh, quite right. I am Dr. Jamie Croft of San Francisco.
Oh, you're a doctor, eh?
Yes, quite. This is Captain Friday. The captain's a private investigator.
So?
Yeah. Bother you?
No, it does not bother me.
Well, shall we proceed?
Where's your bag, Carmel?
Oh, it came ahead of me on the boat.
How far are we from Holman now, Captain?
About a quarter of a mile, something like that. Look here, Rui. About that fellow was following you.
See?
You saw him closely enough to take a shot at him. Must have gotten a pretty good look.
Oh, yes.
What did he look like? How was he dressed?
Tall. Tall.
Did you see his face?
No. But he had on a long black robe.
Why? That's odd.
Probably a long overcoat.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Was it, Andres?
Without a doubt, it was not. It flowed out behind him.
Yeah?
And when the wind whipped it back from his body...
Andres, please. Maybe we were mistaken.
No, there is no mistake.
Come on, what happened when the wind blew the robe aside?
There was a skeleton underneath.
Oh, see here.
A skeleton underneath.
Yes, there was. I saw it 3 or 4 times. It was all white and shiny under the black robe.
Didn't you see his face?
No. He had on some kind of a big black hat.
Wonder what graveyard he escaped from.
You really think that he...
Oh, no, nonsense, child.
What happened when you shot at it?
Nothing, senor. He just flitted away behind the rocks.
And then we'd see him again. Someplace where we wouldn't be expecting him at all.
Queer business.
Imagination. Say, what about...
Look! Look there!
Where? Oh, just someone lying on the beach.
I don't know about that, Captain. Doesn't look natural to me. Sprawled.
Let's have a look. You stay here.
Supposing it's the one we saw.
Wait here with Reese.
Oh, yes. Yes, I wouldn't go near that one.
Come here, quick. Dr. Croft. Something's wrong, all right?
I thought so. Don't look natural.
Lying on his face. Help me turn him over.
Body's still warm. Over. Easy now, easy now.
Hey. It's Doc Sims.
Who?
Doc Sims. You know, mayor, judge, coroner.
Well, Captain, Holman is going to have a new mayor.
Dead, huh?
Quite.
Murder?
Well, offhand, I would say it's a natural death.
Yeah? Well, this is going to be a 7-day sensation. It's the first death in Holman in 20 years.
Too bad.
Well, we've got a job. I'll hunt around and get a couple of sticks. We can fix up a makeshift stretcher with our coats, and we'll take him up to the morgue.
Morgue?
Sure. Holman's got a morgue. Sims here built it himself. Coroner has to have a morgue, eh?
I see.
2-story concrete building. White tile, everything. Only modern building in Holman.
The man must have been morbid.
Goofy. Here's a queer twist, too. Old Sims himself will be the first body to use it.
Irony of fate.
Captain Friday, what is it?
We'll be with you in a moment. Dr. Croft, I'll hunt up some poles for the stretcher. You send this girl on with Ruiz.
All right, Captain. I'll join you in a moment. Ruiz, you better take your cousin and go on ahead.
Oh, si, senor. The senor is dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Qué lástima.
Yes. You go on ahead now, and Captain Friday and I will arrange to see you in the morning.
Oh, please come. It isn't far, is it, Andres?
See, it is not far, senor. Nothing is far apart in the village.
Good. Now, don't frighten yourselves. Everything will look much happier in tomorrow's sunshine. Good night.
I'm sure it will. Good night.
Good night, senor.
And so it begins.
Hi, Dr. Croft. Are you coming?
Coming, Captain. You find your poles? A couple of lengths of driftwood. That'll do. Slip your coat off and run a stick through each sleeve. See? The way I'm doing.
That's ingenious.
Yeah, I guess that'll do. All right, let's lift him on. Over a little. I've got him. All right, down. I'll take the pole at the head. You take the feet.
Quite an efficient stretcher, Captain.
Yeah, good thing we haven't much further to go. Poles are none too strong. All right, up with him.
He's not a heavy man, is he? By the way, Captain, is Holman proper right on the waterfront?
Yeah, most of the houses front right on the beach. The one street runs back up the hill at right angles to the beach and a few scattered houses back on the hill.
This is a pitiful business. Having to break the news to the relatives?
Not in this case. No relatives to notify.
Oh, really? He lives alone, eh?
Yep. Neighbor woman did his housework, cooked his meals at her place, and carried them over on a tray. Straightened up the place once a week.
Recluse?
Yeah, mighty near. Want to rest?
No. Doing very nicely.
Yeah. Doc Sims didn't like folks much.
Any enemies?
Just old Andy Walters.
The uncle of Carmel and Ruiz?
Mm-hmm. Same fellow. Nobody likes him, though. Mean old skinflint.
Just a general dislike between them?
No, something deeper. They hated each other like poison. Some kind of feud. There's a light in Walters' place up ahead right now.
What was this trouble between Sims and Walters?
Oh, you know how it is. Two biggest frogs in this puddle. Both of them have money. Between them, they own practically all the land in this part of the country.
Rivalry, eh?
Yeah. Sims here had the edge, though. Just about ran the village. Everyone, that is, except Walters.
Is that why you ask if it were murder?
Not particularly. Being a detective, I guess I'm naturally suspicious.
I see.
We're running into Holman's main and only street. See that white building up there?
Obviously.
That's the morgue.
Aren't we liable to have the whole village tagging after us?
Hardly. Must be 10:30. Everyone's been asleep an hour.
I forgot we'd gone rural. Sidewalks and everything, eh?
Yeah, we better stick to the street, though. Boards in the walk are rotten. Liable to go through and break your neck if you don't know where to walk.
Rather harsh aspersions to cast on the administration, Captain.
Yeah? Well, he won't mind. We're carrying the administration, and he's dead.
Oh, who lives in that square box yonder ahead of us?
Oh, that's Sims' place. Come on, we'll cut through this lot. Shortest way to the morgue.
Good-looking structure. Quite modern. You say it never had a corpse in it?
Nope. Oh, by the way, we'll have to go into Sims' pockets for the key to the place.
I'll leave that activity to you.
Okay. Well, this is it. Let your end down.
There.
Here's the keys.
You know which one?
Oh, can't miss. This is the only door in town with a Yale lock on it.
Wonderful. Electric lights.
Oh, sure. There we are, all right. Now, let's go. Slab's in the back room.
Nice introduction to Holman, I must say. First place I visit is the morgue.
All right. Lower it to the floor while I open the door and snap on the lights. Little light while we...
Captain Friday, look.
Hey, a body on the slab.
I thought you said nobody ever died in Holman.
Another body on the slab.
Interesting corpse, too.
Yeah?
Yes, he's been shot through the heart.
Captain Friday brought Dr. Croft to the isolated village of Holman across the bay from San Francisco for a weekend. A quiet weekend. But first they find an hysterical girl and boy, Carmel and Andres Ruiz. Then they find a corpse on the beach. They take the body to the village morgue, and on the slab is a second body. A body with a bullet hole through its heart.
Shot through the heart. You know who he is, Captain?
Let me have a look. Yeah, sure. That's Rich Hartley's half-wit boy.
Village half-wit.
Half-wit boy shot through the heart. Now, isn't that interesting?
See here, Captain. That's murder, pure and simple.
Yeah. Are you still certain old Sims here died a natural death?
You think there's a connection?
I can't see any reason why Holman should go along deathless for 20 years.
What in blazes?
Girl screaming. She's coming this way. Come on.
What this place needs is a police department.
It's that Carmel girl. She's running down the road.
Yes, with her cousin right after her. Better get out and stop her. She's insane with fear.
I'm gonna have to shoot that Ruiz guy yet.
Not yet.
He's dead. He's dead. I can't bear it.
Stop it, Carmel. Stop crying like that.
Santa Maria. It is you, Senor Doctor. Hold that Carmel. She's go crazy.
Now, see here, Ruiz. Stop waving your arms like a madman. You'll frighten the child into hysteria.
Me? I have frightened. But, Senor, I was only saving Carmel from destroying herself in the ocean.
Yeah, we saw you chasing her, waving your arms, yelling.
If you haven't frightened her, then what has?
Oh, I forgot you do not know.
He's dead. He's dead.
Who's dead?
The Senor Walters, my uncle.
What? Walters, too?
See, it is true. With a rope about his neck in his room.
You mean hanged, Andres? What's going on in this place? Captain, is there anyone we can question?
Sim's housekeeper, old lady Parsons. The lights on in her house. That screaming and yelling's probably waking the whole neighborhood.
Good. Ruiz, take Carmel to Miss Parsons and then join us at your uncle's place.
Of a certainty.
Where's your uncle's body?
In his room.
Where's his room?
It is the second floor front. The door, it is open.
Miss Ruiz, we understand what a shock this is, but try to get hold of yourself.
Take her along, Ruiz.
Beastly. Utterly beastly.
Let's get up there, Croft. It may not be too late yet.
Set the pace. I'll follow.
This is the place. The door's open. In this way.
Second floor, he said. Running certainly not my forte.
Yeah. Here's the stairs.
Right behind you.
Right.
Careful. Darker than a coal bin.
That's better. Lights on upstairs.
He said the front room. Must be down that way.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
You got a sharp knife?
Yeah. There's a lot of Boy Scout in me.
Joe. Most unpleasant.
They're right in here. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look here, Doctor.
He's been cut down and left lying on the bed.
Say, what kind of a show's going on here anyway?
He's past our help, Captain.
Yeah. I can see that.
What do we do now?
Get him over to the morgue, I suppose. The girl Carmel won't want to come near the place as long as he's here.
Exactly. Now, this is a light cut. Now, suppose we leave the body as it is and carry the whole thing down to the morgue.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Don't touch it any more than you can help. There might be fingerprints.
Thinking of clues, eh?
That's right. It can't be a natural death, a murder, and a suicide in a town of 30 people all in one night without something being the matter.
That would be stretching coincidence, all right. Ready?
Let's go. I'm sorry about all this, Dr. Croft. I promised you a quiet weekend. If I'd had any idea that everybody in Holman was going to die tonight... Now, here, we go down these stairs.
Apology accepted. What do you make of it?
Well, if you want my idea, somebody's committing a nuisance.
That's a king-size understatement.
No! Hey!
Hold it! Hold it!
Tripped over the stairs carpet. Watch your step. It's loose and it skids.
I'm watching. So you think there's a definite connection between these three deaths?
You're darn tootin'.
Well, in that case, we'd better have a closer look at Dr. Sims.
That's our first job.
The autopsy may disclose something of vital interest.
Yeah. Easy now. Cot will slide through the door.
So far, so good. Now, down the steps.
Rickety old house. Glad to get out of it.
Look at the lights. Everybody in town seems to be awake.
That means the whole population will be out to know what it's all about. One person's business is everyone's business in a place of this size.
Naturally.
If we step along, though, we may make it to the morgue before the population gets into its pants.
I suppose it's too much to hope that they won't annoy Carmel Ruiz tonight. That child needs to be left alone.
Thing to do is to shove this body in with the rest. Lock up, and go over and get her.
Get her?
Yeah. And take her and her husband down to my shack. I have plenty of room.
Oh, yeah.
You can look after her then, and we'll lock up the busybodies out.
I quite approve, but that will involve you directly in the case.
Involve me. I'm in it up to my neck right now. So are you, whether you realize it or not.
You're keen to get to the bottom of it, hmm?
Wouldn't miss it.
Well, as a matter of fact, so am I. No end. Now what?
You know, they've been trying to elect me constable of Holman ever since I came over here. I've been putting them off. Now I think I'll accept the nomination.
Well, it would give you an official standing.
That's the idea. Give me a chance to go after the guilty guy right. Well, here we are back again. Oh, I shouldn't have left the door open.
Hardly matters, I suppose.
Probably not. Right inside.
I saw a shelf of fresh sheets. Yes, there they are.
We'll cover up all three and call it a night. Hello, Doctor. Look here. Somebody's been visiting our morgue.
My word.
Must have gone through Doc Sims' pockets. They've turned him on his face.
Most peculiar. He's lying crumpled up just as we found him on the sand.
Doctor, I don't mind telling you this sort of thing gives me the shivers.
Shall we turn him back?
Why bother? I'll cover him up and... Say, what do you suppose he had in his pockets anyone would want?
Money?
Nobody carries money over here. Haven't any place to spend it.
Keys, then?
That's it. Keys. Well, they didn't get him. Good thing I took him off him.
Gives Sims' death a decided flavor of murder, doesn't it?
Doesn't add up. Doc Sims and the Hartley boy dead. Walter's a suicide.
Captain, if someone wanted to rifle Sims' pockets, why didn't they do it out on the beach where we picked him up?
Maybe we arrived on the scene too soon.
That's an idea.
There. Well, that's the best we can do for them tonight. Come on, I'll lock up and go over to old lady Parsons.
Grisly atmosphere, this morgue. Imagine erecting one in your backyard.
Go ahead, Doctor, I'll lock up.
Good.
Yeah, that's that. Doctor, I had a funny feeling when I saw Sims just now. Change in position. Can't get it off my mind. Oh, old lady Parsons' house is this way.
It might have been the final relaxing of certain muscles.
You're sure he's dead, all right?
Oh, as dead as anyone will ever be. I say, Captain, don't dwell on the thought. It's bad enough as it is.
3 deaths in one night is bad enough, all right. But when one of the bodies is moved, and another moves itself...
What in the world are you talking about, Captain?
As far as I'm concerned, that moving of Sims' body is the most important thing that's happened. You know, Doctor, if somebody stepped out in front of me and said, boo now, I'd go higher than a kite.
Nerves, my dear fellow, all nerves.
Yeah. Oh, here's the place. Ruiz, I thought I told you to meet us over at your uncle's house.
Oh, but it was not possible. My cousin Carmel, she was so much afraid.
Where is she now?
Upstairs.
Has she been put to bed?
How is it possible? 5 or 6 women are with her.
Scandal mongers at work already.
Oh, bad. Andres, shall I go up and see what I can do, Captain?
Okay, go ahead. If you need any help, call out.
I think I can take care of things.
But where can you take her?
I'm taking you and your cousin over to my place for the night. Dr. Croft will be able to look after her then.
Oh, thank you, senor. It is a great worry off my shoulders.
Yeah. Say, Ruiz, have you been outside?
I do not understand.
Outside, over to the morgue, for instance.
But I assure you, senor...
I don't want to be assured. Have you or haven't you?
But I tell you...
That's the girl. Now, you just lean on me.
Oh, they're coming down.
We'll have you in a place where you can sleep in a jiffy.
Got her, huh, Doctor?
Oh, please.
Easy. Now, Ruiz, supposing you support her from the other side.
I'm all right.
Of course. Now then, we're ready.
If only we didn't have to go by the morgue.
Well, now, supposing you just close your eyes. We'll guide you, and you'll never know when we're passing it.
It's only a couple of blocks to my place.
Oh, this is most distressing. Death all around us. Look! El Diablo!
In heaven's name, Captain, what's that?
The sheet. He's wearing the sheet around him.
Did you see his face, Captain? Did you see it?
Yes, Croft. That's our dead man, Doc Sims, going down the road ahead of us.
Old Doc Sims has risen from his cold marble slab in the morgue to walk the streets of Holman. Then dead men do prowl. Or do they? The second episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled The Prowler at Work, will come to you next week at the same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The village of Holman, isolated little beach resort on the Marin County coast, 2 miles from the nearest railway and 5 miles from the only road, has for transportation facilities only commercial tugs and private sailboats, which ply between San Francisco and its one rickety pier at varied intervals. There are perhaps 30 permanent residents in Holman. This late in the season, all the summer residents are gone, and the resort hotel is closed. And to this out-of-the-way nook, Captain Bart Friday has brought Dr. Jamie Croft for a quiet weekend. But it was anything but quiet. Let Captain Friday tell it.
Well, first, we found Carmel and Andres Ruiz, cousins, on the beach, frightened by what they called a skeleton parading in a long cloak. Carmel and Andres are niece and nephew of Andrew Walters, one of the 2 rich men of Holman. Next, we found the body of old Doc Sims on the beach. Sims was the village's other rich man. Apparently, he died of natural causes. Doc Sims, among other things, was coroner of Holman, and at his own expense had erected a tiny modern morgue. To date, the morgue had never had a victim. But on carrying Sims to the concrete structure, we discovered on the slab the body of the village half-wit, murdered. But that wasn't all.
No, that wasn't all. In fact, it was just the beginning. For on top of everything else, Carmel and Andres found the body of their uncle, Andrew Walters, hanging in his room. 3 deaths in one night, and Holman hadn't had a death for 20 years. And then to add a dash of macabre to the mystery, who should Captain Friday and Dr. Croft see walking in the moonlight ahead of them but one of the bodies they had just locked in the morgue? At the moment, Dr. Croft and Carmel Ruiz are at Captain Friday's cottage.
Now, Mr. Ruiz, sit down on this little footstool, right up close to the fire. You must get over this fit of shivering, you know.
I'm so cold, Dr. Croft. If maybe I had something hot to drink.
That's a splendid idea. Now, you sit here close by the fire with this blanket around you, and I'll rummage about in the kitchen and see if I can't make some coffee.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Now, Miss Ruiz.
Please, won't you call me Carmel? Miss Ruiz makes me feel so lonesome.
You look like a very small infant huddled up in that blanket.
I'm 18.
Oh, quite. Now then, I'm going to see about that coffee.
Dr. Croft? Dr. Croft?
Hello? What's up?
Dr. Croft, how could a dead body be walking down the road?
Now, see here. Didn't I tell you you weren't to think anything more about that?
I can't think of anything else.
Now, here. Let me take your hands. Ice cold. Now, this will never do. The coffee's on. Supposing I sit down here beside you and hold these cold hands. Oh, in a very professional manner. And then we'll talk.
That was the worst of all. Dead man walking around. Everything else was bad enough. The skeleton that followed us on the beach. My uncle hanging. Oh, why doesn't Andres and the captain come back?
They'll be here presently.
I don't think they should have followed the Dr. Sims.
Tell me, Carmel. Tell me something about yourself, your childhood.
There isn't very much.
Oh, there must be a great many things.
Mostly I've been with other girls in the convent. I was very little when I went there. Hardly 6.
You've been under the care of the convent since you were 6?
That was when Mother died. I don't remember Father at all.
But you've had some very happy years, it would seem to me.
Oh, yes, they were so good to me. But I did want someone of my very own. Family, the same as other girls.
Quite naturally.
And so when Uncle Andrew sent for me... You see, I didn't even know I had an uncle until he sent for me.
Queer business.
Oh, but I was happy. I came just as quickly as I could. Then when I got off the train on this side of the bay, there was Andres.
And you discovered that you had not only an uncle, but likewise a cousin, eh?
A real family. Then it all started. All these terrible things.
Now, see here, you're not going to tremble anymore. See how warm your hands are getting.
Oh.
Hello? Here comes Captain Friday and your cousin.
Hello, Doctor.
Here we are.
Oh, please, Carmel, is everything all right? You see, it was necessary I go with Captain Friday, or I would not have gone.
Did you catch him?
Aye, we have found nothing. Almost we have come to the conclusion that we have made mistake.
Well, make yourself comfortable, Andres.
I'm making coffee out in the kitchen. Now, if you'll come along and show me where you keep things, Captain.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Any luck at all, Captain Friday?
No, not much. Nothing about this thing makes sense. It's beginning to give me the jitters.
Fancy that.
Well, fancy all you like, but that was Doc Sims that went down the road ahead of us.
But Doc Sims is dead. We placed his body in the morgue.
Yes, I know that.
Oh, how can you be certain? Did you catch him?
No. But we went back to the morgue and had another look.
I see.
Yeah. I didn't care about that either.
My word. Don't tell me that the great detective Captain Friday has nerves.
Oh. We went back and had a look in the morgue. Doc Sims' body was gone.
But does that necessarily mean that the body got up and walked off?
Well, what else does it mean? We saw it leaving.
Still, you might consider the theory that someone hid the body and then dressed to look like Sims.
But I saw his face. And I know Doc Sims' face when I see it.
Well, what do you think?
That the coffee's done. And if you get more cups and spoons, we'll give our guests a hot drink and put them to bed.
That was a good idea, bringing Carmel and Andres here.
Yeah. Now, somehow I've got a notion they're going to play a pretty important part in this thing before it's finished.
Ah? You think it isn't finished?
Oh, not by a jugful. Rich Hartley's half-wit son shot to death. Andy Walters hanged. Doc Sims starts walking around after dropping dead. I'll say it's not the end.
Doc Sims' body is the only one that has moved?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Captain, what about informing Mr. Hartley about his son's death?
I've had enough tonight. The morning will do just as well. Grab the coffee pot, Doctor. Let's go back to the front room.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to minimize everything before Carmel?
Yeah. Yes, too bad about her. Attractive youngster.
She's 18.
Yeah? She doesn't look it.
You can't always tell, Captain. You can't always tell.
Coffee served.
Come now, Carmel. You'll have a cup. And then we're going to tuck you into bed and see that you get a good night's rest.
Oh, please. I don't think I could sleep.
Of course you will. I guarantee it. Snug as a mess of puppies.
And just to make sure, I'm going to give you the bedroom that hangs out over the beach. When the tide's in, the water laps right up under your windowsill. That'll rock you to sleep.
It might help.
But, Senor Captain, supposing it should lap over the windowsill.
Well, never has so far, fella.
But is it not possible?
Perhaps, Carmel, to satisfy your cousin Andres, you should wear a bathing suit to bed in place of pajamas.
Oh, you're all so friendly. Would have been wonderful to know you all if
Well, for me, I think it is wonderful to find so good friends in this trouble.
Yeah, we'll pull you out of it, okay? You just forget about it and let us do the worrying.
No, it is my burden, and I shall not forget my part of it. Still, it is very good to know that one has friends. You know, these people in Holman, they have not been very friendly. I do not know why. Perhaps because they do not speak English very well.
Yeah, Morse backs. Don't like anything that's different.
Well, 3 deaths in one night aren't going to set very well with them either, I'm afraid.
I'll say it won't. They'll be buzzing like a hatful of bees by morning. Coffee make you feel better, Carmel?
Queer. I do feel like sleeping.
Sleepy, eh? Captain, where is this room?
Clear at the back. Right down to the end of the hall. And I'll show you.
Ready, Carmel?
Well, all right. Good night, Andres.
You wait here, Andres. We'll get your cousin settled and be right back.
See, I will wait. Good night, Carmel.
We brought all your personal effects from your uncle's. You'll find them in the room.
You're all so good.
This it, Captain?
Yeah, that's right. Here you are, Miss Ruiz.
Please don't call me Miss Ruiz. I prefer Carmel.
All right. Carmel it is.
And I think the room's beautiful.
Hey, look. Come into the window. See how close the ocean is? Looks friendly, doesn't it? Hello? What's that?
What is it, Captain?
Tugboats pulling into the wharf. You can see the searchlight.
Is that unusual?
Yeah. Never heard of it before. Not at 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, probably some citizen of Holman anxious to get back home from San Francisco tonight.
No. Holman residents don't go to the city.
Perhaps a delivery boat with supplies for the store.
This time of night?
Oh, well, we're keeping Carmel up. When you're ready, knock on the door and crawl into bed. Then I'll come in and give you something to make you sleep. Don't want you tossing and fretting.
Thank you, Dr. Croft.
Good night, Carmel.
Good night, Captain.
Now, Doctor, I have a notion to go down to the wharf.
Everything seems to be taking on a sinister hue for you tonight.
Yeah. Why shouldn't it?
Oh, what is it now? Something else?
Nothing at all, Andres. The captain saw a tugboat landing down at the wharf, and he's just wondering about it.
There are too many coincidences taking place tonight.
Hardly call them coincidences, Captain. I never saw a more unrelated set of circumstances.
Of course they're related.
Really? Well, I can't see it myself. Now, what relation is there between Doc Sims falling dead on the beach and Andrew Waters hanging himself in his home?
The 2 rich men of Holman dead on the same night. That's enough for me.
But what's the relationship between them and the village half-wit we found in the morgue shot through the heart?
The mere fact that there hasn't been a death in Holman for 20 years, and then suddenly there are 3 deaths. It smells like plenty of trouble.
Yes, I suppose it does. But where does the skeleton in the moonlight, seen by Andres here in Carmel, enter the picture? And what has all this to do with Dr. Sims' body wandering about after we've definitely locked him up in the morgue?
Not so fast, Doctor. Let's take them one at a time.
Dr. Croft.
Carmel is calling.
All right, you may come in, Dr. Croft.
You'll excuse me, please. I just put a drop of sedative in the child's coffee, but I want to give her one more tablet to be certain she sleeps.
Okay, go right ahead, Doctor. Andres, tell me something about your uncle. How was he acting before you left the house tonight?
My, what a nice lot of hair. Didn't let you cut it in the convent, I see.
No, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to open this window. The salt air will make you sleep like a top. The sound of the waves will lull you. Seems to be stuck. There it is. There. Doesn't that sound good?
Oh, yes.
Now then, sit up and take this tablet. And here's a glass of water. Just enough to get the tablet down.
It's down.
Good girl. Now then, lie down. You going to be warm enough?
Oh, yes.
Well, that's all right then. I'm going to make the captain give me the room right next to you. There's a door in between. And I'll leave the transom open. Now, if you want anything, just call.
Thank you. That way I won't feel so frightened.
No, of course not. There's nothing to be frightened of, child. Good night now. I'll snap out the light as I leave.
Good night.
Well, that seems to settle that pretty well.
I assure you, Captain Friday, it is everything I know about my uncle.
Yeah? I'd say there were a lot of things you haven't found out yet. Oh. Got your patient settled, Doctor?
Yes. Carmel will sleep.
Seems to me I promised you a restful weekend. I intended having you lie down all day Saturday and Sunday just listening to the ocean. Wait. What was that?
Oh, I say, Captain, you do have the jumps.
Didn't you hear it? Something on the porch.
Could it be the walking body?
Oh, come now.
There. There. Didn't you hear it?
Rather. What do you suppose?
Quiet.
Well, if it's old Doc Sims' body, it hasn't forgot its manners.
Manners?
Yes, open the door and let the corpse walk in.
In the weekend cottage of Captain Friday in the isolated village of Holman, the girl Carmel has been given a sedative and put to bed by Dr. Croft. The three men, Croft, Captain Friday, and the girl's cousin, Andres Ruiz, were discussing the three deaths of the evening when there came a knock on the door. A midnight visitor.
Is it Dr. Sims' body?
Has the decency to rap before entering anyway.
I will hold my gun on the door.
Oh, nonsense.
Just the same, keep it handy, Andres.
For certainty.
Shall I do the honors, Captain?
I'll answer it. You keep back out of the way. Well?
Oh, please. Have you a room where we could stay tonight?
A room? Well, this isn't a hotel.
I told you how it would be. Come on, Gale.
Oh, I say, Captain, how about having them in for a few moments anyway?
What's going on here tonight anyway? Okay, come on in. Follow the doctor into the front room.
Of course, if we're not wanted.
Oh, it's okay. Come on in. Oh, drop your bags there in the corner.
Right in here. Well, where did you two drop from? Both of you look badly done up.
We are. But may I introduce myself? I'm Gail Stanley, and this is my brother Martin.
Delighted. And I am Dr. Jamie Croft, and this is Captain Bart Friday, who's your host. And here is Mr. Andres Ruiz, the guest.
How do you do?
Where did you two say you came from?
From the south.
You see, when we heard that our uncle had died here in Holman...
What's that?
Well, he did die, didn't he?
Who?
Well, our uncle. Isn't Dr. Sims dead?
Well, my dear child, but who sent you word that Dr. Sims was dead?
Well, it was just signed a friend.
When did you get it?
The messenger boy got me out of bed at 3 o'clock this morning. Said Dr. Sims had died suddenly and we should come immediately.
Funny you should get the message this morning when he didn't die until sometime this evening.
What? Oh, how horrible.
Got the telegram with you?
You have, haven't you, Martin?
Yes, of course. Just a minute. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it's authentic, all right. You two came over on that tug we saw a few minutes ago, I suppose.
Why, yes. We came just as fast as we could. You see, the message said for us to hurry.
Uh-huh.
We thought there'd be a hotel, someplace we could stay tonight, but there wasn't a single light in the whole town except in this house.
Yes, that's the reason we came here.
And quite properly, too. Well, how about it, Captain? You enough beds?
I suppose so. There are 2 bedrooms with twin beds and the lounge in Carmel's room.
Just a minute. I want to get this straight. Dr. Sims is dead, isn't he?
Well, what's wrong? He is, isn't he?
Say, Gail, there's something queer here.
You don't know the half of it, brother.
Well, why don't you tell us? Is he dead or isn't he?
Yes. Yes, he's dead, all right.
Well, then?
Yes, he's dead. But he doesn't seem to know it.
What do you mean?
Now, see here. I think the best thing to do is for us all to get a good night's rest and then tomorrow thrash this whole business out.
But if there's something we should know about...
Nothing that won't keep until the morning. Now then, Captain Friday permitting, I'm going to assign sleeping quarters.
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Then I suggest that Miss Stanley take the couch in Carmel's room.
Oh, I wouldn't disturb
Oh,
anyone.
no, you won't disturb anyone. The girl who's a cousin to Mr. Ruiz here is already asleep. Now then, I'll take the next room so that I'll be close by in case Carmel grows restless.
Is she ill?
No, but she's had a most distressing evening. Andres, supposing you occupy the second bed in my room.
With pleasure.
That will put you, Mr. Stanley, with Captain Friday in the bedroom on the other side of the hall.
If it isn't an imposition.
Huh? How about it, Captain?
As good as any. I'll get extra bedding for the couch.
Well, please, if you'll just give me the bedding, I'll make it up.
Okay, Miss Stanley. I'll leave everything just outside the door.
Please, I too have had a hard day. You would excuse me if I should retire?
Run along, Andres.
Please then, good night.
Good night. Second door to the right, you know. Now, how about you, Mr. Stanley?
I'm dog-tired, all right, but I would like to know something about this business of my uncle.
Please, Mr. Stanley, in the morning.
Right. Where's the room I'm to share with Captain Friday?
Right down the hallway, son. I'll show you the room. I'll be right back, Miss Stanley.
Night, sis. Queer business all around, all this bother.
No bother in the least. Right in here. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, here you are, Captain. You have Miss Stanley in tow, I see.
Oh, we're making so much trouble.
Oh, forget it. Wait until you see the sort of hotcakes I turn out for breakfast. Now then, here's plenty of covers.
Oh, yes, plenty.
Well, I guess that's everything.
Will the light bother the other girl?
Oh, not in the least. She won't awaken.
Then good night.
If you need anything, just call out.
Well, I'm certain I won't.
Good night.
Oh, it'll be good to get out of these clothes. One slipper. And 2 slippers. Oh, dear, another runner. Quaint old-fashioned room. Perfectly darling. Just imagine sleeping on the edge of the ocean.
Hello. Who are you?
Oh, I've wakened you. I'm sorry.
No, I've been awake.
Really? I'm afraid you're just being kind.
You're a friend of Captain Friday.
No, we're total strangers. I'm Gail Stanley. Captain Friday was good enough to put Martin and me up for the night.
Martin?
Yes, he's my little brother.
Little.
Well, he's 22.
Oh. I'm Carmel Ruiz.
You're sleepy, child. I'll turn out the light.
Oh, no, you're not finished undressing.
Well, I can easily finish in the dark.
I'm glad you're here. I mean, sleeping in here with me.
But that's awfully generous.
Not really. I feel a lot safer now.
Safer? Well, what's there to be afraid of?
Then you don't know?
There, you're getting yourself wide awake. I'm going to turn out the light and crawl in. I need sleep terribly.
Honey, I feel awfully drowsy in spite of everything.
There. Oh, my, but a bed feels good. Imagine going to sleep to the sound of waves.
Isn't very dark, is it? With the moon coming in.
It's simply enchanting. What? That's strange.
What?
That shadow. Didn't you see it cross the room?
What? Why, no.
Huh. Queer. I guess it was my imagination. Well, good night.
Good night, Gail.
I can just feel myself unwind. Uh-oh. Huh. Who's there?
What is it?
Shh. There's someone at the window.
Oh, please. Call Captain Friday. Don't let it get in.
Be quiet. Wait.
We mustn't. We mustn't, I tell you.
Listen.
There. Don't you hear it? Don't you?
Yes, of course. What is it? It sounds like bones rattling.
That's what it is. Bones rattling. It's a skeleton. It's after me. It's after me.
Skeleton? Oh, that's silly. It's probably the wind blowing the shutters. Of course there's some explanation.
Oh, no.
Carmel, you're just nervous. Look, supposing I come and get in bed with you. Would that help?
But you said yourself there was someone.
Well, I shouldn't have. It was just that I heard the noise, and I was startled for a minute.
Well, would you come and sleep with me?
Of course. That big bed looks absolutely luxurious.
I feel kind of lost in it. So big.
Our grandmother slept in beds like this. Oh, marvelous. Old-fashioned feather bed.
You don't think it was the skeleton?
Say, what in the world are you talking about, Carmel? What skeleton?
The one that followed Andres and me on the beach tonight.
Why, I never heard of such a thing.
I never did either until I came to Holman. But it did.
You mean just a bare skeleton?
No, it was wearing a cloak. A long black cloak. It had a huge black hat pulled down over its face.
But if it was covered, well, how do you know it
Because the wind blew the cloak back and there it was.
And you think it's come here now?
It's what I thought.
Do these people, I mean Captain Friday and Dr. Croft, know about it?
Yes.
What did they say?
They didn't say anything. But I know they think we were mistaken.
Oh, of course you were. Skeletons don't walk around. You're old enough to know that. Hush. Listen.
It isn't a shudder at all. You can tell it is.
Well, if it's a skeleton, he's certainly giving himself a good shaking.
Miss Stanley, get back in bed. What are you going to do?
I'm going to see what's outside the window.
Please. Please don't go near the window. Please.
Nonsense.
You mustn't. 3 people have already been murdered and...
What did you say?
It's true. Please keep away from the window.
Did you say 3 persons were murdered?
I don't know. But they've died. There it is again.
You stay in bed. I'm going to have a look.
Please. Please.
I'll only be a minute.
Come back. Please come back.
Oh, no! Let go of her throat! Captain Friday! Andres! He's dragging her out of the window! He's dragging her out of the window!
So already the new arrivals, Gale and Martin Stanley, have been dragged into the evil which is afoot in Holman. 3 dead. Andrew Walters, rich man, hanged. Doc Sims, mayor, coroner, and second rich man, dead of natural causes. And third, the half-wit boy, shot through the heart. One of the bodies on the prowl, and the skeleton of still another, keeping a close and menacing guard over Captain Friday's cottage. Listen next week to Chapter 3 of Dead Men Prowl, which is entitled The Dead Do Walk at Night. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Three men have been killed in the tiny isolated village of Holman, across the bay from San Francisco. 3 killed and a corpse on the prowl. The corpse of one of the dead men. For at least 2 people have seen Doc Sims prowling about the street after his body was carried to the morgue. Dr. Jamie Croft had gone to Holman as a weekend guest of Captain Friday. On the beach, they had found Holman's mayor coroner, Doc Sims, dead. At the morgue, they found the village half-wit, Rich Hartley, on the marble slab, shot through the heart. And finally, Andres and Carmel Ruiz, cousins, had found their uncle, Andrew Walters, hanged in his home. Doc Sims and Walters were the 2 rich men of Holman. Captain Friday, you take up the story here.
Holman had not had a death for 20 years, and 3 sudden deaths roused my interest. With Dr. Croft, I took Andres and Carmel to my beach cottage. In the middle of the night, a launch docked at the village, and 2 more people entered the picture. They were Gale Stanley and her brother, Martin, niece and nephew of Doc Sims. They'd been called from their home in Santa Barbara by a telegram announcing Doc Sims' death. But the telegram had been sent while Sims was still alive.
There were 3 bedrooms in Captain Friday's cottage. The 2 girls were put in one, and suddenly, under their open window, came the strange, terrifying rattling of bones. Carmel thought it was the skeleton. Against the younger girl's warning, Gale Stanley went to the window.
Please, Oh, please don't go near the window. Please.
But Gail refused to heed Carmel. She leaned out.
Let go of her throat. Andres! Captain Friday! He's pulling her out of the window.
Carmel, my cousin, have you gone mad?
Oh, Andres, the skeleton's got him. It came to my window.
Son of perdition, where is everyone?
I don't know. Outside the window.
Oh, Mike, who was that screaming?
Dr. Croft. Captain Friday, the skeleton's got Gail.
Got Gail Stanley?
It dragged her out of the window. Had her by the neck.
My word.
Come with me, Doctor. You got a gun?
I'll get along very nicely.
Andres, watch after your cousin.
Si, senor.
Here we are. Gail Stanley's gone, all right.
Pulled her out of the window. Captain, let's go through the window. He or it can't get very far carrying a 110-pound girl.
Yeah. The moon's still good. Should be able to follow. Easy now.
I'm down, Captain. Come on.
Stand to one side. There. You see anything, Dr. Croft?
Not a soul in sight.
Be careful where you step, Doctor. There'll be footprints.
Right.
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, here they are.
Which way?
Seem to lead around the house and up on the grass, out of the sand.
I see. You have a match, Captain?
Yeah, better than that. A flashlight.
Right. You notice anything about these footprints, Captain?
I'll be a son of a gun. Nobody carrying a girl in his arms would make that sort of a track.
Not likely. But what did he do with her?
Might have dumped her in the ocean.
Well, in that case, the tracks would lead to the edge of the surf.
Well, let's have a look. He could have strangled her and thrown her in.
And that would be the end of Gail Stanley. And the tide's right, too, to carry her out to sea.
No tracks going down to the ocean.
Just a minute, Captain.
Girl kidnapped from my own house and murdered. A fine reputation I'll have.
Captain Friday. Here, right under the window. Get down and dig sand like you've never dug before.
You go nuts.
Captain, if you value a human life...
What's that? You mean the girl's buried here?
Oh, faster, man, faster. She can't be very, very deep.
Yeah. Couldn't have had much time.
Diabolical. Here she is. I've uncovered her feet.
Well, keep at it.
Her head's where you're digging.
Yeah. Give me a hand.
Ghastly. Oh, the poor child.
Don't stop to sympathize. Get the sand off her body.
Righto.
Is she dead?
Well, I don't know yet. There. I think we can pull her out.
Yeah.
Easy. Careful now. Careful. There. Now, lay her down. I want to see about her heart.
What's the verdict?
Oh, splendid. Her heart's still beating strong. Her respiration's weak.
Buried her alive. Of all the terror.
Now, I'm going to give her a few artificial respiration measures to force the air out of her lungs. Watch closely how I do it, so that you can believe me if it takes longer than I think. Now, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. See, Captain Friday? Press, release. Press, release. Forces the air out. The lungs automatically refill with fresh air. It's a crude first aid method, but it's working.
Lucky we found her when we did.
Another 10 minutes, it would have been too late. Wet sand packed around her face.
That's one up for you, Doctor. I can't figure out yet how you knew she was buried there.
The fact that the man didn't carry her away was the first tip. And I noticed that wet, pyramid-like stain against the side of the house. Evidently, this amateur gravedigger threw the sand against the house.
Yeah, I missed it altogether. Fine detective I turned out to be. Well, what next?
Then I noticed the sand had been disturbed. We can be thankful the sand was wet.
That's smart work, Doctor. I gotta hand it to you. How's the girl?
Doing well. It's going to be all right.
Look here, have you got my sister out there?
Is that you, Stanley?
Yes.
Where are you?
Leaning out of the window right above you. Is that Gail?
Yeah, what about it?
What's the matter with her? What are you doing to her?
Supposing you climb out the window and find out.
No. You can do better than that. Go and tell Carmel and Andres to put a pot of coffee on. She'll need something hot.
But see here, what's the matter?
Do as you're told, fella.
But first, toss a blanket out of the window. We're bringing her in now.
Here, Stanley, we want a blanket.
I heard.
And do what you're told, and hurry.
Well, you don't need to snap my head off.
She's breathing regularly now. It's going to be all right.
Here's the blanket. Catch.
All right. Now go tell Carmel and Andres.
Hadn't I better help?
Say, listen here, Stanley.
Oh, all right. Kind of a dump this is.
Spread the blanket out and help me lift the girl onto it.
Okay. How's that?
Good. Take her legs. Now, there's plenty of hot water, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, we'll want to get hot backs on her. She's thoroughly chilled, poor child. There. That'll do. Now, can we carry her together?
I can carry her alone. Up with it. We'll go around and come in the front door.
Oh, have it your own way. I'll go ahead with the flash.
Okay, you lead the way. Yeah, that poor kid. Well, keep away from those footprints, Doctor. I want to give him a closer look in the morning.
Good idea, Captain. Look here. I think we'd better reassign rooms for the rest of the night. Neither of the girls will be willing to go back to their room.
Oh, don't blame them.
Well, naturally. Supposing, then, you and I take the girls' room. We'll let Andres and young Stanley get along as best they can, and we'll put Carmel and Gail in my room. The windows are high and small. No one likely to get in them unnoticed. We can lock the door into the hallway, and the door opening between the two bedrooms will be an added protection for them in case of emergency.
Oh, that's okay.
Can you get in the door with her?
Yeah. Get in sideways.
All right. Easy. There you are. Good. They've got the fire built up. Here. Lay her on the lounge.
There. Yeah, everyone must be out in the kitchen. Andres! Carmel!
Captain Friday! Come here, quick!
Oh, what now? Stay with the girl, Doctor.
All right.
I'll kill you!
Here. What's going on?
Captain, make them stop fighting! Make them stop!
Stop fighting. Here, you two. What's this about?
El Diablo, I will kill this person.
Oh, you will you? Well, that black eye is just a taste.
Now, take it easy, Stanley.
As if we didn't have enough trouble without
What's the reason for all this rumpus?
There is reason plenty.
It's me.
Oh, you, huh?
Please, Captain Friday, it's not funny.
But see here, Carmel. Male attention is meat and drink to most girls.
See, but Captain, this Stanley person insult my cousin.
Insult, huh? What are you up to, Stanley?
Is it an insult to admire a girl?
But with the look you give her.
Hands off, Stanley. You're admiring from a distance. Matter of fact, you might be showing a little more concern about your sister.
You said she was all right.
Go on in the front room. I'll bring the hot water. Dr. Croft is with your sister.
Please, Captain Friday, may I wait for you?
Well, if you like. Now, you two go on in and give the doctor a hand.
Okay, have it your own way.
Please, Captain Friday.
Well?
What did you mean about men being meat and drink to most girls?
Out of the convent and into the fire.
What?
See here, Carmel. You've got to expect a certain amount of attention. You've been shut off from the world. Now you're out in it. One of these days you'll want to marry, won't you?
Why, yes.
Of course. Well, you've got to have men around you. Otherwise, how are you to know which man you'll want to marry?
Oh.
Yeah. And if you're a wise child, you'll be amused by the attention. You'll be very diplomatic. Appease all of them. Keep the friendship of all of them until you discover which is the one you want.
But how does the girl tell which one she wants?
Don't worry, you'll know. It's automatic. But take my advice and see if you can't keep those two young Romeos from each other's throats. Try it. I've got a hunch you have a knack for diplomacy.
Well, I'll try.
Now let's go into the other room. Mind now. Run into any trouble, you come to me.
Hi, Stanley. Call Captain Friday. Your sister's coming too.
Oh, coming too, huh? All right, Doctor, we'll take care of her.
It took you a long time to get that hot water, Captain.
Had to settle an international dispute.
See here. Miss Stanley's pajamas are wet from the sand. She must have something dry. Carmel, get some fresh pajamas out of her bag. Oh, Andres.
Si.
You go along with her. Hurry now.
Assuredly. Come, my cousin.
Captain, will you wring out a cloth in this hot water, please? Bathe her face and arms. The pulse is good. And respiration's normal.
She going to be okay, Doctor?
Oh, no doubt about it. You see how the color's coming into her face? It's better if we can get her into dry things before she comes to.
We found another pair of pajamas and a bathrobe. Will they do?
Nicely. Now then, Captain, You and the two young men clear out for a few minutes. Carmel, you stay here.
Yes, sir.
Stanley.
Oh, we're going to have Miss Stanley back with us any moment now.
Doctor, will she cry?
Cry? Oh, I don't think so. But she'll be very ill. She's had a terrible experience.
Gail never cries about anything.
She was very near the brink of death. Persons returning from so near the edge are apt to be filled with a terrible horror.
Oh, Sadie, go away.
Look the expression on her face. Oh, she is terribly afraid.
What's the matter with her, Doctor?
You said my sister'd be all right. You said she'd be all right. What's the matter with her? What have you done to her?
Easy, Stanley.
What have you done to my sister? What have you done to her?
Gail Stanley is alive, but she's a very sick young woman, choked and dragged out of her bedroom window by the skeleton and left lying on the wet sand for dead is an experience out of a nightmare. When she began to come to, her mental horror was so terrifying, she frightened her brother almost to the point of hysteria.
Something's happened to her. Gail never cries. What have you done to her?
You think something is wrong with her, eh? You know she was dragged from her bedroom window by some creature and was buried alive in the wet sand, and you stand there asking, is something wrong with her?
Is she insane? Insane?
What kind of a guy are you, Stanley?
Well, I never saw my sister act like that before.
You don't seem to understand. It is terrible to approach death, but not one half so terrible as to return to life after you have once looked on the other side.
You mean she'll know what dying's like when she comes to?
Perhaps. Don't you see all the delicate machinery of her body came almost to a standstill? It was a terrible strain on her system, getting it started again.
No, don't choke me anymore. Don't choke me anymore.
Captain Friday, can you carry her again?
Sure, Doctor. Why?
Well, bring her back to the room she's to occupy. Now, you two men, gather up all the extra blankets you can find and heat them one at a time before the fire and bring them to me.
Most assured, right away.
Carmel, see if you can't find a hot water bottle. Fill it and bring it.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Captain, bring her along.
There now. Easy there. There we are.
Say, my sister must be pretty sick.
Is that as bad as you feel?
Oh, let me alone. Look here, Andres. I'll hunt around for blankets, and you warm them and take them into the doctor. Here's one.
Very well, if you wish.
Andres,
There is a hot water bag in the bathroom. It hangs behind the door. I saw it.
do you think it's safe for me?
Come on, I'll go with you together.
No. I think she is safer alone.
Oh, you do you?
Well, I... Don't be so dramatic, Andres. Of course Mr. Stanley will look out for me. Please do come.
You want me to come?
Of course.
But, Carmel,
Please, let's hurry. Dr. Croft wants the bag right away.
How am I doing, Cousin Andres?
Here it is. I'll have to get hot water in the kitchen.
Okay.
You'd better look for more blankets, Mr. Stanley. I won't be afraid in the kitchen. Oh, please.
Don't act like that.
But you're hurting me. So tight, don't
You are pretty.
I thought you weren't a gentleman.
Say, you asked me to come along, didn't you?
Because I was afraid. You know, I could call for help.
Why don't you?
Because I'd feel sorry for what would happen to you.
Oh.
Haven't you that much consideration for me?
You're growing up in a hurry. You don't sound like the frightened baby I tried to kiss out in the kitchen less than an hour ago.
If you'll take your hands off of me. Thank you. I'll go and find more blankets.
Well, I'll be doggone. All right, you win. You're sure you're not afraid to go back alone?
Please, you'll wait here until I get down the hall?
All right. I'll watch until you're safe.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
I was just getting ready to come and look for you.
That would have been foolish, Andres.
Oh, I see you have the hot water bottle. Shall I go to the kitchen with you?
If you keep talking, I won't be afraid.
See. I've taken 2 blankets into the doctor. Miss Stanley, she stopped crying now. The doctor, he give her something. She's talking with them. Do you hear me, Carmel?
Yes. Please keep talking.
Well, the doctor is giving her medicine to make her sleep. He says these hot blankets will make her drowsy. Oh, you have it filled already, huh? Good. Well, I have another blanket ready. We will go together, eh?
I wish you would come with me, Andres.
Carmel, did this Stanley fellow, did he bother you?
Why, what a silly question.
Because if he did...
Please, don't bother your head about it.
Then he did.
Mr. Stanley was a gentleman, Andres.
Well, then it was an accident. Here, they have put Miss Stanley in here.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
And as I leaned out of the window, 2 strong hands grabbed me around the throat.
Well, didn't you see the face?
Just for a second. It sort of swam before my eyes. I was being choked and...
Anybody you ever saw before?
No, I couldn't tell. It wasn't like a normal face. It was all puffed out, almost round. And the eyes were dead.
Oh, here, Miss Stanley. Take another sip of this. It will help you to forget.
Dead eyes, bloated face. Nobody in Holman of that description.
No one answering the description of the skeleton Carmel and Andres saw either, is there?
Golly. Is there anything else you saw, Miss Stanley?
Yes. Something so awful, I can't believe I saw it.
Yeah?
There was a rope around his neck. It was tied around his neck and hanging down in front of him.
My uncle! My uncle!
Carmel, don't you dare faint.
You slapped me.
You're much better off slapped than in a faint.
Please, Carmel, you sit down. See?
No. You stand up. Walk about. Keep moving. You'll be all right in a moment.
Bloated face, dead eyes, rope around his neck. Andrew Walters was found hanged tonight. Now, look here, Doctor, that can't be true.
What can't be true?
I'll swear Walters was dead when we found him.
I know he was.
Then what's he doing walking around?
We saw Doc Sims walking around.
I must be going nuts.
And one dead man has as much right to walk around as another.
Do you know what you're talking about?
No. Do you?
I know one thing. I'm going over to the morgue right now. If Walters has been walking around...
Oh, come, Captain. You don't really believe...
Well, if Miss Stanley... Look here, Miss Stanley. Are you... Oh. Sleep.
Yes. I gave her a pretty severe sleeping potion. She'll sleep until morning.
Well, I'm going over to the morgue. You want to come along?
No, I think I'd best stay here.
It's only about a block.
No. You take Andres. Where's young Stanley?
Yeah, where's that guy? Either of you seen him?
Why, I left him gathering up blankets about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Just a minute. What's he up to?
Carmel?
Yes, sir.
Carmel, as soon as the captain is gone, I want you to get into this other bed.
Oh, but I couldn't sleep. I couldn't.
Yes. You'll sleep all right. I'll see to that.
Supposing someone should get in while we're asleep.
No one will get in. We lock all the doors, and one of the boys will be here with me. We'll keep a lookout.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you were, and maybe you weren't. Come on in here.
Don't try to manhandle me. I don't care who you are.
Here, not so loud, Stanley. Can't you see your sister sleeping?
I was in my room getting a blanket, and this fella jumped on me and began pushing me around.
Getting a blanket, huh? Didn't think I saw you stick this revolver down under the covers, did you?
That's my gun.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm telling you. What you doing with it?
Just got it out of my grip for protection.
Yeah? And why did you hide it when I came in?
A person ought to be able to protect himself without letting the whole world in on it.
Yeah?
Give it back to me.
Okay, baby. I'll be mighty careful what I did with it. Now then, Doctor, I'm going over to the morgue. Andres will go with me.
If you wish.
All right, then, Stanley. You stay here with me.
Come along, Andres. Get your hat.
Dr. Croft, you will look after my little cousin.
Oh, don't worry. She'll be safe and sound asleep when you return.
Ready, Andres?
I am coming, see. Good night, Carmen Mia.
Be careful, Andres. Be careful, please.
Oh, you must not worry for me. Good night.
All right, let's step on it. Still moonlight.
See, it does not seem possible this is the same night we first met. So much has happened.
Doesn't it that? Now, look here, Andres. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Here we can take this path across the lot. It's shorter.
See. Well, what is it you wish to ask?
You were, as far as we know, the last to see your Uncle Andrew alive.
I do not know that. I was with him just before I left to meet Carmel at the train.
That's what I mean. Andres, what frame of mind was he in when you left?
Oh, very much interested in what Carmel would be like. We talked for almost an hour, making plans.
It's not a suicidal frame of mind.
Oh, no, senor. I am sure he did not contemplate suicide. No, it was not possible.
Yet who would murder a man by hanging him? And what man would stand around and let himself be hanged?
If he were unconscious before... Captain Friday, look.
A body.
Is someone else dead?
There's only one way of finding out.
See, he is sprawled out.
It's Doc Sims' body.
El Diablo? The dead man who we see?
Still wrapped up in his sheet. Here, Andres, help me turn him on his back.
Is his heart go?
No.
But we see him walking.
Well, you can tell by looking at his face that he's dead.
Oh, this is most horrible thing.
Well, come on, there's nothing to do but take him back to the morgue.
Senor, you wish
Only
me
a couple of steps back. Yep. Grab a hold of his legs.
Oh, I do not like this.
Yeah, maybe you think I do. Grab hold. Ready?
See.
All right, let's go. We'll put him in the morgue. Here, hang on, don't let him slip.
I have not let him slip.
He moved. We'll put him in the morgue and have Doc Croft come down and give him another examination. Not much use, though. I know a dead man when I see one.
Oh, this is bad thing.
Yeah, this is the place. Lower him to the porch while I unlock the door.
See.
Well, I'll be. The door's unlocked. And I locked it sure as I'm a foot high.
Senor, you think someone else has been here?
The door didn't unlock itself. Come on, let's carry him in.
Where will we take him?
Right straight through to the inner room where the other bodies are.
Oh, please. Please, I would rather not look at him if you do not mind.
Okay, look the other way. But you'll have to help me get Doc Sims in.
Well, if it is necessary.
Yeah. You're right in here.
See.
Careful. And now then, lay him on the floor while I turn on the lights.
Oh, before you turn on the lights, I will go out.
Wait for me outside the door.
For sure, senor.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You call, Captain?
Andres, the half-wit boy's body is gone. It was here on the slab.
Senor, you think maybe he is walking?
Look at your uncle's shoes, Andres. Wet sand on them.
The rope around his neck.
Fellow, I'm beginning to think dead men do walk.
The body of the village half-wit boy is gone, and the shoes on the corpse of Andrew Waters covered with wet sand. Here is evidence that the dead may rise and go about their morbid duties. You will hear the fourth episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled Conversation with the Walking Dead, next week at this same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
What strange thing is this which has enveloped the seacoast village of Holman? Skeletons abroad, dead men on the prowl. 3 men have died in Holman, 1 naturally and 2 others violently. And since the 3 have been placed in the tiny village morgue, all 3 have shown terrifying activity. Old Doc Sims' body was seen hurrying from the morgue. The thing that dragged Gail Stanley from her bedroom window and buried her alive in the sand had the bloated face and staring eyes of a strangled man, and there had been a rope around his neck. This description fitted Andrew Walters, who had been found hanged. Had he risen from his resting place in the morgue and committed the crime? Captain Friday had raced to the morgue to see.
Yes, I raced to the morgue. Walter's body was there, but the shoes were damp and covered with wet sand.
And now the third body was gone. The body of Rich Hartley's half-wit son, who had been shot through the heart. What mischief would this prowling dead creature bestir? All through the night, Captain Friday and his companion, Andres Ruiz, searched, but in vain. Back in the captain's summer home, Gail Stanley and Carmel Ruiz slept in a barricaded room, while Dr. Jamie Croft and Martin Stanley, Gail's brother, patrolled the house. Morning dawned, and with the light, Captain Friday and Andres returned. Outside the house, the captain paused.
Yeah, look here, Andres.
These footprints?
Uh-huh. These are the footprints left by whoever buried Miss Stanley alive.
Santa Maria.
Uh-huh. Yeah, these are the ones, all right.
What is this you say?
I said those are Andrew Walters' footprints, all right. Couldn't miss. Look at the impression of the heel. Measure's right, too.
You think that...
I'm not thinking anything. I'm just stating a fact. Come on in the house. I need coffee.
Oh, senor, I think what I need most is sleep.
No sleep for me. I'll knock some of that sand off your feet.
See. Everybody must be asleep.
Somebody will be around.
Hello. That you, Captain Friday?
Oh, hello, Dr. Croft. You think we were lost?
Oh, you two must be about dead. I've some hot coffee for you. Come out in the kitchen.
Oh, good. Where's young Stanley?
Oh, I let him go to bed a couple of hours ago. No use all of us being dead on our feet.
Should have gotten a couple of hours yourself.
Oh, no. A man of my profession's used to this sort of thing. Well, how about frying a couple of eggs and some bacon for each of you?
No. Coffee's all I want now.
How about you, Andres?
No, nothing but coffee. Thank you, Dr. Croft.
Well, I'm going to duck my head under the cold faucet. Dead on my feet.
What kept you so long? What did you find?
Found plenty. I'll give you the whole dope. Yeah. Oh, feels good. Yeah. Want to try it, Andres?
Please, I abominate cold water.
Yeah. Clear out your head.
Here, Captain. I'll pour the coffee. Draw up a chair, Andres.
See.
Well, in the first place, Doctor, I want to tell you it's a doggone shame that you're not getting the rest you expected.
Forget it, Captain.
When I asked you over here,
As a matter of fact, old chap, you didn't ask me. If I remember correctly, I practically begged you to bring me. I insisted. I wouldn't take no for an answer.
Yeah, but I know you wanted to come. You needed the rest.
Oh, well, this excitement will probably do me more good than the rest. Come now. What did you find at the morgue?
Doctor, I don't know what to think.
Andrew Walters' body was gone, then?
No, it wasn't.
No?
Well, it was there, all right, but there was wet sand on his shoes.
Mm-hmm.
But my uncle, he is dead. I saw him myself.
Nevertheless, the tracks out there in the sand were made by Andy Walters' shoes.
No doubt, I suppose.
Not a bit.
Old boy got up, pulled off his little stunt, and returned to his resting place in the morgue.
Oh, that's silly.
Yes, it does sound far-fetched.
No, things like this do not happen where I come from.
Well, I can assure you, my young friend, they don't happen here in California very often. But, see here, Captain, what was it that kept you out until dawn?
Now the body of Rich Hartley's half-wit boy is gone.
What?
Yeah. Swell, huh?
You don't suppose he got up and walked off, do you?
No, I don't. That isn't all of our story either, Doctor.
Still more?
Yeah. On our way to the morgue, we found the body of Doc Sims.
Oh, see here now. In what condition?
It's queer. We found him lying in the same position as we picked him up on the beach. Sort of sprawled, you know, on his face.
Mm-hmm.
It gives me the shivers.
What did you do with him?
Well, he was dead, so we carried him back to the morgue.
Naturally.
Say, Doctor, I think it'd be a good idea for you to go over sometime this morning and have a look at him.
Yes, I think so, too, but aren't you rather optimistic?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, he means if he walk away once, what is to prevent him from doing it again? Huh?
Exactly.
Well, maybe we should have him handcuffed to the slab. What kind of a case is this, anyway? I'm used to having a dead body stay where I put it.
Well, I'll run over. I doubt if even the hardiest dead body will have the audacity to go prowling about in daylight.
I hope you're amused.
Quite.
Hey, listen, Doctor. Did you ever hear of anything like this mess before?
You mean dead men walking?
Yeah.
Why, yes, I have, Captain. There are a number of records.
Records of dead men walking?
I cannot believe it.
I personally know of a case. Uh-oh. One of the girls must be awake. I heard a movement in the back of the house.
Have they slept all night?
Soundly. Drink your coffee. I'll be right back.
Oh, Senor Friday, it is great relief that it is daylight.
I tell you what, Andres. When you finished your coffee, go in and catch 3 or 4 hours sleep. The doctor and I will keep Carmel under our eyes all the time.
Oh, please, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, forget it.
You know, this cousin of mine, she is more dear to me.
Both girls are awake. Miss Stanley insists that she's able to get up.
That's something. I was afraid we were going to have a sick girl on our hands.
Miss Stanley has a marvelous stamina. By the way, I should advise making light of her experience.
Okay, Doctor. But see here, you started to tell us of a personal experience.
Oh, yes. Well, there was a chap over in San Francisco who was pronounced dead. He was attended through his illness by a reputable physician, and there seemed no doubt at all. The body was sent to an undertaking parlor, and all funeral arrangements were made when he suddenly got up and started wandering around the place.
Sacrament.
Frightened the attendants. The matter, of course, was hushed up.
You mean he went on living?
No. He never actually knew what happened. His mind was dazed. He died naturally a few hours later.
What you doctors don't get mixed up with.
Then there's the hypnotic state, which is practiced in India. You've read of mystics being hypnotized and allowing themselves to be buried alive. When they're in that state, all bodily functions are suspended. No physician in the world could be certain whether they are living or dead.
Yeah, I've seen some of that in French Indochina.
The human body is a curious instrument and is capable of playing strange and gruesome pranks on its owner.
Doctor, what you say makes me wish never to die.
Yeah, but look here, Doctor. Natural death is one thing, violent death quite another. You don't mean to say anything like this could happen to a person who'd been hanged or shot?
You're quite right, Captain. From a medical standpoint, it's quite impossible for such a thing to happen.
And yet?
And this skeleton which Carmel and I have seen?
I don't understand that at all, Andres. Skeletons, after all, are something used to frighten children. There's no sense in even considering your skeleton.
But we have seen it.
I don't doubt your word. You say you saw it, and I believe you did. At least you saw something you took for a skeleton.
Well, we've got to take it into consideration, Doctor. It fits into this puzzle somewhere. Now, first, Carmel and Andres see the skeleton on the beach. And then we find Doc Sims dead on the beach. Then we find Rich Hartley's boy murdered in the morgue. After that, Andrew Walters hanged. It's unnatural. They're all hooked up together somehow.
But see here, Captain. Do you think there's anything to this idea? Doc Sims and Andrew Walters were enemies. They were the 2 rich men in the village.
You mean somebody bumped off the 2 rich men out of spite? Yes, but where does Rich Hartley's half-wit son come in? Maybe there's an excuse for 2 rich men, but why drag in a poor, foolish half-wit?
Haven't the slightest idea.
And then there's this business of enticing Gale and Martin Stanley here. Summoned to the funeral of their uncle, Doc Sims, before he was dead. Now, who did that?
And that's another queer angle, Captain. How does it happen that each of the 2 rich men have 2 heirs on the scene at the time or shortly after their deaths?
Uh-huh. Andrew Walters' heirs being Andres here and his cousin Carmel, and Gale and Martin Stanley representing Doc Sims.
Shh, here come the girls.
Really, Carmel, I'm perfectly all right.
You still must be careful.
Oh, well, good morning. Are you feeling tip-top, Miss Stanley?
Almost. A little shaky, but otherwise...
Here, you better sit down.
A strong cup of coffee would put you into shape. And you, Carmel?
Oh, I'm just glad it's morning. I had the most horrible dreams.
Where's Martin?
Oh, your brother is still sleeping, Miss Stanley. Had rather a difficult night.
Andres, you better run along. You need rest.
Haven't you been to bed at all?
Please, Carmel, you are all right?
Yes, really I am. Why haven't you been to bed?
Well, I have been with Captain Friday. We have only just come in.
Just come in? Well, where in the world have you been?
Oh, just looking the situation over.
Come. Now, you children sit down and drink your coffee while I fry you some bacon and eggs. How do you like them? Over?
Couldn't I do it?
I am the doctor. Do as I say.
Well, I like mine oval.
Straight up, please, and not too hard.
Go along, Andres.
Please, if you will excuse me.
Of course, Andres.
If you will call me in a couple of hours.
We'll route you out, and we want you on the job.
Very well. Please do not forget now.
Oh. Sounds like visitors already this morning.
Not surprising after the night we've given this village. You go and see to your visitor, Captain, while I feed the ladies.
I have a hunch it's Rich Hartley.
Oh, the father of the murdered boy, eh?
Yeah. I'm not going to like this.
It sounds like he meant business.
What would you be doing if you had a son lying in the morgue this morning?
While Dr. Croft and the two girls are in the kitchen of Captain Friday's beach cottage preparing breakfast, the captain is on the front steps interviewing a delegation of Holman citizens. Dr. Croft is acting as chief cook and bottle washer and isn't making any too good a job of it.
Well, there goes the eggs into the frying pan. There's one. There's two. Two apiece,
Oh, Doctor, your toast is burning.
Oh, my eye.
Oh, and look at the bacon.
Oh, by Jove. Oh, I say, Carmel, lend a hand to that toast.
May I help, too?
No, you sit quiet. You're our invalid for the morning.
Oh, dear.
Well, how's the toast?
I can scrape it.
Well, the bacon will do. Eggs are coming along nicely. Here, Carmel, hand me the eggs.
I'll hold them while you take out the bacon and eggs.
That's an idea. There. That's very good. Now, these are for Miss Stanley, and this is for you.
Just the smell makes me feel like a new person.
All right. Now, you two sit there and eat and answer some questions.
Answer them? Why, I'm full of questions myself.
No, it's important that we get a few details straight at once, if you don't mind.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm. Now, Miss Stanley, why do you think that you and your brother were called to Holman?
Why, because of Doc Sim's death.
But why you two specifically? Saying for the moment that everything concerning Doc Sim's death is normal, why should you two young people be the ones called?
Well, it's been understood right along that when Doc Sims died, we would be his heirs.
But why not your father and mother, Doc Sim's sister and brother-in-law?
Well, Mother and Dad are very old. Neither is well.
I see.
It seemed very certain that our uncle, Doc Sims, would outlive both of them, and so he made his will directly to Martin and me.
Yes. No other relatives?
No.
Mm-hmm. So, by Doc Sim's death, you and your brother come into valuable property. Have you always had money?
Well, only what we were able to earn, but Mother and Dad have enough laid aside to make them comfortable.
That telegram you received notifying you of Doc Sim's death, you have no idea who might have sent it?
I don't even know who could have been interested.
But what about Doc Sim's attorney?
I'd never heard that he had one.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, had it been he certainly would have signed it.
Yes. Dr. Croft, you keep hinting at something strange about my uncle's death. Last night you said it, and just now you said something about taking for granted that his death is normal. What is it? What's the matter?
See here, Miss Stanley, you're bound to know. It's like this. When you arrived last night, Dr. Sims was prowling about at large.
He what?
You see, Captain Friday and I had taken him to the morgue and, well, he got up and left.
Oh, how terrible.
Yes, it was highly embarrassing.
But, well, where is he now?
Well, this morning he's back in the morgue.
Well, is he dead?
So Captain Friday believes. A little later, I'm going to investigate.
And Carmel, did you know about this?
Yes.
Oh, you poor child. No wonder you didn't want me to go near the window last night.
You can see now that there is something very peculiar going on in Holman.
Yes.
And still more peculiar, Miss Stanley, are certain other facts. For instance, Andrew Walters, the uncle of Carmel and Andres, died a violent death last night.
Oh.
Yes. Did Carmel tell you that she too only arrived yesterday evening, 2 or 3 hours before you and your brother?
Why, no. 2 tragedies in one night.
There was a third.
Why, I didn't know.
Oh, no. You were in no condition to be told last night.
Well, who was it?
A poor village half-wit who was shot to death.
Oh. Who did it?
We don't know.
Was it the same person who tried to kill me?
No. I think not, Miss Stanley. Well, here's Captain Friday back.
Hello, Coroner.
What's that?
Mm-hmm, it's a fact. The town council met out in my front yard, and I gave them an earful.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. At my suggestion, they elected me special officer in charge of this case, with the official title of constable.
Oh, I say, they have more gumption than I suspected.
Mm-hmm. And at my further suggestion, they elected you coroner for this special case.
Jove, now. How the honors do fall. Coroner Jamie Croft. Look here, I suppose they'll be wanting an inquest next.
Set for tomorrow.
But, see here, I've got to...
You better let them do as they like. When they get an idea, there's no changing them.
How about the father of the half-wit?
Oh, Rich Hartley? Yes, I saw him. He's pretty badly upset.
Could he give any explanation?
No, not a bit. The boy had a habit of roaming at night. They couldn't keep him in. Didn't try very hard, as there seemed very little danger.
Too bad. I suppose the whole village is bursting with excitement.
Never anything like it in Holman before. They're holding a town meeting.
A what?
Town meeting. Couldn't even wait for breakfast. Everybody's there.
But see here, what's the object?
Oh, blow off a little steam, I guess.
They probably send a written protest to the president against the new crime wave.
Yeah. Oh, and say, while they're occupied, I think it'd be a swell time for us to take a look through Doc Sims' place. Walter's house, too, if we have time. We'll have a crowd trailing us everywhere if we don't give them the slip.
Oh, quite, yes. Well, this will be a good time to look in at the morgue and see about Doc Sims.
I don't know about you girls, though.
But, don't you think they should stay here? You agree with me, don't you, Captain, that there's no danger?
Yeah, not in the daytime. Still, there should be at least one man stay here with the girls.
Well, I'm really not the least bit afraid.
Please, you won't leave us all alone.
Carmel, we'll leave your cousin Andres and Martin here.
Oh, no, you won't.
Why, Martin.
Awake, huh?
Yes, and I heard you planning to go through my uncle's house without either Gail or me present. Nothing doing.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Why, Martin, what's gotten into you? You're not yourself.
Listen, Gail, there's something darn funny going on here. You and I plump ourselves down into a mess that we don't know anything
But
about.
Martin, dear, we've got to trust someone. Surely you don't disbelieve Captain Friday and Dr. Croft.
I don't know what I believe. Just the same, I'm not taking anybody on faith. If they're going over to Doc Sims' house, I'm going along.
You're not sticking your neck out, are you, Stanley?
I don't care. I know which side my bread's buttered on. Or I'm going to find out.
Well, you want to leave your sister here alone? Remember, just a few hours ago, someone tried to bury her alive.
Let her come along.
Impossible. She isn't strong enough. She must remain quiet.
What's the danger in plain daylight, anyway?
Probably isn't any. We're simply not taking any chances, that's all.
Then one of you stay here, and I'll go with the other.
Look, fella, just who do you think is running this show?
I'm going if either you or Dr. Croft go, and that's final.
Please, isn't it all right if we stay here with Andres? If anything frightens us, we can call him.
As a matter of fact, Captain, I'd be glad to remain, except that I feel I should have a look at Sims.
Yes, I want you to, Doctor. Under the circumstances, I think I want young Stanley where I can keep an eye on him.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. You're going along right now.
I haven't had breakfast yet.
Well, you'll have to get it when we come back. We can't wait. The town meeting will be over if we don't hurry.
Oh, all right.
Well, then, let's get started.
You got a key to my uncle's house?
And, Carmel, be certain to awaken Andres if there is the least sign of trouble.
Oh, yes, I promise.
All right, Doctor, let's go.
Coming. Remember, both of you, no chances.
Don't worry about us, Dr. Croft.
I'll be back shortly.
Doctor, you want to stop at the morgue before we go to Doc Sims' house?
Why not let me drop in at the morgue, and then I'll join you at the house? It's only a step.
Okay. Here's the morgue key. Oh, come on, we can cut across the lot, save a lot of time.
Place is certainly deserted. Where is the town hall?
That white frame building over there.
Uh-huh.
Which is my uncle's house?
The big dark one right up ahead. That other two-story one about half a block up the street on the other side is Andrew Walter's place.
Who's he?
Stanley, haven't you got this straight yet? Andrew Walters is Carmel and Andre's uncle. He was found hanged last night.
Oh. Who did it? That Spanish chap, Andres?
Who?
What made you say that?
Just wondered.
Yeah? Well, let me ask you something. Did you have anything to do with the death of your uncle?
What are you talking about?
My question's just as good as yours.
Well, here's where I turn for the morgue. Join you in a few minutes.
Okay, Doctor. Come along, Stanley. Ever been in Holman before?
No.
We'll go into your uncle's place the back way and leave the door open for Dr. Croft.
Some house.
Old Doc Sims had his own ideas about house construction. All right, in this way. Oh, careful. It's gloomy and the floors are bare.
No windows at all on the first floor.
Yes, well, that was his idea for protection against thieves. No windows on the first floor, and only a front and back door, both of which could be barred from the inside.
What did he have that needed all that protection?
You should know that better than I. You're one of his heirs.
As far as I know, most of his estate's and property.
Well, let's begin by examining the room where he spent most of his time. Cross between a study and a medical laboratory. Right down this hallway.
Rotten, musty smell.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a push button to light the hallway somewhere along here.
You seem to know this place pretty well.
Oh, Doc Sims and I weren't on such bad terms. Oh, there it is. Now I'll lead off, and I know the way.
All right, what are you looking for?
As a matter of fact, I'm looking for two things. First, I want to find out if Sims left anything behind indicating that he anticipated his death.
Oh.
And second, I want to see his will.
What's that got to do with you?
Oh. Yep, here's the room.
I said, what's my uncle's will got to do with you?
Better stand still till I find the lights. Oh, here they are. There.
Hog's nest.
The room in which your uncle spent a good 3/4 of his life, Stanley.
Smells foul. Dirt, no ventilation.
Never mind. Say, look here, Stanley. Have you a copy of Sims' will?
No.
Is your sister?
No.
You know whether there's a copy in this house?
Why...
Oh, there is one here, huh? Where?
I didn't say there was.
I'll just take it for granted there is. Where is it?
The will belongs to Gail and me.
Not when there's murder concerned. Under the circumstances, the police get first look at the will.
What do you want it for?
Now, sometimes a man writes something into his will that... Oh, hello.
What's the matter?
Look there on the floor.
Woman's handkerchief.
Yeah, a woman's... Why, that belongs... Say, look here, Stanley. We fooled long enough. Someone else has been here ahead of us.
What for?
Well, what do you think? Looking for your uncle's will, of course. If you know where it is, you better tell me. Whoever gets it first.
My uncle wrote that there was a small safe behind the third panel on the east wall.
Third panel on the... Oh, that's right here. How are we going to get behind that panel?
Run your thumbnail down the crease at the left edge of the panel.
Know the combination of the safe? Uh-oh. Here they go. Yep. Here's the safe. Now what?
Combinations 3, 8, 6, 9. Beginning at 0 and reversing the spin... Oh, look. Look, there he is. There he is. Go away.
Hey, who turned out the lights? Stanley. Stanley. Doc Sims. Doc Sims, is that you, Doc? What are you doing here? Aren't you dead? But don't just stand there. Can't you speak, Doc? How is it I can see you in the dark? Don't come near. Don't. Stand back. I'm going to shoot. Oh.
Hi, Captain. Captain Friday, where are you? Captain, Doc Sims' body is gone from the morgue.
That's queer. They couldn't have left the house already.
Captain.
Hello? Oh, here's the door open. Well, there should be a light somewhere.
Jove. Both of them out. Captain. Captain Friday. What's this? A girl's handkerchief? Why? That belongs to Carmel Ruiz.
The bodies of Captain Friday and Martin Stanley lying together on the floor, and beside them, the handkerchief of Carmel Ruiz. And who was it who so quietly opened Doc Sims' safe after the attack on Captain Friday? Next week at this same hour comes the 5th episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled The Walking Dead Captured. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
If there is a terror more deadly than fear of the unseen, the unknown, it is that of facing a horror your senses tell cannot exist, and yet which you can very plainly see. And that's what is happening in the coast village of Holman, where twice the dead body of Doc Sims was seen to prowl, and 2 other bodies had risen from their resting places in the little morgue to carry on strange and sinister antics. It was on the second occasion of Doc Sims' prowling that there occurred an incident deadly in its intent, weirdly desperate. On the morning following the first night of mystery and terror, Captain Friday had taken Martin Stanley and Dr. Jamie Croft with him to Doc Sims' house in search of clues. He left Gail Stanley, Carmel Ruiz, and her cousin Andres at his cottage. Dr. Croft had gone to the morgue to check on the bodies, and the captain and Stanley had proceeded to the Sims house. They went to Doc Sims' study to examine his private papers and look for his will. But instead, they found a handkerchief belonging to the girl Carmel. Evidently, she had been there before them. They discovered a wall safe and were in the act of opening it when, for the 3rd time, the body of Doc Sims appeared. It entered the study, shot Martin Stanley, and attacked Captain Friday. When Dr. Croft arrived from the morgue, he found 2 inert figures huddled on the floor.
Captain Friday.
I'll break your neck, Doc Sims.
Here, let go my throat. Get hold of yourself, Captain. Come out of it, man.
You will bang me over the head. Oh, are you Dr. Croft? Dr. Croft, did you see him? Did you see him?
See whom?
Doc Sims, at least his body.
Why? Why, no.
I did. Shot young Stanley and then got me. How's Stanley? Is he dead?
Don't worry about Stanley. The bullet just grazed his head. But, see here, Captain. Do you mean to tell me you saw Doc Sims walking again?
I did, and there's no argument this time.
His body was gone from the morgue, all right.
Oh, what a head I've got. Dr. Croft, look. Look at the safe. It's been opened.
I see it has.
I don't get it. Opening his own safe and stealing his own will. I wish Doc Sims would make up his mind whether he's dead or not.
Captain Friday, are you certain it was Doc Sims?
If it wasn't, it was his identical quill. Why?
I picked up this handkerchief when I came into the room. It belongs to Carmel Ruiz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was here when we came in.
Which indicates that she has been here. That looks bad for Carmel.
Oh, nuts.
But this is a handkerchief.
Well, I can't help it. A kid like her couldn't get mixed up in this. She's just out of a convent. Doesn't know what it's all about.
Oh, I know all about that, but it doesn't get rid of the fact that someone dropped Carmel's handkerchief here.
Yeah.
See here. How about Andres? He's in love with his cousin. Might have been carrying a handkerchief. Uh-oh. Stanley's coming around. Close call, my boy.
Better look after him, Doctor. I'm going to have a look at the safe.
You better wait. Your knees will buckle if you get to your feet too quickly.
Couldn't feel any worse. Here, give me a hand. Oh, my head.
I told you.
The guy must have swung from the floor. Yeah, there. Head's clearing up a little.
Righto. I'll see about Stanley.
Doc Sims sure made a mess of his papers. Looks like a whirlwind hit the safe.
Queer. A dead man should suddenly desire to rifle his own safe.
Yeah, especially when his rightful heir was about to put his hands on the will.
It's a queer business all around. No. Now. Stanley, my boy, now, take it easy.
So far as I've been able to find, there's no indication around the house that Doc Sims anticipated either a natural or violent death last night.
Captain, can you give me a hand here? Stanley's being difficult.
Yeah, okay, Doc.
No. Here, Stanley. Grab his legs, Captain.
Putting up a battle, huh?
All right. deucedly belligerent.
Now, take it easy, fella.
If we can hold him down for a few moments, he'll come out of it all right.
I've got his leg.
Let go of me. You let go of me. I don't care if you are my uncle.
Oh, you can hold him long enough for me to get a glass of water. That should bring him out of it.
Here, we'll go to it. I've got him.
All right, but watch out. Won't take but a moment.
No, easy now, Stanley. You're going to be all right. Hi there, Doctor. Step on it. I've got him, but that's about all.
All right now. Hold him. I'll give him a dash of cold water in the face. There. That'll take care of him. You can let go now.
I don't mind informing you that most of that water went down my neck.
I'm sorry.
It's a regular tiger. Look at the scratches on my face.
Little Ardeen will take care of it.
You'll have to handle your patient yourself from now on, Doctor. I'm going to finish looking through these papers in the safe.
I doubt if you'll find the will.
I don't expect to, but you never can tell, though.
Hello, Stanley. Feeling pretty rotten, eh?
Rotten.
Coming to all right, has he?
He'll do. Should be taken back to the cottage.
Yeah. Hello. Here's something. Say, look at this, Doctor. A duplicate of a letter from Doc Sims to Andrew Walters.
What's that? A letter?
And what a letter.
Anything to do with this situation?
Has it? Just listen. Andrew Walters, this is to inform you that I, Dr. C.N. Sims, have discovered your real identity as well as enough of your background and history to make your presence in this community undesirable. Unless you are willing to come to such terms as I see fit to impose, I shall at once reveal your identity and turn you over to the proper authorities, which of course you realize means nothing less than the gallows.
My word.
Does that mean that my uncle had something on Andrew Walters?
Had something? Looks to me like he had everything. This looks like the key to the whole situation.
Who do you suppose Andrew Walters was, anyway?
Nothing less than a hunted murderer, sounds like.
Wonder if this note drove Walters to hang himself.
I wonder. Do you think a man would hang himself to keep himself from being hanged by the state?
Yes, but he didn't have to hang. Doc Sims offered him a way out. Agree to his terms, and he'd keep his mouth shut.
Must have been pretty bad. Anyway, Walters preferred to die instead of coming to terms.
Maybe. Anyway, we've got a clue to this business. Right now, I want to get Walters' fingerprints and shoot them over to the city for a check with the police criminal files.
How will you get them to the city?
I'll get the grocery supply boat to take them over. It'll be in at noon. We've got to work fast now. I want to run over the rest of Doc Sims' house, and then I want to go through Walters' place. I'd like to find this original letter.
See here, Stanley. Think you can make it back to Captain Friday's cottage alone? How do you feel?
Nauseated.
Naturally.
Now, the question is, would you rather drag yourself over to my place or lie down in the lounge here while Dr. Croft and I finish looking around?
Me stay in this place along with a corpse sneaking around with a gun?
Okay, you run along back to the cottage then.
Take it easy, fella. You'll feel better out in the fresh air.
All right, but...
But what?
Well, just remember, if you find that will, it belongs to Gail and me.
Now listen, Stanley. No one's trying to beat you out of your estate. At least not in this crowd. You'll get the will if we find it. Now run along.
Oh, I feel rotten.
Oh, by the way, Stanley, tell Andres that we're going to search his uncle's place in about 10 minutes, and if he wants to be in on it, tell him to wait for us out in front.
I'll tell him.
Oh, and don't mention this letter.
You don't need to worry.
That clip on the side of the head took a lot of belligerence out of our young friend.
Yeah, that and the sight of his dead uncle. Yeah, come along, Doctor. There's nothing more in here. Take a look upstairs and then shoot over to Andrew Walters' place.
Dr. Sims must have been a queer sort of codger.
Yeah, shut off from everyone. Sometimes he wouldn't be seen for days at a time. Oh, here's the stairway.
Beastly dark.
There's a light here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, hold it, Doctor. You see what I see?
My word. Again?
Yeah. It's Doc Sims again.
But see here, Captain. He's stone dead.
Sprawled out on his face, just as we found him twice before.
But, Captain Friday, this man's dead. He's been dead for a good many hours now. It couldn't have been he who attacked him.
Oh, yeah? I'm telling you, Doctor, dead or not, I recognize those clothes and that face. And they're the same. Hey, let's turn him on his back.
All right. You can see quite plainly that this body couldn't walk.
Yeah, I can see plenty. Hello.
Now what?
Look here. Papers stuffed in his coat pocket.
Nonsense.
Well, here they are. Here's the copy of the will, and here's a sealed envelope.
Sealed envelope?
Yeah. Says, to whom it may concern in case of my death.
Oh, see here, Captain.
It looks like our dead friend here walked in, knocked us out, and raided the safe, all right. Got this far in making a getaway and collapsed.
Oh, rubbish, man.
Okay, Doctor, then you explain it.
I don't pretend to. What are you going to do with that will and the letter?
Hang on to them until we get back to the cottage. I have a hunch that everybody's going to be interested in them.
Undoubtedly.
So look here. I've got more than I expected already out of this place. I'll leave the rest until later.
Anxious to get over to Walter's house,
As a matter of fact, I am. Let's go.
Oh, what about Doc Sims' body here?
We'll put him on the lounge in the study and lock him in.
Aren't you afraid he'd walk off again?
I think I can take care of that.
How?
We'll not only lock him in, but we'll tie him down. That'll hold him. Now, come on. Come on, give me a hand. You ready? All right, up we go.
All right.
It's the third time I've had to play ambulance for this bird. It's going to be the last, too.
This way you want him?
Yeah. You're down now. Yeah. I saw a piece of cord around his... Oh, here it is. Tie his feet together and round underneath the lounge. Grab the other end, Doctor.
Jove, Captain. You're not serious.
You think not? Put a half hitch on the leg of the lounge.
But see here, my dear chap, you're losing your perspective.
Yeah. I suppose you're politely telling me that I'll get the royal raspberries from the gang in the Hall of Justice over in the city if they saw me hog-tying a dead body.
Well, it is rather ridiculous.
Not in this case, it isn't. Doc Sims is dead, and he's simply got to quit prowling around. I'm constable of Holman now, and I say it's against the law of what's right and decent for a dead man to go gallivanting around.
Have fun and hold earnest, eh?
Something like that, Doctor. Here. How's that?
I've never seen a more thorough job of trussing.
Okay, then let's get going. Is there a key in the door?
Yes.
Good. Well, we're through here. Go ahead, I'll lock up. If the villagers ever got wind of this prowling of the dead business, there'd be one swell hullabaloo.
Yeah, but what about the father of the murdered half-wit boy? Didn't you tell him that his son's body had disappeared from the morgue?
No. I intimated that he'd feel a lot better if he didn't go to the morgue until it was necessary, and he took the hint.
I see.
There's another thing. If we don't find the Hartley boy's body before the inquest tomorrow morning, it's going to be very embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. In that case, it seems to me we'll have to give them the whole story.
Yeah, which is what I don't want to do. The less the village knows about what's going on, the easier it's going to be to work. Go ahead, Doctor. Let's get outside.
Phew. My word, what a musty hole. Didn't realize it until we got out in the fresh air.
Just a minute while I lock up. Yeah, there. Now, Andrew Walters' place.
It will be interesting.
Yeah? Why?
Isn't it said that a man who hangs himself leaves his phantom self behind to stalk the death chamber?
Captain Friday and Dr. Croft have tied the wandering body of Doc Sims to a lounge in the old Sims house, after the dead body apparently had made a murder attempt on both the captain and the boy Stanley. Just now, the two have locked up the house, and with certain private papers from the Sims safe in his pocket, Captain Friday is leading the way to the second murder house, Andrew Walters' house, where last night he had hanged himself.
I have a hunch we'll find plenty of answers to our questions in Walter's papers.
Watch it, Captain. We seem to have Andres with us.
Ah, senors.
I thought he'd be along.
Please, senors, if you go to my Uncle Andrew Walters' home, I wish to go with you, huh?
All right, come along, Andres. Feeling better after your catnap, huh?
Ah, see, I am very much refreshed.
The street's still empty. Mass meeting must still be in session.
See, I go by town hall. Everybody, very much excitement. Talk. Very bad.
Bad?
See, everybody very much mad. I think it'd be very bad for a guilty man if they find him.
Yeah? Say, you don't mean those old mossbacks have gotten themselves worked up for mob action?
I do not know, senor. It make me afraid to hear them.
What do you know about that, Doctor? As coroner and constable, looks like we'll have our hands full.
Andres, are you sure you're not overstating matters?
Oh, no, Doctor. No, it is as I say.
Here's Andrew Walters' place. Shouldn't have to spend much time here. Let's take a quick look-see and then go back to the cottage and look over the spoils.
Spoils?
Yeah, the papers. All right, step in. Oh, by the way, Andres, young Stanley's all right, I suppose.
No, he feels very bad. Carmel and Mr. Stanley's sister, they put him to bed on the lounge in the front room.
He'll be well taken care of. 2 solicitous young women.
There is no need for Carmel to bathe his head, I do not think.
Bathing his head, eh? That irks you.
Hi, Andres. Come here.
Si, Senor Capitan.
Now, look here. You say you held a long conversation with Andrew Walters last night, just before you left to meet Carmel at the train.
Si, this is correct.
Where were you? Here in this living room?
This is it.
What did you talk about?
Well, he told me how very happy he was to have Carmel and me with him. He said how he had been very lonely in 10 years he had been in this place by himself.
Yeah? He's glad, huh? Didn't seem depressed or despondent?
Oh, no, senor. Very happy. When I left, he said, well, bless you, my son. He said this, and then he said, if Carmel, she is as agreeable as you, we will be very happy household.
Those were his last words to you, huh?
Si.
And then, when you'd left, he went upstairs and hanged himself. What do you make of that, Dr. Croft?
Well, doesn't make sense, Captain.
Something's goofy, all right. So look here, Andres. Where does your uncle keep his private papers?
In this desk here. He have a small iron-bound box.
Yeah? I know all about it, huh?
Well, when I come, he show me his will. And then I see him open up this bottom drawer where he keep the box.
You've seen his will, then?
Oh, for certain, man.
What did it say?
According to his will, he have give half of everything he had to Carmel, and the other half he have give to me.
Did he say how much?
Maybe $200,000-300,000 in the bank. Besides all this property, of which there is maybe 1,000 acres.
$200,000 or $300,000 in the bank? You mean cash?
Si, Senor Capitan. He tell me he's afraid of investments.
Well, we'll see if we can find that will. You say it's the bottom drawer?
Si.
Yeah. Here's the iron box, all right.
It will lift right out, you see?
Yeah, it's got a combination lock on it.
See, there is a little black book in the top drawer. The little drawer there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, the combination is in it.
It is, huh? Just a lot of junk in here. Oh, wait a minute. This might be it. Dr. Croft, will you try the lock as I read the numbers off?
Yes.
Begin at 7.
7.
Then to 3.
3.
Back to 9.
9.
All right, now. Clear back to 1. And that's it.
Yes, that's it. It's open.
Not much in it.
Oh, there it is in that heavy envelope.
Yeah? Yes, here's the will. I'm getting quite a collection of papers.
Oh, but, senor, this will... Well, this will, it belongs to Carmel and me.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to talk about that one. Listen.
What you say?
Shh. Somebody coming into the house.
Jove.
They say a murderer always returns to the scene of his crime.
Why do you think it's the killer?
But who else?
At least we can surprise them. Nobody knows we're here.
Captain Friday, are you in here?
Oh, it's Gail Stanley.
What's she doing here?
Yeah, you two wait here. Miss Stanley, we're in here.
My cousin Carmel is with her.
Wait, stay here.
Hey, what's going on? Come on in here. Now, you too, Stanley.
Captain Friday, we had to leave. The whole village is down at your cottage.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Oh, please do something.
Carmel, what is it?
I tell you, Captain, they would have hanged us.
Hey, wait a minute now.
My word, it can't be that bad.
Oh, but it is.
Now, wait a minute. Stanley, you do the talking, the rest of you keep quiet.
Well, it was horrible. The first we knew, 20 or 30 people were in front of the cottage. They were yelling and throwing things.
What's that? Throwing things at my house?
Yes, and when I went to the door, somebody threw something and hit me in the face. Well, I slammed the door as quickly as I could.
By Jove. An old-fashioned mob, eh?
Oh, and they called us names and kept yelling to bring out Andres.
What? They called for me?
Oh, I'm a son of a gun.
Yes, and then we ran to the back of the house and crawled out the bedroom window and got away without them seeing us.
Jolly little party.
Martin thought you'd be over here, and that's why we came.
What do they want Andres for?
Maybe they think I kill all these people.
Just like those old mossbacks. They get screwy ideas sometimes.
Well, Captain, what are you going to do about it? Remember, you had yourself elected constable this morning.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to do plenty. The crazy nitwits. I knew things would be popping, but I didn't expect anything like this.
Looks like they got themselves pretty well steamed up at their own town meeting.
Yeah, a couple of big mouths probably got up and gave them fire and brimstone.
Quite. Oh, see here, what are you up to?
Gonna go out and clean them up. Buckle my gun out in plain sight. That'll bring him down to earth.
Like company?
Okay, if you want to come along.
Enjoyed immensely.
Now, come on, then. The rest of you stay here till we get back.
Please, do you think it's safe?
There's nothing to worry about. Now, Stanley, you and Andres take care of the girls.
Oh, Andres, everything's so awful.
Oh, please. Please, you must not be frightened. If there is danger, I will not let it hurt you.
Martin, lie down, please. You're so sick.
Looks like we came to Holman for our own funerals instead of putting Dr. Sims in the ground.
Oh, please, Martin, don't be so morbid.
Fine business getting shot at by my own uncle. Dead uncle at that.
Oh, it's the most terrible thing I ever heard of.
You don't think Captain Friday and Dr. Croft will let anything happen to us, do you?
What can they do? Didn't the thing that shot at me knock out Captain Friday?
Well, I think the Capitan will do plenty.
Rod, he's in the same boat with the rest of us.
But they have the whole village turned against us. We're not only fighting something we don't know about, but the village, too.
But they're so brave. They'll fix everything.
Oh, please, my cousin, you do not worry, huh?
Personally, I'm going to keep my eyes on those fellas. You know what they're planning to do, Gail?
Martin, you shouldn't talk that way about them.
Yeah, well, they're looking for Dr. Sims' will. Captain Friday said he was going to hang on to it, too, if he found it.
Well, he has my uncle's will, too. I do not think he will do anything bad with it.
Well, you got a lot more faith in him than I have.
Martin, what in the world are you talking about?
Captain Friday's an old-timer here. He's got the lay of the ground. We haven't.
But I don't see what...
There's a lot of money involved in this thing. What's to keep him from grabbing it off? I tell you, he's slick.
Oh, don't be absurd. How could he? And even if there were no will to the law, it'd see that we got what was ours.
Yeah? How do you know what angles he may have?
Well, I do not think so.
I don't care what you think. Mighty funny the way he and this Croft guy took us in. Keeping us where they have an eye on us. Only telling us what they want us to know.
You mustn't say that about Dr. Croft. I like him.
Well, I'd like to know something about him myself.
Well, if Captain Friday say he is all right, that is all I care.
Bunk.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Besides, it seems to me if you wish to not stay at the senor's home, you do not need to. Why you don't go about your own business?
Go out and get torn to pieces by that fool mob?
Well, then, it seems to me if you accept the Capitan's protection, you should not say this sort of thing about him.
Preaching, huh?
If you wish to call it that.
You make me sick.
You stop talking about Andres like that.
Pipe down, kid.
Martin.
This is enough. I do not care if you are hurt. You say one more little thing like this to my cousin.
Oh, for the love of Mike.
And if you wish to speak with me in future, you please to change the tone in your voice.
I think you deserve that, Martin.
Oh, please, we mustn't quarrel. Everything will be all right if we just keep...
All right, here we are. The war's over.
They didn't hurt you?
Do I look hurt?
Well, where's Dr. Croft?
I sent him over to Doc Sims' house to check on things.
What right does he have over there?
Uh-oh. What's the matter with you, Stanley?
He's always irritable when he isn't feeling well.
Oh, cut it out, Gail. I want to know what business Dr. Croft has in my uncle's house alone.
Well, if you must know, we found Doc Sims' body sprawled on the stairs over there.
Oh, Doc Sims.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And we locked it in the study. I asked him to drop in and see that it was all right before coming back.
The body of my uncle?
That's what I said.
And was he dead?
You never saw a deader body.
But I saw him. I saw him. I saw him raise the gun and shoot me.
Yeah? Well, you haven't got anything on me. Just the same, we found him stone dead.
Please, things like that can happen. In the convent, they taught us that when
Yes, I know. See here. The moment we're in Andrew Walter's house. You're all to come upstairs. We'll take a look at the room where he hanged himself.
Please, do I have to go?
I'm afraid so, Carmel.
Oh, no.
Just for a moment. Just to point out the place where you first saw the body.
Please, senor. I could do that.
It'll be necessary for both of you to go.
But not Martin and me.
No, if you two would rather wait in here alone.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. Dr. Croft will be over any minute now.
Found the body of that half-wit Hartley boy yet?
Please, why did you have to say that?
Just wondered.
Oh, cut it out, Stanley. You know Carmel's uneasy about visiting that room upstairs. Well, come on, let's get it over.
Please close the door when you go out.
The last time I was on these stairs...
Oh, please, Colonel. You do not think about it. Just hang on to me, huh?
But they're so dark.
You coming?
Si, senor. We're almost behind you.
I'd rather not go in.
No, you will be brave for Andres, eh?
All right in here. Plenty of daylight in this room. Just the stairway and the halls that are dark.
Please take me away from here.
Now then, the body was lying on the cot, was it, Andres?
Si, senor. But where is the cot?
Oh, we used it to carry the body to the morgue. Just where was the cot sitting when you saw it?
Over there against the wall, just to the left of this window.
All right, Carmel?
Yes, Let's go away.
Look out, Captain! Look out!
Andres, you're shot.
I've got him, Captain! I've got him!
Hang on, Dr. Croft. I'm coming. Where are you, Dr. Croft?
At the bottom of the stairs!
I'm coming.
Rolled all the way down the stairs with him. Get a light, man. Lying still. Must be knocked out.
Here's my flash. Look here, Doctor. It's Rich Hartley's half-wit boy.
Captain, you mean I rolled down those stairs with a dead man in my arms?
The entire population of the Holman City morgue, for some unaccountable reason, appears to be rising up in arms against the living. First, old Doc Sims, dead of natural causes. Then, an attack by Andrew Waters, dead by hanging. And now, finally, the Hartley boy, shot through the heart, has invaded the haunts of living people, apparently in a direct attempt to commit murder. This is the weird and wonderful story of Dead Men Prowl. Chapter 6, entitled Life History of Prowlers, will come to you next week at this same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Three men died violent deaths in Holman: Doc Sims, Andrew Waters, and Rich Hartley's half-wit son. These tragedies brought four young people to the village across the bay from San Francisco. First to arrive were Carmel and Andres Ruiz, cousins. They were niece and nephew of Andrew Waters. Then came Gail Stanley and her brother Martin, niece and nephew of Doc Sims. Captain Friday, who had a summer home in Holman, took the four under his wing, and with the aid of his weekend guest, Dr. Jamie Croft, endeavored to untangle the mystery behind the three murders. But let Captain Friday tell it.
Each of the three bodies in the village morgue has taken it upon itself to prowl around or disappear altogether from time to time. When Dr. Croft, young Martin Stanley, and I searched Doc Sims' house, two of the bodies were missing, that of Doc Sims and that of the half-wit Hartley boy. Doc Sims' body was found after an attempt was made to murder Stanley. I tied Doc Sims' body on a sleeping cot and locked it in a room. Next, we searched Andy Walters' house. Along with Carmel and Andres Ruiz, I was upstairs in the room where Andrew Walters died. Gail and Martin Stanley were waiting downstairs. Dr. Croft had left the house to examine Doc Sims' body. Suddenly there was a warning cry, the sound of a shot, and two figures hurtled and rolled down the full length of the stairway.
A few minutes later, Captain Friday had gathered the entire group in the living room of his summer cottage.
Now look here. I want everyone to stick close to my cottage from now on. No one's to go near Doc Sims or Andy Walters' house without my permission. Is that clear?
Si, Senor Friday. But please, could we not have more fire? See how my cousin Carmel, she is shake.
No, I'm not cold. Just that I can't forget that you might have been killed, Andres.
Oh, it is nothing. It did not hit me.
See here, Captain, I suggest we stir up the fire and all gather around and talk this thing out. I'll admit I'm pretty badly shaken myself, rolling down those stairs with a murdered man in my arms. Boo.
Okay. Come on, Andres. We'll go out and bring in a couple of big chunks of rootwood. I thought we'd get sunshine today, but the fog seems to be hanging on.
It's almost like night. It's so foggy.
See here, Miss Stanley, what's wrong with you? You haven't said a word since we left Andrew Walter's house and returned here. Oh, white as a ghost. What is it?
Well, it's all pretty terrible, isn't it?
Terrible? Of course it's bad, but you're making entirely too much of it.
Well, I didn't realize what we were up against, Dr. Croft, until I saw the stark, dead body of that murdered Hartley boy lying there.
Oh, it was bad.
I didn't realize until I saw his dead body and knew that somehow it had come alive. That dead body had held a gun and tried to kill one of us.
Well, now you know how I felt, sis, when Doc Sims, my own uncle, took a shot at me.
Yes, I know, Martin.
I'm getting sick of it. There's no use of us standing around and getting our heads shot off. Let's go back to the city and hire a lawyer to clear up this mess.
But, Martin, we haven't any money to hire a lawyer.
We could borrow on Doc Sims' estate, I'll bet. After all, it's ours.
I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Holman without Captain Friday's permission.
Nuts to Captain Friday.
Well, I suggest you talk to him. Here he comes now.
Can we get through the door with it? Attaboy, Andres.
Oh, this is fine, big stump of wood.
All right. Got a good hold?
See?
Now let's toss it in the fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, there she goes. Yeah, there's your fire, Dr. Croft. Now then, is everybody settled for a talk?
Before we begin, Captain, I think young Stanley here has a question.
Yeah?
Gail and I are going back to San Francisco and get a lawyer to take care of this.
No, you're not, Stanley.
Who's going to stop us?
I am. I happen to be constable of Holman now, and I'm holding all of you until we can get this thing cleared up.
You haven't any right. We'll all be killed. Somebody's tried twice now.
Now, look here, Stanley. This goes all for the rest of you. I suggest you forget about pulling out for a while and sit and listen. I've been looking over these papers we picked up at Doc Sims and Walter's houses. But first, I want to ask some questions.
What questions?
Before this last attack, let's just review where each of us was. Now, Dr. Croft here dropped in at Doc Sims' house down the street to see how the trussed-up body was doing. Did you see it, Doctor?
It was just as we left it, Captain, still tied to the cot.
Right. Now, Miss Stanley here and her brother were in Andrew Walter's study. You asked to be allowed to stay there while the rest of us went up to examine the death room.
Yes, that's right.
Stayed downstairs at your own request.
Well, you remember I told you I couldn't bear the sight of the room where a man was hanged.
Yes, I remember. Well, you two were in the study on the first floor. Carmel and Andres here and I went up to the second floor. We just started to examine the room when we heard Dr. Croft yell. What was it you yelled, Doctor?
I think I said, look out, Captain, look out.
Yeah. The next minute there was a shot.
See, so close to me I feel the air. It cut my face like sharp knife.
Close one, all right, Andres. And then the next thing we knew, Dr. Croft and a second person were rolling down the dark stairway together. I rushed down, and there was the doctor hanging onto the body of the murdered half-wit, the Hartley boy.
I'd never go in that house again for anything.
But look here, Doctor. How did you happen to take that tumble downstairs? What happened?
I don't know. As soon as I'd seen that Doc Sims' body was safe, I locked up and I came right over to join you at the Walters' house. I let myself in. Everything was quiet on the first floor.
Yes, we had the door to the study closed. We were just sitting there waiting.
Yes, I heard voices upstairs and I started up. It was quite dark. And suddenly I saw a figure between me and the doorway. All I could see was his outline. And I started to speak when it crouched.
It was alive?
Yeah. And I saw the glitter of a gun. I couldn't see into the room, but he was tense. He was about to fire at someone. That's when I yelled and I rushed up the stairs at him.
Yeah. Did he attack you, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. He just seemed to give way in my hands. You see, it all happened so quickly. I grabbed him and we tumbled downstairs together.
And when I opened the study door and saw what was lying at the foot of the stairs...
Yes, I know. Any opinions, Doctor?
Well, frankly, Captain, I've never had such a shock in my life. I don't understand it. There he was in the doorway, apparently alive. And by the time we reached the bottom of the steps, it was the stiff, cold corpse of the murdered Hartley boy.
Dr. Croft, if you and I hadn't been friends for the last couple of years...
Yes, I know, Captain. I'd say the same. There's something strange in that house.
Well, stranger than what happened in Doc Sims' house. The corpse walks in, takes a shot at Stanley here, and clubs me over the head, walks out under his own power, and then once out of our sight, he collapses into nothing more than a corpse.
Did you find Doc Sims' will?
Yes, I have it here.
Where was it?
In the coat pocket of the corpse.
But how
He'd evidently come alive long enough to take it away from us, and then he fell dead on his way to hide it.
I don't believe it.
Well, I don't either. What else are you going to believe?
Captain, in all the history of medicine, this situation has no precedent. Bodies simply do not repossess themselves of life once they become dead flesh.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought, too.
Captain, now, since you have in your possession the wills of Sims and Walters, it appears to me that if they contain any information concerning this business, now is the time to bring them out.
There's plenty in them, all right. Plenty to give everybody a jolt.
There is something bad?
I'll let you decide that for yourself. Before I read the wills, though, I'm going to read a copy of a letter that Doc Sims sent to Andrew Walters shortly before Walters hanged himself. How long before, we don't know. Dr. Croft and Martin Stanley have already heard it. Let's see, Andrew Walters, this is to inform you that I, Dr. C.N. Sims, have discovered your real identity as well as enough of your background and history to make your presence in this community undesirable. Unless you are willing to come to such terms as I see fit to impose, I shall at once reveal your identity and turn you over to the proper authorities, which, of course, you realize means nothing less than the gas chamber.
It is not true. My Uncle Andrew Walters is good man. This letter is big lie.
Now, hang on to yourself, Andres.
If this Doc Sims man was alive, I would make him eat these words.
Yeah, well, maybe you would, but sit down and hear the rest.
Oh, why would they want to execute our uncle?
Sounds like murder.
Oh, he wouldn't. He didn't.
Well, I didn't know that Doc Sims and Mr. Walters were enemies.
So, looks like we inherit some kind of a fight.
You would be borrowing trouble, Stanley.
Please. We aren't going to be enemies.
Oh, of course not, Carmel. The fight ended with our uncle's death.
Maybe it did and maybe it didn't. Let's wait until we hear the whole story.
First, I'm going to read Doc Sims' will. It's short. All it says is, believing that I shall outlive my only sister, Gail Sims Stanley, I hereby do on this day bequeath all my personal and business property in equal parts to my niece, Gail Stanley, and my nephew, Martin Stanley. That's all except for the date.
Well, that's something like it. Nothing hard to understand about that.
Yeah, that's not the whole story. Wait until you hear what Andrew Walters has to say in his will.
Okay, but what's that got to do with Gail and me?
Plenty.
See here, Captain. Is all that his will?
That's right. Thought he was writing a book. It's his personal history.
You've read it?
Mm-hmm.
Then why not tell us the gist of it? We can each read the details at our leisure.
That's a good idea. That suit you, Carmel?
Oh, yes, of course.
How about it, Andres?
Please, you do what you wish.
Okay. Now, this is how it is. Andy Walters and Doc Sims were brothers.
For goodness sakes. Then you mean to say we four are cousins?
That's right.
But I do not see how it is
Say,
possible.
how do you get that way? How could a guy named Sims and one named Walters be brothers?
Because Andrew Walters is an assumed name.
I don't believe it.
You will when I finish.
Sounds like a most engaging tale.
Yeah. You see, according to Walter's story, there was quite a big family of Sims originally. There were 3 sisters. First, Bonnie Sims.
See, my mother. That was her maiden name.
Yes. Then came Gail, for whom you were named as Stanley, and Joyce, Carmel's mother.
But what about the brothers, Captain?
Well, here's the angle. Doc Sims was the eldest. Then came his brother, Andy Walters. His right name was Vance Sims.
But see here, Captain, why did Vance Sims change his name to Andrew Walters?
Just a moment, Doctor. That concerns another member of the family.
Another, eh?
Mm-hmm. Another boy. Franklin Sims.
Oh, 3 boys and 3 girls.
Well, what happened to him?
He was murdered 20 years ago.
Another murder in the family?
Santa Maria! Is the whole family to be wiped out?
On the barren coast of Marin County in the village of Holman, under a blanket of fog, sits Captain Friday's summer cottage. In the cottage is being unfolded the story of the Sims family. A story beginning generations ago, and today having its tragic effect on the living members. Captain Friday has just revealed that the 2 rich men of Holman, Doc Sims and Andrew Walters, were brothers, and therefore Gail and Martin Stanley and Andres and Carmel Ruiz are cousins.
Yes, there was still another member of the family, Another brother named Franklin Sims.
3 brothers and 3 sisters.
Well, what happened to him?
He was murdered 20 years ago.
Well, who did it?
Remember that letter I read to you at the beginning from Doc Sims to Walters? Something about, I shall reveal your true identity and turn you over to the proper authorities.
Andrew, oh, please. Our Uncle Andrew did not kill his own brother.
Well, it happened in a peculiar way. You see, the 3 boys were on a sort of vacation together someplace in the Near East. Doc Sims was about 37 at the time, Walters around 35, and Franklin was only about, 22 or 3.
Quite a difference in ages, Captain.
Yes, well, there were the 3 girls in between, you know.
Yes.
Anyway, the 3 of them were in this little corner of the world when they got word that their father was dying, and he'd left the bulk of his fortune to Franklin.
Why, how unfair.
Well, Franklin was the fair-haired child. Anyway, according to the story in Andrew Walters' will here, he and Doc Sims went out and got thoroughly drunk. And when he came to the next morning, he was in a filthy jail charged with the murder of his brother, Franklin Sims.
Oh, but this is the most horrible thing to happen.
The next day, the father died. Sort of left things pretty neat for Doc Sims. One brother dead, the other, Andrew Walters, held for murder.
But didn't Doc Sims help his brother?
No, he turned against him. Left him to his fate. He came back to the United States and got himself appointed administrator for the entire estate.
A charming fellow.
Well, I don't blame him. A fellow that would murder his own brother.
But what became of Mr. Walters?
He broke jail and became a fugitive.
Oh, Andres, I guess we haven't a very nice family after all.
You know what I think? I think these Doc Sims' hands are not very clean.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think maybe he knows more about Franklin's death.
You would think of that.
But how did he happen to come back here? Didn't Doc Sims recognize him?
Well, remember, that was 20 years ago. Walters says in his will that he made his way to Australia and under his assumed name went into the mining country. He made several rich strikes and finally, after about 10 years, came out a rich man.
A rich man, eh?
Mm-hmm. Plenty of money, but old and broken down. Nobody'd have recognized him for the fugitive, Vance Sims.
Well, then he came back unrecognized.
Yes. He worked a slick trick. The slickest I've heard in a long time. He wrote a deathbed testimonial under his own name of Vance Sims. He declared that during the 10 years he'd spent in the mines, he and his own alias, Andrew Walters, had been partners. And now that he was about to die, he desired that Walters should inherit everything that had been his. You see, this included his portion of the original Sims estate, which, through his office as administrator, Doc Sims was milking for himself. In other words, Vance Sims left everything to himself as Andrew Walters.
Oh, now I begin to understand why Doc Sims was so unfriendly to us. He was cheating Mother out of her third of the estate. She was supposed to have a third after Franklin was killed, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. Doc Sims tricked her out of it.
Why, the
You
low
don't think much of him now, do you, Stanley?
Leave me alone.
But see here, Captain. What did Van Sims do then, after he willed his property to Andrew Walters, his other self?
He grabbed a ship for San Francisco and came over here to Holman with the documents and stuck them in Doc Sims' face.
Beautiful.
Yes. Doc Sims almost frothed. He was mad and scared. His conscience was bothering him about the way he'd been administrating the estate. Besides, he couldn't forget that he'd beaten his sister out of her third.
He was in a bad spot, wasn't he?
Walters had him, and there wasn't anything for him to do but turn over Vance Sims' portion without a squawk.
But no wonder they were enemies.
Yeah. Wonder they lived in the same neighborhood 10 years without the lid blowing off.
Well, still, I don't understand. What made Doc Sims write that note threatening to turn Mr. Walters over to the police? And after all these years.
Oh, that's easy. Doc Sims was burned up about the whole business. He suspected there was something smelly about the affair, so he kept nosing around, writing letters to Australia, keeping his eyes and ears open. And finally, he got the straight dope on Walters.
Discovered he was really his brother, eh?
Mm-hmm. And wanted for murder.
And then Doc Sims wrote that note threatening Andrew Walters, the one you read to us.
That's right.
You think then, Captain, that upon receiving the note from Doc Sims, Walters went to his room and hanged himself?
That's what it looks like. Trapped after all these years of safety, you know how you'd feel. Settle down to spend the rest of your life in peace and quiet, and then suddenly find yourself facing the gas chamber.
Please, I can't bear to think of it.
Oh, it is deplorable.
The thing I can't figure out is, if Walters hanged himself, who cut him down? Well, somebody else was in on this thing.
You don't suppose Doc Sims cut him down before going out on the beach to die, do you?
Could have done it, but why?
Please, I have a confession.
Andres, you didn't...
Conscience bothering, huh? All right, Andres, out with it.
Please, You will try to understand why I have not told this before.
Well, what's on your mind? Did you kill Andy Walters?
No, I did not do that.
Well, you've got something on your conscience.
No, I will explain. When Carmela and I left you on the beach, we come to the house. My uncle was not in the study, so I leave Carmela alone, and I go upstairs to find him.
Yeah, and then what?
There I see my uncle hanging.
Oh, that's it, huh?
See, I am very much disturbed. I think maybe I can save him. I cut him down quick, and then I see he is dead.
And then what'd you do?
Well, then I remembered that I am his heir, and maybe somebody will think maybe I...
Yeah, afraid of being held for murder, so you kept your mouth shut.
Please, if I have been very wrong, I am sorry.
What do you think, Dr. Croft?
Obviously the lad's telling the truth, Captain.
Oh, please, senor, my gratitude.
Okay, Andres, we'll take your word for it. For now, anyway.
Thank you, Captain Friday.
Yeah, well, there you are. You four are cousins, Doc Sims and Andrew Walters, brothers. Walters hanged himself in despair. That much is cleared up, anyway.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with Doc Sims' dead body taking a pot shot at me? And the prowling body of the village halfwit trying to kill Andres?
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say I had a complete solution. Well, we don't even know who killed the halfwit, nor why the body of Andrew Walters, alias Vance Sims, came over here and tried to bury Gale alive.
Oh, please.
All I can see right now is that it looks like all the dead bodies in the neighborhood have conspired to get rid of you four.
Oh, please don't talk like that. At the convent, they always told us there was something sacred about being dead.
You're quite right, Carmel. You mustn't judge normal living and dying by what is taking place here in Holman.
But, senor, you have told us only the history of Andrew Walters. Now, does he not will his property to anyone?
Yeah, I'll read that part. It's short. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Appreciating the fact that my two sisters were unjustly cut off from the family by their marriages, I should like to recompense them if they are still alive, or their heirs if they are not, by equally dividing my entire estate between them.
Oh, my cousin, do you hear? Carmel, you are rich. Lands, money. Oh, you will have everything you
wait
wish.
a minute, Andres. There's a little more. Now, listen. I wittingly leave the Stanley branch of the family out of my will, not from any antagonism, but because I know that Doc Sims is leaving everything to them to soothe his conscience for having robbed Gale of her third of the original estate.
Fine bunch of dog robbers in our family.
Oh, if it'd only end here.
Dr. Croft, you realize we don't know yet whether Doc Sims died naturally or whether he was murdered?
True. The body...
Yes, I know. Body hasn't stayed in one place long enough for us to perform an autopsy.
Well, the fact is, I'm not certain I'd be justified in performing an autopsy on anything as much alive.
Oh. Well, look here, it's after 1 o'clock. Aren't you folks ready for lunch?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not.
Well, I am.
Sure, everybody will be when they smell food. And Miss Stanley, how about you and Carmel poking around the groceries and knocking together a hot lunch? Feel up to it?
Oh, yes, let's do something. It'll help us forget the bad thing.
That's the idea.
Well, all right. Where will we find things?
Well, everything's in the cooler or on the shelves. Just help yourselves.
But, Captain Friday, are you going out?
Oh, the doctor and I have a little job to attend to. Andres, you and Stanley stick by the house. Don't leave, you understand?
See, I know.
And don't let the girls out of your sight.
If you think there's danger...
Lay off that stuff, Stanley. If I thought there was any danger, I wouldn't leave you out here on guard. It's daylight, isn't it?
But it's so foggy, it's almost like evening.
Are you afraid?
No. Not if you say it's all right.
Oh, sure, it's all right. Anybody else afraid?
Well, how long will you be gone?
Oh, we'll be back by the time you get lunch ready.
You're mighty mysterious.
Never mind, Stanley. Come on, Doctor. Mind now. None of you leave the cottage.
I say, Captain, I was much mystified as the rest.
Yeah? Well, we're going over and get Doc Sims' body and have an examination. Makes a lot of difference whether he died a natural death or was murdered.
If he was murdered, it was by poison. I can tell you that much.
I want to be certain, Doctor. Besides that, I want to get all these bodies back in the morgue. We've got an inquest tomorrow morning, and I don't intend to chase the coroner's jury all over the country looking for bodies.
Oh, quite.
We'll take Doc Sims to the morgue first. He's closest. You know, there's a refrigeration chamber in the cellar below ground.
Is there really?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to bind all 3 bodies and stick them down there for tonight. There's no windows, and you can bar the one door from the outside. If that doesn't hold them, nothing will.
Refrigeration, eh? It'll put in a pretty cold night, don't you think, Captain?
Yeah. Oh, hold it. Well, here's Doc Sims' place.
Why, so it is. The fog's so thick, it's changed the whole appearance of the vicinity.
Come on in, Doctor. Oh, you've still got the key to the study, haven't you?
Yes.
Blasted dark in this hallway. Wait until I switch on the lights. Yeah, there. Now we'll just... Dr. Croft, look at this.
What's happened?
Look, door's busted open, splintered to pieces.
Door smashed?
Yeah, from the inside.
Door smashed open from the inside? What about Doc Sims' body?
Wait till I get the light. Look. Look at that.
See here, Captain. This thing's superhuman. It's not possible.
Body's gone. Look at those ropes. Broken, snapped in two.
No human thing could have broken those ropes, Captain.
Yeah, but they're broken just the same. Look at those frazzled ends.
Oh, the corpse appears to have broken them with his hands as though they'd been twined. Notice? Not a knot untied.
A fat chance of us finding Rich Hartley's half-wit boy where we left him if this sort of thing is happening.
Shall we go over to the Walters place and see?
Yeah, I suppose so. Nothing we can do here.
Are you taking those ropes with you?
I want to examine them. Come on.
Captain, you know there was a time when people believed that devils could enter a dead body at will. And of course you know that these unearthly beings were endowed with unlimited strength.
I guess I better lock up. Although locks don't seem to mean much around here.
If you're interested in this devil theory...
I'm not, Doctor. I'll bet money that when we get to the bottom of this, there'll be some doggone simple explanation that'll make me blush to think I overlooked it.
Undoubtedly you're right. Say, Captain, Doc Sims' house was locked up just as I left it.
Well?
Well, do you suppose we should have searched for the body? You know it may still be there.
Well, it hasn't escaped before now. It's because it hasn't wanted to.
Yes, I suppose so.
We'll take a look when we go back. Well, Andrew Walter's front door is still intact. The half-wit's broken out of this house. It wasn't by this door. Go ahead, Doctor.
Oh, we should have stopped in at the morgue and bought a stretcher.
Snap on the light, will you?
Nothing's disturbed.
Closet door's still locked, all right. Just a minute till I get the right key here.
If I remember rightly, you used that long, plain one.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. There's a body just as we left.
Getting to be that ordinary events are more surprising. Captain, the body moved. It moved, didn't you see it?
What's that?
Careful. Don't bend over it like that.
Yes, I'm watching.
Captain, behind you.
Hey, what's going on here?
As Dr. Croft and Captain Friday bent over the corpse of the half-wit body, the diabolical force loose in the village of Holman crept up stealthily from behind. But what is that force? Who is it who animates the dead and strikes with such deadly effect? Episode 7 of Dead Men Prowl, entitled 4 Go to Join the Prowling Dead, will come to you next week at this same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The terror which has been spread over the village of Holman by the apparent uprising of 3 dead men has reached a new climax. The corpse of old Doc Sims has struck twice. The body of the dead Andrew Walters has attempted a murder of its own. And the body of the murdered half-wit boy has shown all the activity of an inspired spirit of evil. Captain Friday and Dr. Jamie Croft thought at one time today that they had all the corpses corralled and under control. And then everything broke loose. Let the captain tell you.
Dr. Croft and I tied the dead body of Doc Sims to a sofa and locked it in the study of his own house. We recaptured the corpse of the murdered half-wit Hartley boy and locked it in a closet at the Andrew Walters house. Walters' body was supposed to be in the morgue. The excitement of the prowling dead had upset the 4 young people. They were the cousins, Carmel and Andres Ruiz, and the brother and sister, Gail and Martin Stanley. Well, when we'd quieted them down and established them in my cottage, Dr. Croft and I returned to examine Doc Sims' body. To our amazement, we found the study door smashed down from the inside and the corpse of Doc Sims gone. The ropes that had bound him were lying on the floor, snapped and broken as though by superhuman strength.
From there, they rushed up the street to Andrew Walters' house, expecting to find the murdered half-wit's body also gone. But it was still locked in the closet. Captain Friday bent over the body when suddenly Dr. Croft yelled a warning. And then there was the crash of wood on skull and a deep void of blackness.
Dr. Croft, what's happened? It's so blamed dark.
Oh, where am I? What's happened?
Dr. Croft, is that you?
Captain Friday?
Are you hurt? It's so dark I can't see a thing.
I was knocked out. What makes it so dark?
We're locked in some kind of a closet.
Locked in?
Are you badly hurt?
No, it's just my head. Oh, it feels like it's bursting.
Yeah, same here.
Captain, what happened to us?
Don't know any more than you do. I was bending over the body of the Hartley boy. Last I remember was you yelling, "Look behind you, Captain." What did you see, Doctor?
That's right. Now I remember. I saw something creeping up behind us. I just caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye when something hit me. And I tried to warn you.
Looks like we were hit over the head and shoved into the same closet we had the half-wit's body locked in.
Yeah, about the same size. Are you sure we're locked in?
Haven't tried the door, but if anybody would take the trouble to dump us in, they'd certainly lock the door.
I suppose so. Oh, feeling the way I do, I don't seem to care much.
Well, feeling the way I do, I care a lot. Oh, I think I can stand. Yeah, I can stand, but that's about all. Ooh, wobbly. We're locked in all right.
Well, we don't seem to have hung on to the bodies of either Doc Sims or the half-wit in spite of our precaution.
It's a funny business, Doctor. You'd think anybody with a brain could corral and hang on to 2 or 3 corpses. Think you can stand up, Doctor?
Perhaps, if there's any necessity.
There's plenty of necessity. Come on. We're going to get out of here.
We are?
Sure. Don't want to grow old in here, do you?
No, but I don't.
All right, come on, then. We're going to smash in the door.
How? There's scarcely room to move.
Well, we can brace our feet against the back wall and push.
You think it can be done?
Oh, why not? It's a pine door. If we can't break the lock, we can break through a panel.
Let's try it by all means.
Now, wait a minute. Let me take a crack at it with my shoulder first. Yeah, sure, she'll give. Felt her bulge. Now, Doctor, you put your shoulder against it here. Brace your feet against the wall. And push with all you've got in you. I'm going to lay into it with my shoulder.
You know where I'm going to light when it does give, don't you?
Yeah, that's all right. You've got good padding there. Ready?
All ready.
Now.
I felt it give, Captain.
We'll get it.
Yeah. It's giving, Captain. It's giving.
Now, once more. Yeah. Look out, Doctor.
Oh! Head over heels. What did I tell you?
Yeah. I'd like to have had a picture of you. Yeah, just the same, we're free, and that's most important.
Well, maybe.
The boy's body's gone, all right. Everything in the room's just as we left it.
Yes?
Well, I'm a son of a gun.
Now what?
Look at the clock. We've been laid out in that closet 2 hours.
Joe, we must have been given some potent knockout drops.
2 hours? Those kids we left at my cottage will be scared silly. Come on, let's get over to them double quick.
I hope they haven't been foolish enough to go looking for us.
Cut across the lot here. Now, we told them we'd be back for lunch. They'll know something went haywire.
We warned them explicitly, though, not to leave the cottage. My eye, Captain, you've got me doing a dog trot in the way I feel.
Yeah, well, I'm worried. Hey, look, there's a light in the front room of the cottage.
Oh, good. Well, that means someone's there. Anyway, that Andres Ruiz boy, he seems to have a pretty level head on him.
Yeah, so is Gail Stanley. You can't tell what her brother Martin might panic him into doing. Hey, look, the door's standing wide open.
Joe, what's that I smell?
Come on, Doctor. Something's wrong. Andres, Carmel, where is everybody? Something's burning in the kitchen.
Yes, Definitely from the kitchen.
Hey, Dr. Croft, come out here in the kitchen.
Yeah? Phew. What's all this smoke?
Hey, look. They went away and left things cooking on the fire. Everything's burned to the pans.
You turned off the gas?
Yeah. Another half hour and the whole house would have been on fire. And with 3 supposedly dead men prowling around, I don't like it.
Great heavens, Captain. You're not suggesting the corpse of one of our 3 dead men has harmed them?
I don't know what to think, but I know one thing. If they went out of their own accord, they'd have slipped on their coats. Come on, let's have a look.
You're quite right. That should give us a clue.
We'll give their baggage the once-over. Hey, Doctor, look in the bathroom. My medicine case.
Someone must have been hurt.
Gauze, cotton, bandages scattered about. Someone rushed in here and grabbed things in a hurry. Doctor, where did you have your medical bag?
By the bed in my room. Why?
Go and see if it's still there.
I don't see what you're getting at, but I'll soon tell you.
Might as well have a look for their coats. I don't get it. Even if they were worried, they wouldn't go searching for us with medicine and bandages. They wouldn't do that unless... Hey, I wonder.
Captain, where are you?
In the bedroom, Doctor.
I say, Captain, you're right. My medical bag gone with the rest.
Here's, huh? Well, the girls' coats are gone, too.
What does it mean?
I'd say it means that they left of their own accord.
But my medicine case and the emergency supplies from your cabinet.
It doesn't add up.
Do you suppose someone of the 4 was hurt? They may have rushed him to a doctor.
The nearest doctor's in Sausalito. Besides, they know you're a medical man. They'd have come hunting us.
Yeah, that's quite likely.
Besides, they wouldn't take your medical case along.
True.
Looks to me like they had some inkling of some accident and rushed out to give first aid.
That's it, of course. But see here. They wouldn't have dashed off like they did, all 4, I mean. One of the boys might have gone, but... everything here indicates that they were terribly upset.
Exactly how they'd act, Doctor,
If what?
If the accident had occurred to one or both of us.
Shove.
Well, that doesn't make sense either. They couldn't have known we were hit over the head and locked in a closet. Anyway, we didn't need bandages.
It doesn't hold together.
See here, Doctor. We've got to get looking for those kids.
Yes, of course, but
before we can start looking, we've got to figure this thing out as nearly as we can. We've got to work on some sort of a theory.
I haven't the faintest idea of one, though.
I have. Supposing someone came to the house and said we were badly hurt.
Oh, see here, but...
Just suppose it, Doctor. And supposing they told them we were about to pass out and to grab medical supplies and follow him to a certain place.
Shove. But with what object?
Why, to lure him away from the cottage.
Captain, I believe you've hit it.
Now, this is only a theory.
Oh, it's good enough for me. Where do you think we should begin looking?
This business is centering around Doc Sims and Andrew Walter's houses. They're both empty. Only ones in the village not lived in.
But we just came from Walter's house.
Yeah, I know. Come on. We'll go to Sims' place first. Are you armed, Doctor?
No.
Well, here, take this gun. It's small but effective.
But you?
Oh, I've got my regular. Come on, Doctor. We haven't had any opportunity to shoot so far, but if my theory's any good, it won't be long.
I've never shot a man, Captain.
Yeah? It's not so different from sticking a knife in him. Being a surgeon, you've had plenty of that sort of experience.
Oh, look here. That's a bit offensive.
Confound this fog. It's getting worse and worse. Gonna last all day. You know, Doctor, another reason why Doc Sims' place is a good spot to start the hunt is that the kids knew we were going over there. They'd go there without giving it a second thought.
Shall we take the path through the vacant lot?
Yeah. How's your head now?
So much excitement, I've forgotten all about it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be pretty skinny pickings for the coroner's jury tomorrow. We only got one of our 3 corpses to put on exhibition.
Going to be rather an unhappy affair, I'm afraid.
Yeah, bad. For the village and its temper, no telling what'll happen.
No more mob scenes, I hope.
Not while I'm constable. Say, what's the meaning of that light in the morgue?
Light?
Yeah. You just see it through the fog. Hey, we might find some answers in the morgue.
Don't suppose one of us left the light on, do you?
No, I don't. Come on, I'm going to have a look.
But see here, what about those 4? They may be in bad trouble.
Sure, this may be a clue to it.
I don't follow you, Captain.
You're not used to following hunches, Doctor. That's my meat. Better have your gun handy.
Is the door locked?
Yeah. Come on in, Doctor. The light's on in the back where the slab is. That door's closed.
Jove, Captain, it's dark in here. Fairly chills the blood.
Now then, I'm going to open the door. You ready?
Well, perhaps it's a trap.
We've got the advantage. We'll be in the dark here. Crouch down lower.
Righto.
Careful now. There.
There's no one in there.
It doesn't look like it. Come on, let's have a look around. Keep that gun handy, Doctor.
Captain Friday. Where's the body of Andrew Walters?
What's that? Andy Walters' body gone again? This is a great little morgue. Can't get a corpse to stay in it. It isn't decent.
Not a single corpse to exhibit at our inquest tomorrow.
Telling you, the minute I lay my hands on that collection of corpses again, I'm going to stick them down in that refrigeration room and freeze them up so solid that... Say, Doctor, we haven't looked down there yet.
Haven't looked where?
Down in the basement, the refrigeration room for dead bodies. There's more than one way to commit murder.
There's a refrigeration room in the basement of the miniature morgue in the village of Holman. It's the one place Captain Friday has not thought to look for the missing young people. After all, there are less than 30 houses in the whole village, and that allows little room for making 4 grown people vanish as completely as have Carmel, Andres, and Martin and Gale. But the basement of the morgue could also be a booby trap.
That's the door leading downstairs, Doctor.
Ah. Are you going down, Captain?
Sure. Come on. Be on your guard.
There's a light down there, I suppose.
Yeah. Switch at the head of the stairs lights the stairway. Another switch at the foot lights the anteroom leading to the refrigeration room. Why?
I'm just wondering if we could be trapped in the dark.
No, not a chance. Be careful, though. Stand away from the door.
Yes?
Well, here goes. Holy mackerel, somebody took a shot. Listen.
Someone falling downstairs.
Yeah. 1 inch lower, and I'd have had my head blown off.
Well, they don't shoot again.
Looks like he took 1 shot and beat it. Fell downstairs trying to make a quick getaway.
How can you stand there so calm, Captain? That was a pretty close call.
Never mind about that. I'm going down after that guy.
Captain, you're not.
I'll say I am. You stay right here.
Nothing of the kind. You'll need help.
It's my funeral.
No funeral if I can help it.
Attaboy, Doctor. Now, come on. We'll go down the stairs with the lights out.
Go ahead. I'm with you.
Don't follow me too close. We don't want to collide and give ourselves away.
I'll watch.
Come on. Hello. What's this? A would-be murderer dropped his gun.
You found his gun?
Yeah. Fella got away so fast he left it behind. Well, so much the worse for him. Let's go on. Coming?
Yes.
You're plenty quiet. You should have been a burglar. Here we come to the bottom of the stairs.
Haven't heard a sound, have you?
We'll have to feel our way in the dark. Okay. Come on.
Is there another exit from the basement?
No. Oh, up there. Doctor.
Yes?
Just bumped into one of our corpses. I can tell by the feel.
Captain, are you certain?
Sure. It's all in a heap. And this must be the chap that fired at me. That'd explain the gun.
Who is it?
Just a second. It's the half-wit Hartley boy.
What are you going to do with him?
Leave him here for the moment and go on.
But, Captain,
You stay here and watch beside him.
If you wish.
Looks like we'd found their hangout, all right.
Whose hangout?
Hangout of these dead bodies. Looks like this is where our corpses have been hiding out.
You talk as though you thought we were fighting the dead.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Looks like this chap was set to guard the head of the stairs. Imagine the others will be around close by. I'm going on ahead and turn on the light.
Captain, you don't know what you're walking into.
I can shoot as fast and straight as the next guy. You stay here and wait for me. Yeah, there's the light. Dr. Croft, come here quick.
What do you see?
Come here and take a look.
What is it now? Oh, my eye, what an exhibition.
Can you imagine it? Look at Andrew Walters stretched out there on the floor on his stomach.
What's that, a rifle in his hand?
Yeah, 30-30, pointed right at the foot of the stairs.
But he's dead. You can tell by the way he holds the weapon.
Yes. He's dead or he'd have taken a pop at us. Look at old Doc Sims slumped down over there against the door to the refrigeration room. Talk about the army of the dead on guard. Ugh, gives you the shivers.
There never was anything like it in the world, Captain. It's just as though they had set themselves to die fighting to protect that room and then...
Protect that room? Doctor, you don't suppose they've got those 4 kids in that refrigeration room?
Those 4 children? Frozen.
Get that body out of the way. Door's locked. We've got to get in there.
Do you suppose Doc Sims has a key on him?
Yeah, maybe. Here, let's see.
Hurry, Captain, hurry.
The first time I ever rolled a dead man.
Find anything?
Nothing here. Hey, maybe it's on the key ring I took from him yesterday.
Good. Hurry. Hurry.
It seems like a million keys on this thing.
Can I help you?
No, stand out of the way. Here. This looks like it fit. No, it doesn't fit.
Here. Try
that.
No,
that's too big. Here it is. Here. Ugh, holy mackerel, it's freezing in here.
Captain Friday. Captain, please.
Andres, is that you? Captain, is there a light?
Yeah, on the outside of the door. Here.
In heaven's name, Captain, look at them. Frozen to death.
Please help us.
Grab him, Doctor. Drag him out. Gotta get him out quick.
Gail Stanley's still conscious, I think. Here, child. Don't move. I'll carry you. There.
I've got Andres.
Save Carmel. Please, I am all right. Save my little cousin.
Yeah, we'll get her. Come on. Get young Stanley, Doctor.
I'm after him now.
That poor little tyke. Carmel's hardly breathing.
We've got to get them into bed immediately or we'll lose them all.
What a way to die. Somebody's going to pay for this.
See here. There's one of these ambulance tables.
A what?
A double-deck table on wheels. I saw one on the main floor. We've got to get these 4 upstairs and onto it. We can wheel them all over to the cottage at once, then.
Let's go.
Take off your coat, wrap Carmel up the best you can, then carry her upstairs.
Yes, I've got her.
Please, you do not need to carry me.
You'd better wait, Andres. I'll be right back to give you a hand.
If I could stand and walk about to get my circulation to go again.
You stand where you are, Andres. As soon as I get Miss Stanley upstairs, we'll attend to you boys.
I left Carmel on the table, Doctor.
Is there room for Miss Stanley on top alongside her?
Yeah, I think so. Here, Andres, let me give you a hand.
Please, no. You take Stanley first. He is worse off.
All right, fella. Hang on. I'll be right with you.
It is bad way to die. This freeze.
Golly, there's a lot of meat on this guy, Stanley. I guess he'll have to ride upstairs on my shoulder.
Please, is Carmel going to be all right?
Don't you worry about her, Andres.
Oh, you've got Stanley, eh? Can I give you a hand?
No, I'm all right, Doctor.
Then I'll take Andres. Poor chap, he's suffering brutally.
Please, you do not need to carry me. You just help me walk.
As a matter of fact, it'll be better for you if you can help yourself a bit. Help to stimulate the bloodstream. Now, right up those stairs.
Si, senor. Please, I am sorry.
Oh, now, Andres. Take it easy, lad.
But this most horrible thing. Who would do this?
Then don't think about it. Save your breath to get up these stairs.
I cannot forget how Carmel, she cries so hard when she thinks we are going to die.
There now. Can you make this step?
She is so young. Do you think I'm dying?
Here, Doctor. Let me give you a hand. Yep. Here we are. Now then, hold yourself as stiff as you can, Andres. We'll shove you in beside Stanley.
See, I understand.
There. And now then for the buggy ride.
Thank heavens we have an easy approach to the road.
Yeah, no curbings between here and the cottage. Wheels like a baby carriage.
Do you want to lock the place up, Captain?
Yeah. Well, look here, Doctor. Can you get along without me for a few minutes?
What? Why, I suppose so.
Well, you go ahead. I'll run and catch up with you.
My word. What now?
Please, if my cousin, she is in danger, you will hurry?
I don't dare to go too fast. Too many ruts here. It'd be too bad if we tipped you over. Oh. Only a moment more now. And we'll be at the cottage.
Oh, this is mercy.
Okay, Doctor. I'm with you again.
Here you are.
Couldn't see in the fog until I got right on top of you.
All right. Here we are. Get them in the house as fast as you can.
Yeah, you bet.
Great heavens, Captain. My medical case. I've got to have stimulants.
Don't worry, I got it. Found it when I went back.
Oh, what a fright. Here, get the unconscious ones in first. Then I can be working on them.
Yeah. You take Carmel, I'll bring young Stanley.
Yes, I can take her and still open the door.
Think Stanley's going to come too, Doctor?
Put him there on the floor before the fire where it's warm. Carmel's the hardest hit. I'll attend to her first.
Yeah, go ahead, Doctor. I'll bring in the others.
Stimulant to keep her heart action strong. Yes, this will do the work.
Where do you want Miss Stanley, Doctor?
Oh, put her beside her brother. And when you've got Andres in, gather blankets and roll them up. Better build up a big fire.
Yeah, okay. There's some party. Biggest attempted massacre I've ever been on.
I'm afraid Carmel's going to have to take an awful beating before she comes around. There now. I better have a look at young Stanley.
Lean on me more, guy. Lean on me.
But I am bad.
Oh, come on. Don't be so independent. Yeah. You float down here beside the others.
I have never been so cold.
How about Carmel, Doctor?
Come here, Captain.
Yeah? What is it, Doctor?
She's very low. I've given her an injection, but I don't know.
Hey, you're not giving up hope.
Shh. Please, what is it?
Now you've done it.
Doctor, do not tell me she...
No. Andres. Carmel's going to be all right. You see, this is no time for sentiment. We've got to slap and massage her rather sharply now to get the blood flowing.
I understand.
Her whole body, Andres. You understand, Andres. We've got to get the blood to flowing.
You mean whip her?
Exactly. Whip and massage warmth back into her body.
Here's a bunch of blankets, Doctor. Hey, look. Stanley's coming around.
Here. Give them each a drink of this.
Okay.
I'm having a juice of a time getting Carmel out of these frozen clothes, though. There. Now then, I can work.
In heaven's name, Doctor, not so hard.
Oh, keep Andres quiet, Captain.
Yeah, what's the matter, fella? It's for her own good.
My poor little cousin.
I say, Captain, why did you go back into the morgue? Why did you stay behind?
I dragged our 3 corpses into the refrigeration room and locked the door on them.
But, Captain, what if they're still alive? You can't freeze them like butcher's meat.
What did Andres mean? Does he really believe there is life in those 3 dead bodies Captain Friday locked in the freezing chamber in the basement of the morgue? It goes against all the rules of physiology. But Captain Friday may yet be sorry for his actions against those 3. Listen next week to Chapter 8 of Dead Men Prowl, which is entitled The Prowler with the Rope Around His Neck. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Probably no village of 30 houses in the world, besides Holman on the Marin County coast of California, had the morbid luxury of its own morgue. Certainly not with a morgue so modernly equipped, with slabs and ice niches and refrigeration rooms. You will remember that earlier this afternoon, Captain Friday and Dr. Croft were knocked unconscious and locked in a closet in Andrew Walter's home. When they broke out, they found that Carmel and Andres Ruiz and Gale and Martin Stanley had disappeared from Captain Friday's cottage. But here is Captain Friday himself.
We began the search and finally discovered the four locked in the refrigeration room in the basement of the morgue. We found them all right. We also found something we hadn't bargained for. Standing guard in the anteroom before the door were the bodies of the 3 prowling dead. Doc Sims, Andrew Walters, and Rich Hartley's murdered half-wit boy. While Dr. Croft rushed the half-frozen young people back to the cottage on a morgue hand wagon, I dumped the 3 corpses into the icy refrigeration room and locked them in. There would be no more prowling dead if I could prevent it.
For half the night, the doctor and Captain Friday worked over the 4 young people with stimulants. And in the case of Carmel Ruiz, with even harsher methods, for she of the 4 was almost past saving. But toward midnight, the danger seemed past. Leaving the 4 in the doctor's care then, Captain Friday disappeared for 2 hours. And when he returned, he was full of unsuppressible excitement.
Doctor! Dr. Croft, where are you? Doctor... Oh, hello. Sound asleep before the fire.
What? What is it, Captain?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. If I'd known you were asleep, I wouldn't have stormed in like this.
Asleep? Oh, I want to be sorry. I had no business dozing.
Oh, see here, Doctor. You're dead on your feet.
A little tired. But I must say, you're standing up under the strain as though you hadn't missed an hour's sleep.
Well, I'm used to it. I can live on nothing but excitement for a week if necessary.
Well, the sleep I had has revived me.
Better go on back to sleep.
With you bursting with news?
Yeah? How'd you know that?
Glitter in your eyes. Come, out with it.
Glitter, huh? Yeah, I got one thing cleared up anyway.
You have? Anything of importance?
Well, I think so. I know who killed the half-wit Hartley boy.
Really, Captain?
Haven't any idea yourself. Huh?
Oh, I say, now don't keep me waiting like this.
Well, I'll tell you. It was Andres Ruiz.
Andres Ruiz?
Captain Friday, I think you are my friend.
Hey, where did you pop from?
I hear you say I do this murder.
Andres, I thought you were asleep.
No, I'm not asleep.
Yeah, I can see that.
And if you say I killed this half-wit boy, you lie.
Lie, huh?
You cast disgrace on my name.
Hey, Andres, don't shake your fist like that.
Well, then you say it is not true.
Come on and sit down. I want to talk to you.
No, I will not sit with anybody who say I am a murderer.
Sit down.
You say these things...
Sit down. Better sit down, don't you think, Andres?
Doctor, you do not think I have killed anyone?
You better sit down and hear what Captain Friday has to say.
Well, very well. But I tell you...
Now then, Andres, I've been out poking around the beach. I found this not very far from where we first met you and Carmel last night.
The cloak. The cloak which the skeleton wear.
Uh-huh. I thought you'd recognize it.
You find this on the beach?
Uh-huh. And a little further on, I found this.
By George, Captain, you seem to have had a very profitable evening.
This is the hat we see him wear. There is no doubt.
Yeah, there's no doubt, all right.
And did you find the skeleton?
Sure.
You did?
Andres, I found tracks and blood on the sand.
Blood, eh?
Yeah. And even you, Andres, would hardly expect to get blood out of a skeleton. Now, would you?
But no. What is this you are saying?
If you shot at a skeleton and... You admit you did shoot at the skeleton, don't you?
Yes.
If you shot at the skeleton and drew blood, you'd be willing to admit that there was something mighty queer, wouldn't you?
Please, senor, what is it you wish to say?
We'll get at that in a moment. I followed the footprints for a bit, and then pretty soon the footprints got wobbly, and they stopped altogether. After that, there was only a sort of blurred trail, so somebody was dragging himself along on his hands and knees. Plenty of blood, though.
Oh, what have I done? Oh, it is not possible.
Now, just a minute, Andres. Where do you think the trail led?
To the morgue?
Right, to the back entrance. The door was unlocked. There were bloodstains on the steps and a smear here and there on the floor.
Oh, this is the most terrible thing ever happened to me.
I even found stains on the edge of the slab where his soaked shirt had rubbed as he pulled himself up onto the barmel piece.
Oh, see here, Captain, that's a bit far-fetched. Supposing Andres here did mistake the Hartley boy for a skeleton and shoot him. You can't expect us to believe that the fellow raced to the morgue and climbed up on the slab to die.
Everything indicates that he went there by himself.
But if it was the half-wit boy, well, what make him look like skeleton?
I found out that, too. That was done with phosphorescent paint.
See here, Captain, you're making this village more on a most unusual character.
Oh, no, Doctor, not when you get to the bottom of the thing. As soon as I got all this material together, I beat it over to his father's house and routed him out.
Will he send me to jail?
We'll talk about that later, Andres. I told Rich Hartley the whole story, and he saw right away what had happened to his son. To amuse the boy last Halloween, he'd given him several rubber masks and a can of phosphorescent paint and showed him how to fix himself up like a skeleton.
Oh-ho. And the poor lad was simply carrying his Halloween celebration over several months.
Uh-huh. I was just out for a little fun, and Andres here, not understanding, took a shot at him.
Oh, never as long as I live will I shoot another gun.
As for him going to the morgue when he was shot, his father explained that in spite of everything that Doc Sims had ever been able to do, the boy had insisted on making the place his playhouse.
Jove. And you think in his death agonies, he crawled to his beloved playhouse to die.
That's right.
But still, Captain, that doesn't explain how his body came to join in the antics of the prowling dead.
No, but it takes an awful burden off my mind. Now we can concentrate on Doc Sims and Andrew Walters. There's where the sinister business is concerned.
But what is to become of me? Please, senors, if I have killed a boy...
See here, Andres. Rich Hartley's a decent sort of fellow. Oh, old moss back, but a just man all the same. I'd advise you go over and have a heart-to-heart talk with him tomorrow.
Oh, please, senor, if this will do any good...
Better still, he'll probably be at the inquest. We'll take you along.
Oh, I will do anything.
I think if we can convince him that the shooting was a mistake, that it was accidental, and that the whole thing is as horrible to you...
Yes, see. Oh, I will make him understand.
I don't think you'll have any trouble with him, Andres.
Oh, never in my life have I killed a man before.
No, Andres, you mustn't brood like this. Get the thing out of your mind and go back to bed.
Bed? Oh, no, I will never sleep again. Always I will see the face of this poor little half-wit boy. Oh, please, you will not mind if I go outside? My head hurt like it has never hurt before.
All right, go along out and get some fresh air then.
You think he's recovered enough from the chill he got, Doctor?
Oh, quite. But, Andres, wrap up a bit.
Oh, yes, I will. Oh, never have I known anything like this before.
Poor chap. He's utterly distracted.
How's his cousin Carmel, Doctor? Is she going to be all right?
Oh, right as rain. Not only that, Miss Stanley and her brother will be as fit as ever by morning. Marvelous, the recuperative forces in youth.
Yeah, that's a load off my mind. You know what, Doctor?
What's that?
I'm all for taking a cat nap. I'm getting fuzzy from lack of sleep.
I think that's a good idea, Captain.
So far as I know, there were never more than 2 keys to the refrigeration room over at the morgue. And I've got both of them.
Only 2?
Mm-hmm. And I don't care how much supernatural power those 3 dead bodies have. I'll bet they can't break out of that ice room.
No, I imagine not.
Uh-huh. And with them safe on ice, I figure we owe ourselves a couple of hours' rest.
Well, you run along. I have a notion to toast myself before the fire. The chair's comfortable. If I get drowsy again, I'll just drop off.
Do you more good to go to bed?
I fancy not. I'd rather be fully dressed if anything should come up.
Uh-huh. Anticipating anything?
Nothing especially, except,
Well?
Captain, what do you think is the real reason Andres felt the need of cold night air when we only saved him from freezing less than 7 hours ago?
Oh, I see. Think you're flushing out a clue, huh, Doctor?
Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, I think I'll sit here.
Okay. Good night. Oh, and Doctor... Yes, Captain? If there's anything unusual, call out.
Yes, I will.
Captain Friday. What are you two girls doing awake?
Oh, please. Please, Captain Friday, come in here.
Say, what are you two girls doing sitting up in bed jabbering like magpies? You're supposed to be asleep.
Captain, there's somebody prowling around outside our window.
Uh-oh. You sure?
Yes, there really is, Captain Friday.
And we were afraid to get up to call anybody.
Prowling outside, huh? But nobody could get in. Window in here's too small. Besides, it's way up high.
Oh, I know, but, well, nothing seems to make any difference to these dead creatures.
You wait here a minute. I'll go take a peek out of the window in my room.
Please be careful.
I'll be all right.
Gail, he's going to do just what you did when that awful thing pulled you out of the window.
Oh, Captain, please wait.
No, nothing in sight. Uh-oh. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going out the window.
Gail, you seen something?
Well, don't be a silly, Carmel. Captain Friday can take care of himself.
I wouldn't feel so frightened if...
If what, Carmel?
If I could only forget about that awful cold room in the morgue. I can't seem to get that terrible cold feeling out of me.
Well, you mustn't think about it. Just be glad that... Why, Martin, are you awake, too?
I thought I heard voices. Oh, I'm glad you girls are all right.
Well, Martin, what is that? You're as white as a ghost.
I was having a horrible nightmare. Finally woke me up. Carmel, are you all right?
I think so. Yes, of course.
What's the door doing open between your room and Captain Friday's?
Well, the captain just went out the window.
Out the window? You mean that...
Somebody's been prowling outside the window again.
Was it another dead body? Did you see who it was?
No, we just heard footsteps. There's someone at the captain's window now. Listen.
Come on, fella. It's all right. I brought the Prowler along with me.
For 20 years, not a single death has marred the tranquil life of the little village of Holman. Suddenly, 3 deaths occurred in one night. Doc Sims died a natural death on the beach. Andrew Walters, the other rich man of Holman, hanged himself in his home. Rich Hartley's half-wit son was accidentally shot through the heart by Andres Ruiz. These 3 dead men have been prowling the village streets until Captain Friday locked the bodies in Holman's tiny morgue. But even with these precautions, a prowler has just been captured outside the captain's summer cottage.
It's okay, folks. I brought the Prowler along with me.
Brought the Prowler?
Yeah. Oh. Hello there, Stanley. You joined the pajama party, too, huh? Well, here's your Prowler.
Andres.
Oh, please, Carmel. Please, everybody. I did not mean to frighten anyone. I could not sleep, and I wished to do something, and so I walk up and down the beach, so I would know everything would be all right with you, Miss Stanley, and Carmel.
Oh, that's it. Well, you did give us an awfully bad half hour, Andres.
Oh, I am too sorry.
Mighty decent thought, just the same, Andres.
What do you say, Stanley?
You just said I thought it was mighty decent of you. Why?
Oh. Nothing. Nothing.
See here now. Aren't any of you going back to sleep?
Well, I'm not the least bit sleepy.
Oh, no. I want to stay awake.
Well, as long as you're all staying awake, I'm going to round up Dr. Croft, and then I want to get the straight of this morgue business. How you got yourself locked in the refrigeration room with the doctor's medical kit.
That won't take long.
Yeah, you girls stay in bed and keep warm. You two fellas make yourself comfortable. I'll get Dr. Croft.
Martin, are you sure you're all right? You look awfully sick.
No, honest, Gail, don't worry about me. I'm all right, please.
Carmel, please. You will keep warm.
I'm all right now, Andres. Really, I am.
Oh, when I think how you suffer in that horrible place, I turn to water in my heart. I cannot bear it.
Oh, Andres. I'd give anything in the world if I had a brother like you.
Brother? Brother? You wish me for a brother?
Why, Andres. You look so hurt. I thought you'd like to know how much I like you.
Huh? Oh, but of course, Carmel Mia. It is beautiful compliment you give me.
Well, the doctor's fallen asleep, all worn out. I'm not going to bother him. We'll get along without him.
Of course, the poor man.
I'd like to have had him here to see if all you folks are okay.
If anybody gets tired, we can stop, eh?
Yeah. Hey, mind if I perch on the foot of your bed, Miss Stanley?
Of course not.
Oh, thanks. Okay, now, I want the whole dope from the minute Dr. Croft and I left you four here in the cottage yesterday afternoon till we pulled you out of the ice room at the morgue.
Well, we were staying...
No, wait a minute. Not all at once. Miss Stanley, suppose you begin.
All right. After you left, Carmel and I began getting lunch, just as you told us. Everything went all right. Well, that is, we straightened everything out.
Now, wait a minute. What do you mean, straightened everything out?
Please, senor. Stanley and I have quarreled.
Quarreled, huh?
Yeah, and it was my fault. I'm sorry, Andres. Really, I am.
Huh. Stanley, that trip to the morgue icebox seems to have done you some good.
I don't know. Perhaps.
All right, Miss Stanley. What then?
Well, we got everything on the stove cooking nicely, when suddenly someone ran up on the porch and pounded on the door and began to yell.
Mm-hmm. It was awful.
You'd have thought he was crazy the way he went on.
Well, he yelled for us not to stop for anything, that you, Captain, and Dr. Croft had been dreadfully hurt, and that we were to get bandages and medicine and rush over to the morgue. He said you were in the basement.
Who was this fellow?
We don't know.
Didn't you get a look at it?
No, he shouted through the door.
We were petrified.
Well, as soon as I come to my senses, I rushed to the door. But he is gone.
Oh, that's a crazy business.
All we could think about was you two being hurt.
We forgot all about the lunch we were cooking.
Oh, we did not waste 1 minute. We grabbed everything we could find in the bathroom. Bandage, medicine, everything.
Well, I happened to think of Dr. Croft's medicine case, so I got that too.
It was so foggy outside we lost our way and went past the morgue. We had to come back.
Yeah, we were so excited we didn't know what we were doing.
Tell me, was the front door of the morgue open?
Yes, and the whole place was lighted, too.
We never think it might be a trap.
Why should we? They said you were badly hurt, and so we went...
So you went down into the basement, and then what?
Well, we all rushed into a big room.
Oh, it was so cold.
Was the door open and the light on in the refrigeration room?
See, yes. But, of course, we didn't know it was refrigeration room when we went in.
We all dashed in, the doors slammed shut behind us, and there we were.
And then the lights went out.
All of a sudden, I realized what had happened.
Knew you'd walked into a trap, huh?
Yes. I never had such a feeling in my life. My whole body was filled with such a revulsion. I was so nauseated, I couldn't stand.
I don't think we'd better go into the rest of it.
But please, senor, where were you and the doctor all this time?
You say the fellow came to the door about a half hour after we left the cottage?
Well, it couldn't have been longer than that.
Well, along about that time, maybe a few minutes before, the doctor and I were getting our heads bashed in.
You mean you were attacked too?
Yeah, over in Andrew Walter's house.
Oh, this is too much.
Somebody slugged me and then locked us in a closet where we put the Hartley boy's body.
But didn't you see who it was?
Not a chance. They got us from behind.
Well, how'd you get out of the closet?
Smashed in the door.
Look here, Captain. Could the same person have done both jobs?
You'd have been busier than a bird dog if you did. Yeah, this is going to take some figuring. Let's see now. None of you went outside the cottage until this voice called to you.
I'll say not. We stuck to each other like burrs.
Please. I know. You were thinking about me.
About you?
Well, you think that because... please, must you tell about what I have done?
Oh, I got you. You mean our little conversation about the half-wit?
Oh, please, if it is not necessary...
Don't you worry, Andres. That's in the bag for the time being.
Oh, for this I thank you, senor.
Captain! Captain Friday!
Listen, that's Dr. Croft.
Captain, quick. Something's gone wrong.
What's the matter?
Well, I was awakened by a woman screaming. I had dropped off to sleep.
Woman screaming? Where? I didn't hear anything.
I heard it twice. It was an agonized cry, one right on top of the other.
Strange. Where did it come from?
In the distance. You don't suppose that
Suppose what?
Why, it occurred to me that our dead friends may have escaped from the morgue and are prowling in some of the neighbors' homes.
Yes, that's a possibility. Come on, Doctor, we'll check on it.
Oh, please. Please, you're not going to leave us alone again?
See here, Captain, this is pretty serious. These young people shouldn't have been awakened this way after the harrowing experiences they've been through.
Well, the captain didn't awaken us, Doctor. We were awake. I'm perfectly all right.
No, Carmel isn't. Look at her bright eyes and her flushed cheeks.
Oh, really, I am. Please don't leave us. Oh, Doctor, don't go away.
See here, Doctor. Maybe you'd better stay here. Stanley, will you stay here with Dr. Croft?
Well, anything you say, Captain.
Come out here a minute first, Stanley. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I know. I've been making a horse's neck of my...
Now then, Carmel, you lie down.
I don't want to go to sleep. I don't want to be left alone.
Now then, no one's going to leave you alone. I'm going to stay right here with you, and so is Martin Stanley and his sister.
Of course, Carmel. We won't leave you.
All right, Stanley. Mind what I tell you. Andres, are you ready? You're coming with me.
Please, if anything should happen to Carmel...
Nothing's going to happen. Put on your hat and step on it.
Carmel, you will do what the good doctors say. Everything will be all right.
Andres, let's Go away from here.
Oh, please. Please, you get well and we will go away.
Let her alone, Andres. You're simply upsetting her.
I will kiss you on the forehead. See? I am your big brother. I will be back.
All right, Andres, let's get out of here. We've wasted too much time already. Cut across the lawn to the sidewalk.
Oh, the doctor was angry because we upset Carmel.
I suppose we did go too far. I had to get that information, though. Maybe I should have called him after all.
Please, where are we going?
I don't know. The doctor said he heard a woman scream. Somebody in the village has been yelling. There'll be a crowd around.
Oh, if it was not for this thick fog.
Yeah, it's beastly. Here's the sidewalk. We'll have to patrol up one side of the street and down the other. Nothing will get by us that way.
It is good there is only one street.
Yeah, a short one at that. If you see anything, Andres, that's out of the ordinary, sing out.
Please, if I may ask it, have you no idea who is caused all this?
Idea, huh? I've been collecting a lot of ideas lately, Andres. A lot of them.
Well, then you perhaps know who is do this thing, eh?
You'd be surprised what I know, Andres.
Well, then why you do not arrest somebody, if you know?
Listen, fella. All I'm waiting for now is a break. Things are piling up, and when the right time comes... But see here, Andres. Keep mum.
Oh, with all my heart, I will not say a thing. But please, if I can give any little help, What is that?
It's the morgue. Come on, it's the morgue.
Please, I am losing you in this dark.
Come on, Andres. They're blowing up the morgue.
Oh, this is awful.
Here I am, Andres. Look out you don't trip and break your neck on that rotten sidewalk.
How can I watch out when I cannot see one little thing?
Yeah, watch yourself. Here, over this way through the lot. Imagine that, blowing up the morgue.
Maybe these bodies which have given us so much trouble are no
blown
more.
up, huh? I hope they are.
Oh, it is terrible thought.
Yeah, I don't see why. They've had a run for their money.
Only madmen would run around in fog like this.
Yeah, you got to take a chance on breaking your neck once in a while in this game.
I do not think I wish to be detective.
Here we are. Look there. Door's busted open. What a blast. Wonder if the lights will turn on.
Are you not afraid of what you will find?
There won't be anybody inside. If there is, he got blown up plenty with that blast.
Well, where is the lights?
Here along the wall somewhere. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, that's a break. Wonder it didn't tear out the wiring.
But I do not see any explosion.
I have an idea where to look. Come on down into the basement.
You mean this refrigeration room?
Yeah, come on. Here. Wait till I find the stair lights. Yeah, there she is.
Look, there are the stairs.
I'm a son of a gun if it isn't our old friend, the Hartley boy.
Oh, he was come upstairs and he could not go any further. Look how he is fall on his face.
Yeah, looks like a jailbreak, all right. Come on, let's go on down.
Oh, if I never see this place again, I will be just as happy.
Careful you don't step on him.
Oh, I would never do that.
Frozen stiff. Yep, here's Doc Sims.
Is he freeze too?
Yep, even freezing him won't keep him in their place. Old Watercorp Sims.
Oh, it is no joke for me, I can tell you.
Hey, look. Look there at the door of the refrigeration room.
Why, it is blown clear across the room.
Yeah, that's peculiar. That door was blown open from the inside.
But how is it possible? 3 dead men frozen in ice room. And they did not have any powder.
Yeah. Remember Doc Sims busted out of his ropes and bashed down the door of his study even after I tied him down?
You think they have some ghostly power?
Hey, look. There's Andrew Walters. He didn't get very far. Uh-oh, here's something.
Huh? What is it? I do not see anything.
Yeah, never mind. It doesn't amount to much.
Look, Captain, I have not noticed this before. This string under Doc Sims' hand.
A string, huh? What does it lead to?
Well, I do not know. I will find out. Perhaps it is nothing.
But... Look out, Andres! You've set up a bomb! Look out! The walls are falling in! Senor!
Senor, let me kill!
Captain Friday and Andres Ruiz trapped in the ruins of Doc Sims' morgue. Have these two walked into a trap set by the three prowling dead? A string in the hands of a dead man caused the explosion. Again evidence that the dead may rise and go about their morbid duties. Listen next week to the 9th episode of Dead Men Prowl, entitled The Prowler Dead Walk Again. Next week at this same hour. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
In the tiny coast village of Holman, death stalked everywhere, with grinning lipless gums and outstretched claws. Dr. Jamie Croft had prevailed upon Captain Friday to permit him to spend a weekend at the captain's summer cottage in Holman. They had no more than arrived on the scene when the heavy hand of death struck 3 times. 3 deaths in the little seaside resort where death had been unknown for 20 years. Doc Sims had been found on the beach dead, apparently of natural causes. His rival for control of the village, Andrew Walters, was found hanged in his home. The village half-wit, young Rich Hartley, was found with a bullet through his heart. Even in death, these 3 have apparently become the most active citizens in Holman. They have been handcuffed, tied, and locked in the village morgue, but to no avail. Captain Friday has been appointed village constable by the people of Holman.
Yes, I've been made constable, all right. But the 3 dead men still prowl the streets of the town. There's some angles to the case that just don't seem to add up. Carmel and Andres Ruiz, cousins, came here to visit their uncle, Andrew Walters. A few hours after they talked with him, he was found hanged. Gail and Martin Stanley came to Holman to investigate the death of their uncle, Doc Sims. There's a funny thing about that. They were notified of his death before he died. About the only thing I've uncovered so far is that Andy Walters was masquerading under an assumed name. He and Doc Sims are, or were, brothers. The 2 rich men of Holman were feuding. Now they're both dead. It wouldn't be so bad if I could keep track of their bodies. I've tried everything. A few hours ago, I locked all 3 in the refrigeration room of the morgue. It seems to me a frozen corpse should stay put, but even that didn't hold them.
Captain Friday had very definitely locked the 3 prowling dead in the refrigeration room of the morgue. Several hours later, Dr. Croft heard a woman screaming in the night. So, leaving the doctor and Martin Stanley with the 2 girls in his cottage, the captain set out with Andres to discover the trouble. Nothing was uncovered in the heavy black fog until suddenly there came a terrific explosion from the morgue. Quickly, the 2 men dashed to the death house to discover that the door to the refrigeration room had been burst or blown open from the inside. Furthermore, the bodies of the 3 prowling dead were found outside the refrigeration room in positions indicating that they had made an attempt to escape, but had become suddenly inactive. Andre suddenly came upon a cord under the dead hand of Doc Sims, which ran along the floor to a far wall. He picked it up and jerked. There was a deafening explosion, and the whole wall rose up and toppled in upon them.
Andres, where are you? Are you hurt?
Oh, Captain Friday.
What's the matter, fella?
We are not dead then, senor?
I'll say we're not. Came mighty near joining the prowling dead, though. Speaking of our dead, I guess they've done their last prowling. Buried underneath all that rock and cement. Look here, Andres, how are you feeling?
Well, now I have got that big stone off my leg, I am all right.
Nothing broken, huh?
Well, if there is, I do not feel it.
But, senor, how will we get out of this place? We are in the cellar, and all the morgue has tumbled down on top of us.
Yeah, I know. Just the same, there's a lot of fresh air coming in down here. We'll just have to scramble around and see if we can't find a hole to crawl out of.
But are we not liable to bring more rock down on top of us?
I guess we'll have to take that chance.
Oh, I do not like this business.
We'll go slow and feel our way. If we're careful, perhaps we won't dislodge anything.
Well, I will follow close behind you, senor.
Here. Here's what I've been looking for. Right over my head. A hole big enough to get my body through. Come on, Andres. Give me a boost.
Well, is the edges solid?
Yeah, part of the foundation. Ready? All right. Let me put my foot in your hand.
All right. Now then, I am ready.
Okay. Up we go. That's good. That's good. I'm all set. Now then, I'll reach down and give you a hand.
Oh, please, I will pull you back down in this hole with me.
No, you won't. I can brace myself.
Well, very well, if you think so.
Now then, here's my hand.
Well, I cannot find it in the dark.
Swing your arms around.
Oh, there, I find it.
Okay, now. Now then, up you come. Grab something, Andres. I'm slipping.
I have it.
There. Ready to go on?
See. Oh, this is most terrible. All the time I think we start new landslide down on us.
All right, come on now. But be careful.
Oh, I feel the fog. We must be very near out, eh?
Yeah. There's a broken wall alongside of us.
Is there a roof over us?
I can't reach the top of the wall to tell. Here, give me another boost up the side of the wall.
Very well.
Let me step in your hand. No. Now put your back against the wall.
What, like this?
Uh-huh. Now then, link your hands together. And don't boost me too fast, you'll throw me over backwards.
Well, I will try.
Okay, let's go.
Right, up you go.
Higher. No, higher. There, I got my fingers on the top.
It is high as I can lift.
Come on. Come on. I can help you a little.
If I have the strength.
Yeah, it's swell. I'm up. We'll get over this, and we'll be out of it, I think.
Oh, but how am I going to get over?
Well, that's easy. I'll let my legs down, you grab a hold and climb right up.
Oh, but I will pull you down.
No, you won't. Come on.
Well, if you wish.
Hurry up. Hurry up, I can't hold you all day.
I climb as fast as I can.
Grab hold of the top. Pull yourself up. You got it?
See. Oh, senor, I never do this before.
Okay. Now to get down the other side.
Nah. Well, if it is bad as going up, I think I will stay right here.
Come on. You hang yourself over the outside of the wall like I did. I'll slide down your legs to the ground. Then I'll help you down.
Well, if we only had a rope.
Well, we haven't, so come on. Ready?
These sharp edges of wall cut me.
Well, it'll only be for a minute. Here I go.
All right. Oh, Captain, look out, I'm slipping.
Hang on, Andres, hang on. Now, that was a swell thing to do.
But, Captain, I could not help it.
Well, we made it anyway. You hurt?
I skinned my stomach, I think.
Do it good. Anyway, we're outside. Come on.
We go somewhere else?
Back to the cottage as fast as our legs will carry us.
Oh, this is good. But Captain Friday, who would blow up a morgue?
Whoever it is that'd like to get rid of us.
Well, see, but who is it?
A funny thing. This is the first direct attempt to get rid of me. Before, the attempts have only been made on you four.
Well, maybe it was a mistake that you were caught in this trap.
I got a hunch it wasn't a mistake at all. Now, here's the path across the lot.
See. Is it not strange there is nobody around? You know, if I hear a big explosion like that, I would go see what it was.
Not Holman citizens. They're not much on going out on foggy nights for any reason. They'll wait until it gets light.
Well, but the people at your cottage. My cousin Carmel and the Stanleys.
Yeah, and Dr. Croft. Now, that is kind of funny. Still, the cottage is right on the ocean. Might have drowned out the sound of the explosion.
Oh, I had not think of that.
Hold it, Andres.
Huh? What is it?
Listen. Huh. It's funny. I thought I heard a motorboat.
I hear nothing, senor.
Neither do I now. I must have been mistaken, and yet well, here we are. Got plenty of lights on in the cottage.
Maybe the doctor think it's safer with the lights on.
Shut the door after you come in, Andres.
See?
Captain! The doctor! Look, the doctor!
Hey, what in thunder's been going on here?
Dr. Croft, he is bound and gagged.
Yeah, stand out of the way, Andres, will you? While I cut him loose.
Well, his eyes are open. He's not dead.
No, of course not. Wait till I get this gag out. There you are, Doctor. Now, what happened?
Captain, quick. Go after Martin Stanley and his sister. Motor launch. Trying to escape.
What's that?
In heaven's name, hurry. I'm all right.
Andres, quick. We got business outside.
Senor, what is it this time?
Stanley's gotten hold of a launch somewhere. I knew I heard a motorboat.
But where is he go?
Don't ask so many questions. Run faster.
But where, senor, where?
Down to the wharf, of course. Here, down this way. Got a revolver?
No, senor. I do not shoot very good.
Yeah, well, young Stanley has.
You think he will shoot? Oh, but senor, his sister will not let him shoot us.
Oh, yeah?
Name of pig, you do not mean this.
Here's the wharf.
But I do not hear any motorboats, senor.
Now, wait a minute. You want to run off the end of the wharf into the ocean?
I could not see where the wharf ended in this dark.
Well, the launch is gone, all right.
But why would they take the motorboat?
Well, how do I know? Come on. We haven't got any time to waste.
But if this is wharf...
Watch where you're going. Don't fall in.
All the time we run. Never do we get any place.
Well, go on back to the cottage if you'd rather.
No, senor. I stay by you. But my breath, it's not very good.
Now, we got to make speed. See that old shed down the beach on the water's edge?
See?
That's the swellest little police motorboat launch you ever saw in there. Careful now.
But you have said there is not launch here.
Yeah, I don't tell everything I know. Here now, through this little doorway. Stoop down or you'll bump your head.
See? I am all right.
Now you stand still till I get her lights turned on.
If I can help.
Stand still or you'll break your neck. There.
Oh, it is beautiful, Bo.
Now, see that chain hanging by the outer wall?
Si, senor.
Go over there and haul away. It lifts the outer door.
Very glad to do anything to help.
I'll get the motor started. We'll be off in a jiffy.
Oh, it is coming, senor.
Yeah? What did you expect? That's high enough, Andres. Come on and get in.
Si, senor. Oh, but it make big noise.
All in?
See?
Here we go, then.
Oh, but this is big ocean. Where is it we will look for this other boat?
That's easy. Neither Stanley nor his sister knows the Bay region. They're bound to head straight for San Francisco. They came over to Holman by boat and have a general idea of the direction of the city. Otherwise, they'll be lost, especially in this fog.
But perhaps we will not be able to catch up with them.
This little craft can run circles around anything Stanley will be able to lay his hands on.
Oh, well, I do not know very much about boats.
You just hang on and I'll do the work.
But I do not understand any of this business. Why should these two wish to escape from Holman?
I can think of plenty of reasons.
Could you please tell me one, maybe?
Yeah. Bad consciences.
You mean Miss Stanley have bad conscience?
Why not? She wouldn't be the first female with one.
Oh, no. No, senor, you are mistaken.
Yeah, well, maybe you know. I never could get the straight of how a woman's conscience works. Sometimes it does, and most of the time it doesn't.
But, senor, this Gail Stanley, she's very nice, senorita. It seems to me. Hey, Captain, our engine is stopped.
Be quiet, I cut it off.
But why you do this?
Shut up and listen, will you?
Huh? Oh, see. You wish to hear other motorboat, maybe, eh?
Don't hear anything.
I heard whistle a big ship.
No, you didn't. That was just a foghorn.
Oh, I did not know. Senor Captain!
Now what?
Senor, what had become of Carmel? She was also in your cottage.
Huh?
What did they do with Carmel? If they tie up Dr. Croft, what did they do with my little cousin?
Oh, probably left her asleep in her room.
Oh, no, I do not think so.
Well, we can't worry about everything at once. We'll catch this pair of runaways and
But
then...
suppose they have harmed Carmel. Suppose they have done terrible things to her. Suppose...
Cutting out, Andres.
But, senor...
Now, cut it out, I say. Just letting your imagination run away with you.
Oh, if they have so much as lay hands on Carmel, I will kill this pig, Stanley.
Andres, get a hold of yourself.
I do not care if Stanley is my own cousin. I will kill him.
Dr. Jamie Croft, the weekend guest of Captain Friday, was found bound and gagged and tossed on a lounge in the captain's cottage. They ripped the gag from his mouth, and Dr. Croft gasped out the information that Gale and Martin Stanley were trying to escape from Holman by motor launch. In their haste to recapture the Stanleys, neither Captain Friday nor Andres Ruiz thought of Carmel, alone in the cottage. Was she bound and gagged also, or has she met up with the prowling dead? While Captain Friday and Andres Ruiz search San Francisco Bay in the police launch, Andres threatens to hold Martin Stanley responsible for his cousin Carmel.
I tell you, Captain Friday, I will kill this Stanley if anything has happened to Carmel.
Take it easy, Andres. Wait till we find Stanley.
Oh, please, could you not make this boat go faster? The quicker I get my hands on this
Pipe
thing...
down, Andres. I'm going to turn off the motor again.
See, and I will listen with every bit of it. I do not hear anything.
Shh, be quiet.
Hey, did you hear it?
Yeah, over in that direction.
They call for help.
Recognize the voices?
Si, senor, it is them.
You're darn tootin' it's them. Crawl up front, Andres, and hang your ears out. Can't hear much back here at the wheel.
Si, senor. I will do good job, too.
It can't be more than 50 yards from us. Blast this fog.
Senor, a little to the right. I hear them.
Right, huh? How's that?
Si. Not so fast, senor.
Okay.
There, you hear them?
Yeah. See anything?
Not yet, senor. Oh, see, there they are. They are drifting in boat.
Drifting where? Oh, I see them. I'm going to kill the motor and glide up alongside, Andres.
Please save us. We're drifting out to sea.
No, our motor's dead. We'll pay if you'll tow us in.
Well, now, isn't that generous? Grab hold as we drift alongside, Andres.
Si, senor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We thought we were lost.
All right, Miss Stanley. Give me your hand.
But it's Captain Friday.
Say, how'd you get out here?
Do as I tell you, Miss Stanley. Get into this boat.
Yes, sir.
Easy. Easy. There now. Sit down.
Okay.
Now you, Stanley.
I can get along without
Give me your hand.
All right. Hey, what are you doing?
I want that gun you're carrying.
I haven't got a gun.
No? What's this in your hip pocket, then?
Nothing.
Well, you won't need it anymore.
Hey, what'd you throw it in the ocean for?
So it wouldn't go off and hurt somebody. Now sit down.
Well, that's what I call
Sit down.
We had a right to leave home.
Be quiet, Stanley. Andres, can you reach the launch's line?
Si, senor, I have it.
I'll carry it to the back end of our craft and give it a turn around one of those hooks. We'll tow it back to Holman.
Oh, do we have to go back there?
That's right, Miss Stanley. Who did you steal this boat from?
Oh, please. I never did a thing like this before in all my life.
Ready, Andres?
Si, senor.
So you admit stealing the boat, huh?
We don't admit anything.
Oh, Martin, please. Let's not try to carry this thing out. Let's tell Captain Friday how it happened.
What good would that do?
You tell me, Senor Stanley, what you have done with my cousin Carmel.
What's eating you, Ruiz?
You tell me what you do with Carmel or I will kill you.
What are you talking about, Andres?
Carmel. It is Carmel who I talk about. What have you done with her?
Well, we left her asleep at the cottage.
You did not touch my cousin?
Well, of course not. Why? Is she gone?
I do not know. But I say to myself, if any has harmed my cousin, I will kill him like a dog.
You better find out what it's all about before you start getting homicidal.
Well, you are very bad fellow to my cousin, Senor Stanley.
Oh, go take a jump in the ocean.
Please, Andres, Martin's upset. You just don't understand it.
This I do not wish to do, I can tell you plain.
Come on, Miss Stanley, what's it all about? It's pretty plain that you did steal this boat.
Yes. Yes, we stole it.
Sis, are you crazy?
Well, Martin, I think it's right to tell the truth. I'm going to tell.
Leave it to a girl.
Well, we had no intention of running away, and until Dr. Croft told us there was a boat tied down at the dock.
Yeah? How did he know?
Well, after he'd gotten Carmel asleep, he went out to get some fresh air. And when he came back, he just remarked that there was a boat tied up at the dock, and...
Yes, then what?
Well, that gave us the idea of trying to get back to the city.
Wasn't Gail's idea at all. It was all my doing.
Oh, please, Martin.
Well, it was my idea. I suggested it, and I kept after her until she agreed to go with me.
But I didn't have to go.
And she didn't know anything about me hitting Dr. Croft over the head and binding and gagging him either.
Martin Stanley, you didn't do that.
Yes, I did. Did it while you were in the bedroom getting your things together.
Oh.
Yes, but what I want to know is what you think you'd have accomplished if you had escaped. The police in the city would pick you up in a minute.
Oh, but we weren't trying to run away from the police.
Oh, no?
Really, we weren't. All we wanted to do was get away from that awful place with all those dead bodies.
Well, you're going back.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry we attempted it now.
Well, I'm not. I only wish that engine hadn't conked out. Say, where'd you get this boat, anyway?
Just a little ace in the hole, Stanley.
You detectives make me sick.
You'll probably be a lot sicker of them before they're through with you.
They can't do anything to me. I haven't done a thing.
We'll know more about that when we get back to the cottage. And that won't be very long now. There's the wharf right up ahead. Hey, Andres.
Si, senor.
Here, take these handcuffs.
But, senor...
Take them and handcuff the two together.
Oh, no, please.
Senor, never. I will not put handcuffs on Miss Stanley.
Oh, yeah? And suppose you handcuff yourself with Stanley there. I'm not taking any chances of losing him in this fog.
Oh, but please, Martin won't run away. Will you, Martin?
Do what I tell you, Andres. Either handcuff Stanley with his sister or to yourself.
Well, to his sister I could not do it all. To me, if you wish, yes.
It's okay with me.
Here, Stanley, hold out your left arm.
Sure. With my fist on the end.
Martin, why did you do that?
You pig of a pig! I will show you how good Spanish fellow can fight now. You dirty I'll break your neck for you. There. And I guess I will show you a not so bad a fighter, eh?
Well, for gosh sakes, at least get off my stomach. You're breaking my back.
Well, then, hold out your left arm for the handcuffs.
There.
That is good.
Good boy, Andres. That sounded like a swell fight. Too bad it was dark. Got him all right, Andres?
Si, senor Capitan.
Great. Well, here we are. Now, stop crying, Miss Stanley. Your brother had it coming. As soon as I pull up alongside, climb up that little ladder to the wharf.
Oh, but it was all so unnecessary.
There now. Climb up. Here, you give me your hand, Miss Stanley. Now walk around after you get up. You're liable to fall in the ocean.
No, but how are Stanley and I to climb up the ladder together?
You go first, Andres. You can make it if you keep close enough together. Up you go.
Oh, this is not kind of business I like.
I'll just tie the launch to the dock here for the present. That'll hold her. She'll ride there till morning.
You are coming, senor?
Yeah, you bet. Andres, I'm going to make you Deputy Constable of Holman.
No, senor. I do not wish it.
What? Turn down a job with a title like that?
Well, I think this is most deplorable business. It make everybody feel bad.
All right, come along. I'll take your arm, Miss Stanley. You might stumble in the dark.
If you wish.
You better take Stanley's arm, too, Andres. Keep you from stepping on each other in the dark.
Leave my arm alone.
See? I was only trying to be helpful.
Oh, if you'd only understand, Captain Friday, that Martin and I really haven't done anything.
I think you've done plenty.
Well, you'll be plenty sorry for putting handcuffs on me, I can tell you that much.
10 to 1, you were thinking about making a break for it as soon as we landed.
Supposing I was...
Martin, you weren't.
No, of course I wasn't.
One good thing about Holman. It doesn't take any time to get from one place to another. There's the cottage.
Oh, please, I hope we find everything all right with Carmel.
Oh, sure we will. Now, look. The doctor must have worked himself free. He's turned on more lights.
Oh, I hope this is good sign.
Well, won't be long now before we know all about it.
You've been saying that ever since we arrived, and we don't know anything about anything. You're some detective.
Just enough of a detective to pick you up in the middle of San Francisco Bay, Stanley. Come on. Here we are. Andres, you and Stanley go in first. I'll follow with Miss Stanley. Hello.
That you, Captain? Got him, eh?
Yep, we got him.
I say, Stanley, whatever possessed you to tie me up? I wouldn't have stood in your way if I'd known you were determined to go.
The heck you wouldn't. You threatened to lock me up if I made a move to leave the house.
Perhaps so, but it never entered my head you'd be so savage about it.
Dr. Croft, I'm terribly sorry that Martin...
Oh, there now. I know the stress you young people have been under. Captain, where's Carmel?
What, isn't she here?
Carmel? Senor Doctor, is not Carmel with you?
With me? Why? What? See here, Carmel's room is empty. Huh? I thought you had taken her with you.
Carmel, she is gone. Well, something has happened to Carmel.
Shut up, Andres. See here, Doctor. She wasn't here when you got loose?
Why, Captain,
Quick, I want to see her room. You haven't touched anything, have you?
I haven't laid my hands on a thing, Captain.
Oh, Carmel. Here now. You folks stand back. Keep out of the room until I've made an examination. Play back out into the hall.
Stanley, if you have done anything with my cousin, you'd better tell me.
Honestly, I haven't got your cousin, Andres. Gemini, I'm not that kind of a guy.
Well, somebody has.
Hi. Hi, Doctor. Come here.
What is it? What have you found?
Look at these tracks. Somebody tramped across the wet sand, climbed into the window, and came in here beside the sleeping girl's bed.
Oh, no!
Do you recognize those tracks, Doctor?
For heaven's sake, Captain, no. Do you?
Yes. Those are the same tracks made by Andrew Walters the night he buried Miss Stanley in the sand.
Oh, no! No! My Carmel buried in the sand! Oh, no! No!
Once more, the prowling dead have made an appearance at Captain Friday's cottage. The last time these sinister figures appeared, Gail Stanley was buried alive in the sand. Is that the fate of Carmel? Listen next week at this same time for the 10th and final episode of Dead Men Prowl, titled The Prowling Dead Introduces Himself. The murderer is at last revealed by Captain Friday. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents Dead Men Prowl, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
2 days ago, Captain Bart Friday and his friend and guest, Dr. Croft, arrived in the little resort village of Holman across the bay from San Francisco. They had intended spending a quiet weekend at Captain Friday's summer cottage, but they had no sooner arrived in the village when things began to happen. On the beach, they stumbled on the dead body of old Doc Sims. They found Andrew Walters, the other wealthy man of the village, dead by hanging. Then they found the half-wit Hartley boy shot through the heart. The weird part of the whole thing is the fact that these three dead are apparently prowling the streets and houses of the town of Holman. That right, Captain Friday?
Yes, that's right. I've tried everything. Handcuffed them, tied them down, even stuffed the three bodies in the refrigeration room at the morgue. But it didn't do any good. They're still prowling. The only thing I know for certain is that Doc Sims and Andrew Walters are brothers. Walters had been masquerading under an assumed name. The half-wit Hartley boy had been accidentally shot by Andres Ruiz. I've smoked out that much, plus the fact that our other guests, Andres and Carmel Ruiz, and Gail and Martin Stanley, are related. But this latest development has just about got me stumped. Carmel Ruiz has disappeared.
Yes, Carmel Ruiz has disappeared. The prowling dead have taken the little cousin of Andres. Death stalks in Holman. While Dr. Jamie Croft lay bound and gagged in Captain Friday's cottage, and while the captain and Andres were racing along the coast of the Pacific to bring back the runaway Martin and Gail Stanley, brother and sister, one of the prowling dead had somehow escaped from the ruins of the morgue. He escaped from the ruins to stalk into the rear window of the cottage and kidnap the sleeping Carmel. And the dead thing who did this was the strangled body of our own uncle, Andrew Walters, the prowler who earlier had buried Gail Stanley alive in the sand. And the reason Captain Friday knew it was Walters was that the Prowler had left damp footsteps on the bedroom floor and on the wet sand outside the window. And those footprints were Andrew Walters. And the thing with the swollen face, dead eyes, and a rope around its neck had Carmel Ruiz in his possession. Andres Ruiz, cousin of Carmel, is beside himself over the disappearance of Carmel. He is pacing the floor in Captain Friday's summer cottage.
But I will go crazy. I will kill myself if anything had happened to my Carmel. If you do not find her, Senor Captain, I will go mad.
Now, take it easy, Andres. Sit down, will you? You get on my nerves pacing up and down like that.
But Captain Friday...
Now, look here, Andres, be reasonable. There's no use running around the country. We'd never find her that way. If you'll just hang on to yourself for a minute.
You have idea?
I might have if you'd be quiet for just 2 minutes.
Oh, in 2 minutes I will be mad. I do not know what I do now.
Look here, Andres. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I haven't the faintest idea of what happened to Carmel.
Well, you have shown very bad nature, Senor Stanley. I do not know what to believe about you.
I don't blame you for saying that. It's true, and I know it, and I'm sorry.
Well, for why have you done all these things? Say bad things. Try to run away.
I don't know. I'm always pulling something I'm sorry for afterwards, but look here, Andres, if there's anything I can do to help save Carmel, I'll go the limit to do it.
And he means it too, Andres.
Yes, I think he does.
Hey, look, everyone. I've got a hunch. I'm going out for 3 or 4 minutes, and you 4 stay here. Don't one of you dare move out of this room.
Not out of the room?
Not a move.
Like company, Captain?
Well, not this time, Dr. Croft. I've got to travel fast. Anyway, I'd like you to stay here with the others. You'll all be safer.
But what about your own safety, Captain?
Don't worry, I'll be okay. Now, mind now. Don't even leave the room.
Where do you suppose he's going?
Oh, if he will only bring back Carmel.
Oh, I hope he does.
I feel we should be doing something.
Oh, see, but Captain Friday said to wait here.
It's all nonsense sitting around in one room when we might be out searching.
You are nervous too, Senor Doctor. Oh, it is enough to make everybody crazy.
But still, Captain Friday said he had an idea.
Yes, but supposing it is wrong, Miss Stanley.
You're right there, Andres. Theories are very dangerous things to work with. They're as apt to be wrong as right.
And still, I have very great faith in this Captain.
Oh, yes, we must believe in him. We'd be lost if we didn't. Oh, who else have we to turn to?
Well, there's Dr. Croft here.
I'm afraid I'm not much of a detective, Stanley.
I tell you, it is not possible that my Uncle Andrew Walters took Carmel. It is not possible. He's dead.
The dead have done a number of impossible things lately, I'm afraid, Andres.
Oh, I know, but I see with my own eyes the walls of the morgue fall down on all 3 bodies. They are pinned under hundreds of tons of stone and mortar.
It's a wonder you and the captain weren't killed.
Well, we would have been if we had not seen the walls falling and run into the ice-cold room, which protected us a little from the falling stones.
A remarkable escape, Andres.
Oh, but what I am interested in is about these bodies. They are buried deep under the walls, and yet one of the dead men have carried off Carmel.
Open the door. Somebody open the door, quick.
Oh, it is the captain. I will open it. Carmel! Carmel! You found Carmel!
Get out of the way, Andres. Can't you see she's tied hand and foot?
Is she hurt, Captain? Is she hurt? Oh, no.
Here. Let me put her on the lounge.
Here is knife, senor. Cut her loose. Here.
For the love of Mike, Andres, get out from underfoot.
She is not hurt. Tell me she's not hurt.
Oh, Carmel, please. You mustn't cry like that. You mustn't.
There. Here, Andres. Take the knife and cut her legs free.
Si, senor. I will do anything. Oh, Carmel, but it is good you are safe.
Poor kid.
Get back, you folks. Don't crowd in so close around her.
Here, Captain. Let me give her a couple of these tablets. She mustn't go on like that.
Will they quiet her?
I think they will. Here, child. Swallow these and then take a sip of water.
Is there anything I can do, Dr. Croft?
No, I think not. She's just highly wrought up. She'll grow quieter in a few minutes.
Here, Andres. You sit here beside her. She was calling for you when I found her.
She was calling for me? Oh, senor. She was calling for me. Oh, never again will I let you out of my sight.
You know, Gail, that Andres isn't such a bad fellow either.
I knew he was in love with Carmel the moment I first saw them together.
But, Captain, where was Carmel? Where did you find her?
If you've examined this cottage closely, you'll notice that the backs of the closets have not been finished off. You can go through the back in among the floor studdings and rafters.
Oh, yes. Yes, I noticed that.
Well, my old aunt used to put junk that she didn't want to throw away back in them. I found Carmel stuffed back among the joists and studdings of her own closet.
But what made you look there?
Well, then you must have carried her through the back window and around to the front door.
Yes, I did, all right.
But what for?
Did it to throw our would-be murderer off the trail.
Off the trail? You mean he's around here?
Maybe, maybe not.
But why didn't we hear her crying?
She was gagged.
Captain, what made you think of looking in the house for her?
It would have been too dangerous to take her out. He might have been spotted. Besides, the tracks he left when he went away showed he wasn't carrying anything.
No, I remember it, Captain. That was the same clue you got when we were hunting Miss Stanley here, when she was buried in the sand.
Yeah, you'd think even a dead body'd learn not to make the same mistake twice in a row.
And so you figured out the body must be in the house. How did you happen to think of looking in the girl's own wardrobe?
Well, I figure he'd probably be working fast, not knowing how long I'd be gone. Besides, Dr. Croft, you were tied up in the other room. Might get free at any minute.
Yes. Quite natural when you stop to think of it. And so, from force of necessity, you figured he'd hide her in the handiest place.
Mm-hmm. Force of necessity and craftiness. He'd hardly expect us to look so near the scene of the crime for her. Oh, Andre seems to have Carmel quieted. Perhaps we can talk to her now. We'll have a try, anyhow.
And Carmel, you're not going to cry anymore, eh? Oh, we're going to be very happy, you and I. And Chiquita?
Well, Carmel, you don't look like the same young lady I carried in a few minutes ago.
Oh, but, senor, she understands now that she's going to be very happy for the rest of her life.
Yeah? Look here, Carmel, you feel like talking?
Yes.
Please, you will not bring back bad memories?
Sorry, Andres, but we've got to get all the information we can.
Please, Andres. I don't mind. If you'll sit beside me.
Oh, nothing in the world could make me move.
Okay. Now then, tell us what happened.
I was asleep when something touched me. And I opened my eyes and...
Oh, please, Cap.
I'm all right, Andres. And there was a horrible face looking down at me. Didn't look like it was alive. And there was a rope around its neck.
Oh, it is a monstrous thing.
What did you do?
When he saw I was awake, put his hand over my mouth. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. He held me so tight, I fought just as hard as I could.
Oh, my poor Carmel.
And one of his fingers slipped into my mouth. And I bit down on it just as hard as I could.
You bit his finger, huh?
Yes. And when he jerked it away, there was blood on his hand.
Captain, a dead man doesn't bleed.
Oh.
No.
Yes, that's just what I was thinking. What then, Carmel?
Well, he put a cloth around my face so I couldn't see or scream after he tied me up so I couldn't move. He carried me someplace.
But if it is live, man... Captain, my uncle could not be alive and dead at the same time.
Never heard of it being done before.
But if there's a live man mixed up in this thing, we ought to get after him.
Yes, but where will we look?
I think that'll be easy.
You mean you know where he is?
I have a hunch I can walk out that door into the hallway and march our friend Andrew Walters back in here in jig time.
Oh,
what are you saying?
You mean he's listening to us on the other side of the door?
I have a hunch he's been listening, all right.
Oh.
Dr. Croft, you mind coming with me?
Not at all.
You armed?
No, but...
Never mind. I don't think we'll have much trouble. Now, you folks stay here. And I mean right where you are. I'll be back in 2 minutes with Andrew Walters, dead or alive.
Captain Friday has promised the 4 young people, Andres and Carmel Ruiz and Gale and Martin Stanley, that he would return in 2 minutes with Andrew Walters, the man who was found hanged in his home. The eyes of the 4 are fixed on the doorway as it opens slowly and cautiously.
That's him. That's Andrew Walters.
Oh, he's the one that choked me. The rope around his neck. Oh no.
All right, go on in. I've got a gat in your back, and I won't hesitate.
Take him away. Take him away.
It's all right. I have his hands cuffed together behind him. He can't hurt you.
But who is it? Hey, don't you see? Don't you see? He's got on one of those rubber face masks.
Oh, no.
What is this?
Captain Friday, where's Dr. Croft?
Don't you know?
But, Captain, it is Dr. Croft behind that mask.
Sure. Have a look.
Captain Friday, would you mind removing that rope from around my neck? It has an ugly feeling.
Now, see here, Doctor. I'm giving you your choice. Do you tell him, or do I?
Why, it will make a very pleasant story. I think I should like to tell it.
All right, go ahead.
My dear nieces and nephews.
What's that?
What did you say?
For why you call us nieces and nephews?
Because it happens due to certain biologic and sociological phenomena to be true.
Oh, cut that stuff out. Who are you anyway?
How very like Doc Sims you are in temperament, boy.
Nuts.
As to who I am, do you recall the autobiography left by Andrew Walters, alias Vance Sims? Do you recall that there was a third brother, Franklin Sims, who was murdered in the Near East? I am Franklin Sims. Right, Captain?
That's right. Get along with the story, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, quite right. You see, that night 20 years ago, we got news that our father was dying. The night Doc Sims took Vance out and got him thoroughly intoxicated, and then hit me over the head and dumped me in a nasty-smelling river.
Then Doc Sims, not Andrew Walters, was the murderer.
Oh, no, there was no murderer. For I crawled out of the river, and foul and smelly as I was from the thick river water, I continued to live.
But if you are who you say you are, why didn't you come back to the United States at once and claim your part of the estate?
Because, my dear, for almost 3 years I was so horribly ill I spent most of my time balancing on the brink between life and death. Later, I went to Germany, and I became a medical student.
And still you didn't try to get your share of the money?
My life had become a thing apart from my family and my rightful estate. I intended never to return to America. And then about 12 years ago, everything became changed again. I became interested in certain biological experimentations. I spent every cent I had saved, could earn and borrow, and still I needed more. And then I remembered the great fortune which had been taken from me in America. I determined to get it back by fair means or foul. It was mine, and I determined to have it.
But, senor, it was not us who had heard.
Wait a minute, Andres. I returned to San Francisco under the assumed name of Dr. Jamie Croft and set up office while I got the lay of the land. When I first arrived, my brother Doc Sims held the entire estate. It seemed an easy matter to put him out of their way. Enter my claim. And then I discovered that he had a niece and a nephew to whom the property would go in the case of his death. That's you, Miss Stanley, and your brother Martin. And while I was trying to find some means of overcoming this difficulty, who should come on the scene but Andrew Walters? And without any fuss, he took over half the Sims estate. It took me 3 years to discover that he was my other brother, Vance. And then, by a bit of housebreaking and prowling, I discovered that he, too, had a niece and nephew whom he favored in case of his death. They were you, Carmel, and you, Andres.
Yes, go on.
Well, in the meantime, I was working out a little scheme which worked rather nicely when the time came. About 8 years ago, my brother, Doc Sims, died.
Hey, what's that?
Our uncle died 8 years ago?
Yes, all of 8 years ago. And being on the ground at the time, I quietly buried the body and stepped into his shoes.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. I've known both you and Doc Sims for more than 2 years.
Which says a great deal for my ability as an impersonator.
Do you mean to say that you've been acting the part of 2 doctors for 8 years?
I have sufficient proof for even you, Captain Friday.
But the body. We saw the body of Doc Sims.
That, my dear, was also a plant. For the last year, I've been taking care of an old chap over in my San Francisco office. He was a nondescript without any family. But he looked remarkably like me in my role of Doc Sims. For 6 months, I practically made him live with narcotics and drugs, waiting for the proper time to inject him into the picture. And when Andrew Walters mellowed and sent for Andres and Carmel to come and live with him, I knew the time was at hand.
Yeah? Well, you'll have to explain that a little.
Easily. My whole trouble lay in the 4 cousins who were to inherit the 2 estates. They must be gotten rid of. With all 4 in Holman, I believed that might be attended to.
You were going to kill us all.
And so when my brother Vance, or Andrew Walters, as you know him, called you 2, I sent for Gale and Martin Stanley.
What about this old fellow you passed off for Doc Sims?
Now, Captain, I assure you I didn't kill him. The poor chap died a natural death. Dig his body out of the morgue ruins, show it to any coroner. Worn-out body will be the verdict.
Died mighty handy for you.
Quite, but the point is he did die, and naturally. Which, by the way, gave me the idea for the rest of this amusing little drama which has occurred since.
And you admit that you're responsible for the movement of these bodies from the morgue?
Naturally.
And you admit burying Gail Stanley alive.
My apology, Miss Stanley, but it was necessary to my plan.
Oh, you must be mad.
Quite sane, thank you, quite sane. And, by the way, Captain, I had to rush like the deuce to get Andrew Walter's shoes back on him before you and Martin got to the morgue. But I made it all right.
Yes, so I notice.
And you're the guy that took a shot at me in Doc Sim's study and clubbed Captain Friday over the head.
Again, my apologies. I always was a bad shot.
You put us out and then took the papers out of the safe and stuck them in the pocket of your substitute, Doc Sims, and left his body where we'd find it.
Exactly.
Well, what for?
To impress you all with the fact that dead bodies actually were on the prowl.
Can you leave Carmel's handkerchief in Dr. Sim's house? Why you do that?
Oh, that was simply a little touch to implicate you, Andres, and to cause dissension between you and Stanley here.
Nice fellow.
And it was you who shot at me from the hall when we were upstairs examining Andrew Walter's room?
You know, Captain, I think that was my masterpiece.
Now, how did you do it?
Why, I simply had the Hartley boy's body handy. When you, Carmel, and Andres were in the room, I crept upstairs. I got the body, I took a crack at Andres, I shouted, and I rolled down the stairs with a half-wit's body.
Oh, sacrament.
Startling bit of realism. Eh, Captain?
Dr. Croft, were you the one that got us to go to the refrigeration room of the morgue?
I thought I had all of you that time. After knocking the captain out, I ran to the cottage and, changing my voice as much as possible, told you to go to the basement of the morgue. When you rushed in, I swung the door shut and there you were.
Please, when we liked you so much, how could you do that to us?
Oh, let's not go into that, please. Well, then I set the three bodies on guard. Startling effect, eh, Captain?
Then you came back and dragged me in the closet with you and locked the door.
And all the time we were breaking down the door, I had the key in my pocket.
Seems to me I'm the guy that told you once that the solution to this business, once I got my hands on it, would be so simple I'd blush to think I didn't get wise to it sooner. Well, get an eyeful of me blushing.
Oh, see here, Captain, you're not giving me enough credit. I admit, however, I made a couple of mistakes. One of them was forgetting to turn off the light in the morgue. If I hadn't been in such a hurry that time, you'd never have thought of searching the morgue until it was too late.
See here, Doctor. How did you fix it so that the half-wit took a shot at me and then fell down the stairs?
Simple. I braced the body against the handrail and hooked a gun in his coat. Fastened the trigger to the door with a piece of wire. Presto! When the door opened, the gun exploded, the body lunged down the stairs.
Mm-hmm. Good thing for me you didn't allow for the up-jerk of the muzzle of the revolver when it went off.
I told you I didn't know much about guns, Captain. After all, I'm a medical man, not a gangster.
But why did you kill the half-wit boy? Surely he didn't...
Oh, that I know nothing about.
You didn't kill the boy?
Please, he did not. I did not know it until the Senor Captain told me, but it was I who did this thing.
Andres! Andres, you didn't!
Oh, please, Carmel, it was most horrible mistake.
It's like this. Remember the night you kids saw the skeleton on the beach and Andres shot at it? Well, the skeleton was the half-wit boy, and Andres killed him. His father had given him several rubber masks and some luminous paint for Halloween, and the foolish boy continued to use it to amuse himself. The boy's father knows all about this now.
And that, by the way, is where I got that mask you recently saw on my face. I found it lying outside the morgue.
Dr. Croft, what was your idea in blowing up the morgue?
Oh, Captain, you cannot imagine how uneasy a person grows having a bloodhound like yourself on his trail. I grew more and more certain that you were beginning to suspect the truth. So, I laid the trap and got you and Andres off on a pretext of hearing a woman scream.
Well, I'm glad I knocked you over the head. Too bad I didn't do a better job of it.
I get your point exactly, Martin. The real Sim spirit.
Oh, I never want to hear that name again.
You see, you made your big mistake, Doctor, when you kidnapped Carmel here. I was plain crazy.
You're right, Captain. But I was getting rather upset. Things were growing a little too warm. You'll have to excuse it on that basis, I'm afraid. You see, I'd stolen Andrew Walter's shoes again before I set the trap in the morgue. But I must confess I entirely forgot to make deep tracks in the sand when I left. Deuced thoughtless of me.
Yes. So was that stunt of hiding your mask and rope and shoes in your medicine case after you'd finished with them?
Undoubtedly. Oh, I can see a number of things I'd do differently if I were going to do it over again.
You know, one thing puzzles me, though. How did you get the body of this substitute Doc Sims on the beach?
Captain, I don't know if you realize it, but I angled like the juice to get you to bring me over to Holman on this particular weekend.
Yeah, now that I think of it, you were plenty eager to come.
Well, I got the invitation. The day we were to come over, I took the body in my launch and I brought it over. The natives seldom walk on the beach, so I felt perfectly safe in leaving it there for a few hours. I got back to San Francisco just in time to meet you. Then we came over together.
Oh. I presume you know we've got enough attempted murder charges against you to keep you behind bars for life.
But you're not going to use them, are you, Captain?
You think not?
Drag these children through the mire of prosecuting their own uncle? Bring all this family history to light?
Oh, no. We don't want to do that. I couldn't bear it.
Exactly.
That's just too bad.
Now, look, Captain Friday, haven't we gone through it enough?
Are you folks crazy? I think the police department would like to have a little talk with Dr. Croft. As a matter of fact... Come in.
Hey, for crying out loud, Cappy, I've been... Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had company.
Oh, that's all right, Skip. These people are all friends.
Yeah? Well, you sure got some nice friends, boss.
Now, this is Gail Stanley. Miss Stanley, my right-hand man, Skip Turner.
Hello, Skip.
Howdy, Miss Stanley.
And Miss Carmel Ruiz.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Turner?
Miss Ruiz. Well, now, ain't that funny? You know, I think I remember meeting you before, Miss Ruiz. Carmel? Wasn't it down
Skip.
at, Huh?
Did you come all the way from San Francisco just to meet my guests?
Oh, hey, I almost forgot. We got an important job down south.
Down south? Where down south?
Hollywood. Here's a telegram.
Who's it from?
Don't say. Go ahead and read it.
Meet me at Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon, Sunset Strip, Hollywood, tonight at 8. Signed, A Desperate Sister. And what is this, a gag?
Gag? I just got a phone call from the same gal, and she wired us $1,000 expense money.
Why did you phone?
Well, just to be sure would be there at 8 o'clock tonight. Hey, look, we just got time to catch a 5 p.m. plane south. That's why I hustled over here. I got the ticket.
She must be desperate.
Come on, we ain't got no time to lose, boss.
Okay, Skip, we'll look into it. Oh, by the way, you got your handcuffs?
Why, sure. Why?
Just slip them on Dr. Croft here. We'll drop them off at the Hall of Justice.
You bet you. Here you are, fella. And the other one. There you go. Nice little charm bracelet.
Oh, see here, Captain Friday, I can afford
Save it for the judge, Dr. Croft. He loves those little stories. The rest of you check in with the police in San Francisco. I'll see you as soon as I get back from Hollywood. All right, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, Carmel, if you should happen to be in Hollywood in the
Come
next
on,
few
Skip.
days.
There's a desperate sister waiting for us in Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon. Let's get moving.
So Captain Friday and his operative Skip Turner are headed for Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood. The telegram said to be there at 8 o'clock tonight and was sent by one who signed herself A Desperate Sister. Tune in next week at the same time for this newest adventure thriller by Carlton E. Morse titled You'll Be Dead in a Week. You are listening to Adventures by Morse.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.